I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 58. And this time round, this is a Christmas edition because tomorrow is Christmas Eve. And yeah, we definitely cannot do on Christmas Eve because many of you guys celebrate Christmas and yeah, nobody will be watching. So no, yeah. So and then of course Christmas Day is Christmas Day. You know, I will not don't want to touch it. So it falls just nice on Friday on today. So it's perfect for no open mic. I don't need to do anything special. It's still the same schedule. I just scheduled a little bit earlier because I know that I can't really miss this one before. If it goes into Christmas Eve, then it's gonna be a big problem. So so hello everybody. Hope you guys had ready for some last Christmas talk because World War III is coming. And then I don't. So maybe we will never have another Christmas ever again. So anyway, so everybody can hear me, right? No, everything's good. All good. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So meanwhile, while we're waiting for you guys to catch up on live, I'm gonna share the link to join. All good. So I'm gonna share the link to join on. So the link to join is now pinned on the DPA Open Mic channels on Rumble and on YouTube. So so hello everybody that is watching on all over from Twitter. So okay, just to just to highlight, this is a live stream on multiple platforms on YouTube, Rumble, YouTube, Rumble, X, and Twitch. Yeah, correct. So hi people. How can we change that?
Hello, Wyatt. Hello, Shadowy.
Yay.
Hello.
Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Can
Good stuff. I had the fan on because it's like 28 degrees. Summer,
Yes,
you know?
you are in the south.
Yes, very much so. By the way, Wyatt, I have not been keeping up with the whole situation in the Red Sea. So what's going on there?
So apparently, I also not didn't follow very closely, but I just saw DD Geopolitics, Donbass Dervushka. She posted that Italy and France have withdrawn from the coalition fleet. So I haven't fact checked yet. So I don't know what the hell is happening.
Hello, Wayne. How you doing, man?
Oh, not too bad. Just give me a second. I'm just getting my camera set up. It's arguing with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
One moment.
where's the tree, man?
Check.
Why
The
that
Christmas
cat-
tree.
Hmm?
Where's the Christmas tree?
What Christmas tree?
You didn't set up one. Okay.
No, that's in the living room.
Okay.
Wouldn't keep it in my studio.
Okay, Wayne. Going to ask you, what's your analysis of the situation in the Red Sea, if you know anything about that?
The Houthis are playing with fire.
I don't know because I think they just don't care. They are some kind of militia slash rebellion slash. I don't know. I don't think they have a easy target to strike for
thought-
the coalition
yeah.
because the Saudi Arabia Air Force would have already destroyed it. So they are very hard to strike, and they know that.
My thought
So-
is everyone cares about humanitarianism until you touch
What?
the trade. So, yeah.
Do you think somebody cares about the Yemeni civil war? Seriously?
No, I mean, everyone cares about humanitarianism until someone touches trade, and then no one cares, and whoever is interrupting trade can be absolutely annihilated.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a
that's
national
what-
security issue, right?
That's what will happen.
You have to understand
It's what
something
might
about
happen.
Yemen.
It's what I hope doesn't happen.
Yemen is one of the two countries in the world where there is more weapon per people than in USA. The other one, I think, was ex-Yugoslavia.
Mhm.
So there is two countries in the world where there is more weapon per habitant than USA. Yemen is one of them. So you can do nothing in this country.
How many of those
Oh.
are anti-aircraft systems?
Oh, I think Iran gives them a few of them.
Oh,
So not big one, but small one. I'm sure of it.
I'm guessing a whole bunch of systems will be suddenly disappearing from Ukraine, I guess.
Maybe more from China or Iran.
Possible. Black Santa. will-
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
Jesus.
All these Netflix shows is getting out of hand, man.
Oh God.
So Miss, for those that do not know, Black Santa is actually Voss. In case you guys don't know. Yeah.
I kind of figured that. I love it.
Santa, how is it in the North Pole?
He fucked up. Putin is a bad man. Needs to be
So what do you
stopped.
think of that
Hold
video,
on.
Vaughn?
His reindeer is here too.
That's really good.
So we have the Santa and reindeer.
We are just missing one elf,
Oh,
and we are
and then
okay.
there's a lot of decoration at the rear, with Prigozhin and a naked skull thingy. This reindeer is a
It's not
Wagner reindeer.
a Christmas tree; it's a Wagner tree.
Oh, Jesus.
It's so bizarre.
Can you even
have a
talk
reindeer.
through that, man?
Now let's get serious.
There you go.
I never expected the Rudolph's voice to be like this. I thought it'd be like cuter. The Rudolph actually looked very evil when he looked straight into the camera.
He's a demon. He's been possessed.
Yeah.
I had a small accident near Avdiivka. Close, but no
What happened
cigar.
to it? Oh, the whole year have dropped off. So, yeah. This reindeer must be on the plane, right? With Prigozhin. Then suffered a serious injury.
He went to the trenches in Bakhmut. He just came back.
Oh yeah, he got shot in the ear, right?
We were delivering
Sorry.
presents, and we came under intense fire. But I made it back. So don't worry, you little greedy bastards. We'll be bringing you presents.
Where's my
They
fucking
didn't
present?
get us.
For those that haven't, if you're gonna miss the present, if you didn't get your present, you know why? Because Santa and the Rudolph got stuck in Bakhmut.
See, we even
any
got one of Santa's helpers. We're getting the job done. We will get Christmas.
So let's kick off.
Oh
And
Voz,
it's nice
check your
it's
mic.
nice to see.
no, he's lagging. Voz, you need to go out and come in again. Your connection is lag. You go out and come in again.
What about
You refresh your browser, or you refresh
Okay.
come back in again. The connection is poor.
Hey, maybe Santa was just a little bit.
Was that a black Santa Claus?
Drinks
Yeah.
that were sitting by the.
Right out of
yeah.
Netflix.
Look, I even got a Christmas cupcake.
Bon, he was a politically correct Santa.
He was the well, Netflix Santa.
So I cannot find the information to corroborate the claims, the tweet by DDG, the Dumba Damushka. I cannot find any articles saying that anyone withdrew. So I found what she posted. So apparently they declined the leadership of US in the fleet. So let me find. The sentence back.
What about now? How do I start?
What are you talking about? The M6 or the F-16s?
What?
What?
No, we're talking about the Red
The
Sea.
Red Sea. On the
The
new
what?
front of the
Global
Global War.
over
Oh,
Yemen.
against the Houthis.
Oh, that
So-
pesky thing.
Yeah. Which, talking about Yemen, the internal politics of Yemen is an absolute mess. I don't know how that can still be a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened? So
The mess that they bring is
wow,
you know.
Voz is lagging very, very badly, Voz.
Yes, there is just too much electronic warfare in near the North Pole now.
Yeah, I think maybe there's solar flare at your place. You are like
No,
very choppy.
he's stuck in Bakhmut. You know,
Maybe that's
all
why.
communications are cut there.
What about now?
Yeah, it's not your. I think it's the connection to StreamYard. It's not your phone. It's not the mic.
That trust me, the connection is really, really good.
I hear you.
Really, really good.
No idea what you said.
I can see your Wi-Fi is really.
What language are you speaking, Bond?
Let me try. Let me try to adjust. You say something again. I just remove certain settings to see whether it is better.
Okay, what about now?
There we go.
Oh, perfect. So,
Now we hear you.
apparently, I think the noise cancellation have caused. So there's an echo cancellation. I think the echo cancellation actually created some problems. So okay, so just some update. What happened is so France say that they are on their own command. They are not joining under the US. So is Italy and Spain. They are all saying that they are joining only NATO or EU. So Spain say they only participate NATO or EU led missions, not US. So there are some discrepancy in terms of leadership, in terms of this.
I think
These
it's
are-
just politics because they are going to do the same thing. They are going to try to protect the trade. They are going to try to destroy the UT assets that they can detect and so on. So
Yep. So
I don't know,
I
I
don't
think-
think it.
What the fuck?
Okay, there's
No, I
one thing
think
you guys are missing. It doesn't matter whether or not they've agreed to follow one another's orders. The point is that they all use NATO standard systems and they can trade information.
Yes.
So if a missile's launched toward a French ship and a U.S. ship sees it first, it can tell the French ship.
also, I agree. I think they are going to. It's too political. So maybe on the ground, in the they are already sharing intelligence and
I think you need to
And,
look at it a different way.
protecting themselves.
You know, if you don't join our little coalition, maybe your ship don't get protected as good as the ships in the coalition. Like if I can't be the boss of everybody, well, you know, maybe only the people that let me be their boss get the best protection of their ships. You know, if France or Spain or whatever wants to be their own thing, then maybe the U.S. will be like, oh, you know, we tried to help you out, but, you know, you weren't in the chain of command. I mean, that's, with these amateur fucks in the United States government and the State Department, who knows what kind of fucking dumb shit's going on. I mean, maybe they don't want to be part of it because they're not trying to fucking start World War III and they know the idiots on the other side of the task force are. But I'm just saying, I mean, everybody's hedging their bets right now. I mean, with BRICS, with the Red Sea. Yeah, I mean, you got to give Yemen credit for a nothing pissant country. They certainly made their statement.
Yeah.
And they obviously don't care if they get bombed. I mean, they say they don't. I'm sure they will. But, you know, for
They were
bluster
already
and
bombed by the
propaganda.
Saudi Arabia and.
I mean, you can't, like I said a long time ago, if you got a beef with the United States, now is the time under Biden to make your moves. And everybody's doing it. Even fucking Yemen's like, fuck these motherfuckers. I'll shoot missiles at ships. I don't give a shit. And what is there, 30, 40 ships around their country? They still don't care. Hell, they're like, bring it on. They don't care. They know they're going to die. They don't give a shit. I mean, they flat out said, stop bombing Gaza. We'll stop attacking ships.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Vaughn. I mean, I think people are reading a lot too much into this article that that Italy and France and Spain are pulling out from the United States command structure for Operation Prosperity Guardian. See, they're pulling out of the command structure, meaning that they're not allowing their ships to be under U.S. command. Okay, what they're not doing is pulling out of the operation itself, and they're not changing any of the fundamental aspects there, right? So,
Exactly.
I think that you're going to see a lot of this, anti-West media spin this as though there's this huge fracture happening between, the U.S. and Spain, Italy, and France. It's not true. What's happening is, it's honestly kind of ridiculous that the U.S. would even ask Spain, Italy, and France to put their ships under U.S. command in the first place. The fact of the matter is that Spain, Italy, and France aren't even sending any ships. I think it's 6 U.S. ships or 4 or 5 U.S. ships, 1 Greek ship, and 1 UK ship that are actually part of this. Spain, Italy, and France are just sending a few officers. Stanley, you might be right. There might be a something that I haven't seen yet about them actually pulling out of the operation. But what I saw, I think what I was referring to was not that. If you want to link an article, because this is a developing situation, so my information might be a couple hours out of date there.
I think earlier this week, a French frigate has fired on a Yemeni drone and some missile. So they are fighting already against the drone attack. And I think you're absolutely
you can
right.
tell. I mean, look at
Everybody is going to
way they
collaborate.
act.
It's just a political decision in Paris and Washington and Roma to say that, but it's on the ground, at sea, they are going to collaborate.
I mean, if you watch that video where they launched their last F5 Tiger Shark to Top Gun music and they're flying around, it's like they don't give a shit. They're like, dude, we got 1 plane left and it's the Top Gun of the Yemeni Air Force. I mean, if you watch that video, during that song, they're even doing maneuvers that were from the fucking original movie in that plane that was painted black. So they're totally just trolling people. And, I don't know if they're like professionally trolling, but if they didn't intend to, it kind of worked out pretty good. But I mean, It's obviously they have no fear of Biden. I mean, it's like everybody's like, hey, you know, it's the old senile dude. Hey, I'm gonna shoot at ships or whatever you want to do it. I mean, it's a free for all right now. I mean, you'd be stupid if you're. I may not like it as an American because I want my country to do good, but honestly, if you're another country out in the world and you're not taking advantage of the situation to better your own country, you're a fucking idiot, and your people should throw your ass out.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this is that this is the United States is doing this this operation to protect shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb. Now, look at where the Bab el-Mandeb is on a map. Okay, it's about as far away from the United States as you can get. The United States' trade with Europe, the United States' trade with East Asia, does not go through the Red Sea, does not go through the Suez Canal. This is effectively Europe's trade with Asia that's being protected by America. Okay, this is purely a operation of the overlord protecting its vassals against a threat.
And don't forget
right?
Israel in the mix, because
Israel.
It was Israel who was the target.
You're absolutely right. And Israel, people don't know, a lot of people don't realize there's a little kind of point that Israel has a port that's on the Red Sea itself. They don't have to actually go through Suez, so they're direct. And that port, I forget what it's called. It's this port that's right on the Red Sea itself. Yeah, something with an A. That's right. It's the capacity of that port has gone down by 85%. In the last week because of this. So you're absolutely right. It's mostly to protect Israel. It's not really for American interest itself, which is a bit of a problem. But it's not just Israeli ships that are being attacked, right? This is the thing. There's actually, I saw some news that even an Indian ship was attacked. There was a Norwegian ship that was attacked that was had nothing to do with Israel. The Houthis.
Yeah, well, you got to look at maybe the Indians were kissing too much Israeli butt, so they attacked them. You know, I mean, all the memes are out there, so maybe they could, you know.
I think everything Biggs Lawn. You're assuming that the Houthis can actually see what they're targeting enough to be able to 100% determine who it is. They may not be able to.
There's already reports, Wayne, that there's a Iranian ship out there providing targeting information in neutral water.
You trust the Iranians?
So
I'm just saying, there's many ways to find out whose ship is whose and which to shoot at. So I wouldn't.
I know, but it's quite possible the Iranians are saying, "Hey, that's an Israeli ship," and they end up targeting Norwegian instead.
Well, yeah, I mean, Iran can feed them fake shit.
To go to an Israeli port, you could have a ship from any country. So maybe the Norwegian ship who has been targeted were going to Israeli port. You don't know.
But the thing is, you guys, you're missing one point. The strait is key to U.S. and, for that matter, Canadian and Australian and British strategic interest for a simple reason. If trade through there stops and the European economy goes kaboom, guess what happens to everybody else's economy?
Yeah. So which is why, you know, when I talk about the issue, I mentioned that when they start to do this kind of attack, they think that they are hitting Israel, but what you hit is actually everyone. So everybody is going to pay for it. So you can't. And
do you remember? 1 second, Wyatt. Do you remember that one time that a cargo ship got stuck in the Suez Canal and everyone was going crazy about it?
And it cost a lot of money. You know.
One of the best damn channels on the internet was started because of that. If you guys aren't following it, follow what's going on with shipping.
Oh yes,
Sal Marcagliano.
The only
second that one.
As far as I know, the only nation. As far as I know, the only nation that has the guarantee of their ships not being attacked by the Houthis would be Russia. Am I correct?
That's the rumor. I'm not sure how.
Because the Russian ships keep. I've seen Russian ships crossing. It might not even be an arrangement.
It's probably more like an understanding, because the Russians do that kind of shit with people. You don't fuck with them, they don't fuck with you. If you fuck with them, then bad things happen to you. It might just be an understanding, like, if you don't fuck with us, then we're not going to do anything against you.
The thing is, the Houthis are Iranian-backed, right? The Iranians are allied with the Russians, so there could be some kind of arrangement there. I don't think that the U.S. is going to... Well, we'll see what the U.S. actually, how far this escalates as far as what they're going to do with Prosperity Guardian. I'm kind of surprised that China isn't doing anything about getting involved with this with protecting shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb. I wonder exactly what that means, right? Because if you think about it, this is a very, very important choke point for China, It's all of China's trade with Europe pretty much goes through the Bab el-Mandeb, and China doesn't have exactly the best power projection in terms of their navy on the blue water, but they do have a base in Djibouti, which is right there. So if there's anywhere in the world that China would be able to support an naval operation, it would be right here. You know what I mean? So I wonder, so what's the interpretation that you guys have on why China isn't doing anything? Is it because China is thinking, well, you know what, if global shipping goes down, it's going to hurt the West more than it's going to hurt us? Is that what's going on? Or is there something else happening? What do you think? Or are they just not capable?
So I just want to add, China already have 3 ships in the region. So it's the same ones that was misunderstood that it was reacting to the Hamas in the Gaza war, where they have the 6 ships together, because it was 3 ships replacing 3 ships. That 3 ships is still in the region, so that have not changed. But their mission is very different. Their mission is not linked to the American-led version. So theirs is more like semi-mercenary-ish. Like they are there to support any ships that ask for escort, something like that.
Against Somalia,
usually it's Chinese ships. Yes, usually it's Chinese ships or China-friendly ships.
There's another big issue. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there appears to be a major purge going on in the People's Liberation Army and the People's Liberation Army Navy.
Yeah, just like any other Saturday.
I mean, I heard the rumor.
Well, this sounds like a little bit more than normal.
Cause a big purge, but if they're doing it, they're doing it. I mean, we won't know.
I hope that's not the case.
The point is, if they are, it would destabilize the command structure for a while, and they'd be unable to react as well as they would normally.
The one thing that I hope that doesn't happen, because if that happens, did you see what happened to the U.S. command structure once they made the purge in World War II to replace all the officers for younger officers with new ideas?
Mm-hmm.
So let's hope that isn't happening.
So what?
Sorry,
happened,
what's your? Can you spell out your implication there, Samion?
Essentially, what I'm guessing is happening, if that is the case indeed, and all that stuff is true, is that they are replacing their command structure or part of their command structure to adapt to new strategies, new modern strategies. Old minds stick to old ways.
No,
maybe
this
they're
is
getting
a
rid of all the
political style
cautious
purge.
guys and putting in hardliners. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You don't really know what they're doing.
But we're speculating.
These guys
on the
might be
basis
good
that
at their
this
job.
is happening. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is highly speculative. We don't really know what's going on, as Francisco said, right, Francisco?
There's enough
That's her name?
stuff coming out through the oddball channels I use that I'm pretty sure something is happening. I just have no idea how big.
Yeah, if it is big, I think we'll find out.
Do we have any names?
You just had the Taiwanese
What they can
pilot
pronounce?
try to, you just had the Taiwanese Chinook pilot scandal.
Oh yes.
Maybe there's fallout from China for the failed operation to get the Chinese or the Taiwanese pilot. So maybe there's just some fallout from that operation that is leaking out.
It's a good point, Vaughn. If you guys didn't know, there was a situation where a Taiwanese officer was caught trying to defect to China and bring a U.S. Chinook helicopter into China. I think they were caught, though, so it might be related to that.
When was that?
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago. He was offered just a few $1 million, and he think that is worth it. I don't understand.
What's your price, Wyatt?
Like
How much would it take for you to defect to Malaysia?
Sorry. Why would I want to defect to Malaysia?
Why to convert to Islam?
But no, I mean, if that thing fell apart and it was an embarrassment for China, maybe some officers that were involved in that got smoked out, and that's all that's leaking out. Because I can't really think of anything going on where all of a sudden the Chinese would purge their naval staff. I mean, they haven't had any big fuck ups, like, oh my God, we just lost a carrier.
Well, maybe they cover up the fuck up. We don't know, but it could be some kind of corruption scandal or something like that. Maybe some very high level China naval officers that's taken money somewhere.
Guys, hold on a second. There was a huge leak of People's Liberation Army rocket force information into the United States. I say the United States, I mean into the public sphere in the United States. It was published in a journal paper.
Maybe people associated with that got smoked out then. I'm just saying, I mean, there's probably a couple of reasons. I just don't think they just decided to purge out their forces for no reason. I mean, it could just be, like I said, guys caught up in that scandal getting kicked out or punished because they didn't accomplish the mission, and it's embarrassing to China.
Yeah,
So
that had to be a reason. I have no idea what it is either, but I just, something appears to be happening. That's all I can tell you.
One thing we know for sure is that China has, in recent years become controlled more and more centrally by Xi Jinping himself, right? And it's pretty natural that there would be purges as he consolidates his rule. So it's not surprising to me. I think it's a fairly routine thing that's happening. But I'm curious as to what impact, I want to get back to what impact that might have, or just what's going on in general with China's relation to the Red Sea shipping. Right? Why is it that China is doing nothing about this, right? Why are they allowing the U.S. to do this? So there's a couple theories that I have. One of them is that they want the shipping to get to fall apart, and like Wyatt was saying, this is a global shipping is all connected, right? So if things start to break down in one sector, it's going to cause shipping problems everywhere. And China is very dependent on shipping, but maybe they're betting that it would cause more problems for the West than for them. The other theory I have is that they think that getting involved with the Houthis is just a losing proposition in general. The Houthis can shoot a drone for $20 at a ship that's going to cost $10 million to shoot down that drone. And it's just going to cost money. It's not $20, but you get my point, right? It's incredibly asymmetrical what's going on here, and it's just something that they think is just not worth protecting. Or the third option is that they might have some kind of understanding with the Houthis through Iran, possibly. So what do you guys think? Let's go around. I'd like to get everybody's opinion. So let's just go in a round.
My other point, real quick, is the U.S. just pulled another carrier group out of the Pacific to send over to the Red Sea. So this situation keeping us occupied keeps carrier groups out of the Pacific, which allows China the flexibility to keep doing what it wants. I mean, and really, they don't want to fight us. So why, if they can just keep us out of there because we're busy somewhere else, it's perfect. I mean, the BRICS countries alone could just do shit just to cause flare-ups to attract attention away from Taiwan. I mean, that's what I think. I think it's beneficial to them just to keep the American Navy or the bulk of it over there and not in the Pacific.
Okay, but the People's Liberation Army Navy has some huge problems, guys. They have ships that have U.S.-built engines for which they can't get parts. They have ships with Ukrainian-built engines. The Ukrainians won't sell them stuff anymore. Well, they're building their own engines, but they're not as good as the ones that we're getting from Ukraine. We know that.
It only has to be good enough to get out of port and launch missiles one time. I mean, if you sink the carrier with your little shitty frigate, who gives a shit if it got sunk? Every one of them motherfuckers will be a hero of the People's Liberation Navy for all eternity.
I'd like to add something.
On the small ships, that might work, but on destroyers?
When, please? I would like to add something.
I'm just throwing out a ship. I'm not trying to be technically accurate.
Imagine if the Chinese decide to send 2 of their 3 ships in the Red Sea. What's going to happen? I think it's going to cause more problems than solve them. Because now the NATO ship is going to be careful about the Chinese one and to be less careful about the Houthi. So maybe the Chinese ask United States if they need help. And of course, United States say, no, don't come. And they say, okay, we don't come.
Or the Chinese say, okay, we'll cover this corner here by the entrance, and you guys cover the main part.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, if the Chinese were smart, they would pretend to offer help, knowing that they're going to be rejected. That way, they could just say they offered.
Exactly.
And they were their offer was refused. No big deal. Because I would think the Americans too. They want to have say in that, and they do not want China in there helping.
That's my plan.
Because if they help, it gives them legitimacy.
That's my plan for Christmas dinner. I'm going to offer help with the dishes after everyone's done with the dishes, okay? And then it'll get rejected, but I can still say I offered help.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Yeah, but let's go around and get other people's opinions on what's going on with China's relation to this whole situation.
I got to get out of here in a moment. So two quick things. One, did you guys see the video I dropped yesterday?
No.
No.
I know Vaughn did. Vaughn had a comment on it. Anyway, you should take a quick look. The other is Merry Christmas, and I hope you guys have a great time.
Same for you,
All
man.
right.
Take care.
Merry Christmas, Wayne. Take it easy.
So
Find
for
Jesus,
those that do
Wayne.
not know
Find
what Wayne
Jesus.
is talking about, Wayne have his own
think
YouTube
you
channel.
guys-
He dropped a video yesterday. I only saw the it come up, but I never clicked it. So yeah, so I will go and look for it. I will share it to you guys if you guys are interested to follow him.
Mike,
yeah,
did you see that? Did you see that robotic MTLB attack the Russian or the Ukrainians?
Yes, the one with a lot of explosive inside.
With all
This-
the explosives, and that thing was being steered because that wasn't no random ass. Here, just aim it that way. That thing was driving right along that lake. It looked like it had some kind of mechanism on the front where the drone was.
I'd still like to get everyone's take on the relation with China and what China
Sorry.
thinks about the Red Sea situation. No, you're a good one. Yeah, what do you guys think, Semyon?
I think for now they're trying to get all the bureaucracy out the way, because that requires a whole bunch of bureaucracy to go through to unify command, or at least allow for joint action. That's all I think.
So the Chinese so far okay, a few things. Firstly, the ships, not all ships can deal with the attacks that is Houthis is launching, because they are drone attacks. And a lot of these surface-to-air missiles actually can't deal with a slow flying thing. Usually, surface-to-air missiles is actually always, because of the the history of how missiles flies. Most surface-to-air missiles deal with fast flying stuff, which is why when the Garand 2 appeared in Ukraine, everyone is struggling, and even when the Ukrainians use the drone, the Russians are struggling as well. They have to tune their surface-to-air missiles to actually deal with it. So the ships that is actually escorting the straits may not necessarily have what it takes to shoot down these drones. And now the Houthis also claim that they are dropping mines, naval mines, and then clearly most ships cannot deal with mines. You need a minesweeper to actually do it. So these are all additional things that you need to be concerned, which means that this coalition fleet is going to increase bigger and bigger. So the latest rumor or news coming out from the Americans is that they said that 20 countries now in total has signed up for this mission. So, but they say that many of these countries, or most of these countries, are not willing to share who are they. So there are rumors saying that Saudi Arabia have signed on, UAE have signed on, but they will not admit to it. So we do not know what they're going to do, because as long as Houthi is just attacking container ships, there's nothing much you can do about it. But the moment they hit a Navy ship, and the Navy ship got destroyed or sunk, then the whole hell will go crazy. Because then you have to invade the country, because you cannot just sail around and be a sailing target.
Wyatt, yes, you may be right. You may be right. You may be right that these countries participate. Huh? I was saying, but Wyatt, you may.
Everybody needs to calm down first. Everybody needs to calm down. Okay? Nobody want to try to hold their horse. Everybody just jump to the conclusion.
Fix your mic, Mike. You're muffled. Nobody can hear you.
Let me adjust him louder. No, you're a bit soft. Okay, you try again. Mike.
He was saying something about everyone needs to calm down. Mike, could you repeat?
Yes, everybody needs to calm down, because everybody is rushing to conclusion. Oh, it's definitely going to be Houthi. This might not even be the Houthi that fired to all these ships. Okay, this might be a setup. They might set them up. Okay, because this is what some people want to do. Look at the country that the ship was get hot. Okay, what do they have in common? Think about that. Okay, everybody thinks it's a Houthi, but if you to make the statement, they might not even make exact statement, because the translation that they will say, oh, this is exactly what it is, and now everybody using it against them. They might not even be the one that do all this right now, which they are setting them up, right? So before you know, but the truth come out, it's going to be too little and too late, and a lot of damages already been done. So I know.
Oops, sorry. It's my fault. No.
But I'm not saying it's not them, but it might not be them.
Yeah, but they basically they claim responsibility. So and the drones attack is being reported by the navies because they clearly know where the drones come from. So the only one that is weird is the latest one. There's a drone attack just off India, and then some claims saying that that's coming from Iran. So I think this is not confirmed yet. There's just rumors at this moment because it's too new.
Yeah, it would too. See, these people. That's the problem with some people in this world, right? They might say they claim the responsibility, whereby they don't even say anything at all. The media today, they are fabricate everything. They fabricate everything. Maybe they will say, "Oh well, we will do it." Then they will say, "Yes, they do it," because they say we will do it. Right now, they hold it to them. Now, even they cannot change their word anymore. Say they didn't do it because they already make the word. They will use the word to make them see that statement something similar to that. When they use the word to them and they don't know what to say, they will say that, but they will use the word to say, "Oh, they are the one that did it." You have to tell them, see what they say. They say they cannot. You know, even what they were said is different. This is what we call loss in translation. So it might be them, it might not be them. Even they, before they say they claim the responsibility, it might not be.
Yeah, Andrew
Even
just now was trying to respond.
Yeah, well, what you're saying, well, two things. Number one, I think I read in the news that Italy, France, and another country had refused previously to be in the leading part of this mission. I believe I read these news, but I also wanted to say that I can't read. Yeah, that's true because I'm Southern Italian. But another thing, even if we manage to right now eliminate all the Houthis, already $105 billion worth of cargo have already been diverted from the Red Sea to the Cape. The damage is already done. That is unfixable. So we can't really do much about that.
So people don't people was like because I did a video on it, and some people complain that the Saudis spend even more money and then they didn't manage to destroy the Houthis and whatnot. But the key thing is the Saudis went in as an aggressor. So the soldiers are not motivated. They don't feel like they don't even know what the hell is doing. Maybe the mission is not clear. So it's a different thing. It's like the Americans going to Afghanistan, similar. They have this very vague mission. As a result, after 20 years, they have to withdraw. They lost the war, essentially, or rather, they lost a protracted struggle. But when you come to the Houthis, there will be one point where everybody is losing so much money, particularly like Egypt, where in terms of Suez Canal, there are like hundreds of millions a day income. But there will be one point that they will feel that the military option is the way to go, because it's just costing them too much money. The people don't understand for example, if someone you do a job and then you have a salary and income, then someone just keeps screwing with your job and then you lost your income, your business cannot earn money. There'll be one day you just take the knife and just stab that person because it's like there will be a limit.
That's essentially what happened here in Argentina. Everyone just fucked the state.
Yeah. So we are not there yet. The global community, particularly certain specific countries, like especially those in the region, particularly is Egypt, they're going to have to burn a lot of money before they decided that, okay, enough is enough. And when you have an enough is enough situation where the country's economy is affected, when they send in the military, this military will be very motivated and they will even occupy the part of Yemen and stay there, to make sure that the Houthis cannot come back. This is possibilities that people living in this very peaceful world right now don't understand that it could happen. This kind of thing happens all the time throughout history. There's not something very
Sorry for cutting you off. I don't think they are going after Houthi. They are going after Iran. Iran is the key. They are going after here. Houthi is just how would I put it? Stepping stone to get to Iran. What they want right now is Iran, and they want to go after them. So now, because if you see what everybody say, Iran backer, it's Iran, it's Iran drone, it's Iran that are claiming to be responsible for all this right now. Because what they're going after is Iran. UT is just a stepping stone to get to Iran. And that is what they're going for. So that's what I said earlier, that this might be to get everybody joined together to go and fight Iran.
I think it's possible. There's definitely some elements in the U.S. and the leadership that want nothing more than to attack Iran. I personally don't think that it's possible for us to do that. I mean, I think that big time wars in the Middle East are incredibly unpopular. Even what's happening in Israel is starting to fray the support of Israel. And that's literally Israel, which is like the number one priority of Americans, unfortunately. We've pulled out of Afghanistan. We are still in Iraq and Syria, but that's very unpopular. Saudi Arabia is previously our most reliable ally in the Middle East, is already kind of starting to snub us. I don't think that the Americans have much appetite for anything getting involved in the Middle East. I think that most Congress people know that if we were to go ahead and actually start an assault on Iran, which is a very, very large and powerful country, it would lead to a domestic reaction that people would really not be happy about. So I don't really think it's going to happen. I really hope it doesn't. That's for sure. And like someone in the chat was saying, right, it defeats the whole purpose of getting out of Afghanistan, right? I mean, if you look at Afghanistan on the map, right, if you think about we invaded Iraq and Afghanistan, I think the grand strategic logic of that, and this was pretty much spelled out in the early 2000s by Cheney and others, was that we'll go ahead and invade Iraq, we'll turn that democratic, we'll turn Afghanistan democratic, we'll turn Syria and Libya, and then we're going to go for Iran. Iraq and Afghanistan are on either side of Iran. If we wanted to invade Iran, we should have done that 10 years ago when we were occupying both Iraq and Afghanistan. At this point, we're not, and it's just stupid to do that. It's really, really not a smart idea, especially when we have two much bigger issues, right, going on with Eastern Europe and going on in East Asia.
But I really don't feel like it's an Iran thing, for this Houthi thing, because it just feels like it's like every other issue is like, oh, it's always Russia's fault. So now it's like Russia is at war. They are already at fault at something. So now it's Iran's fault. If not, it's China's fault. And the thing is that the Houthis, yes, they definitely gotten weaponry from Iran, and then they get supplies from Iran previously when they are still fighting the war with Saudi. Doesn't mean that they cannot have a independent foreign policy right now. No, they decided to shoot at Israel. They decided to do the blockade. It can be their own decision. Just like when Hamas did the attack, I don't think the entire Hamas leadership actually was informed about the attack. So there was rumors about certain leaders actually don't even know that this attack is currently planned. Maybe Hezbollah also do not know this is going to happen. I think there's this another Islamic group that's inside Gaza was also caught by surprise because they were not informed by Hamas that they are going to do this massive attack until the very last moment. So Houthis doing their own thing is very, very possible because they feel very powerful, right? You defeated Saudi with all these Abrams tanks and fighter jets and and then now they can just use drones to threaten Saudi to keep Saudi out of the war. So this is not. It's just that you look at some of the comments, who are supporting Houthis right now. They are so confident that Houthis will win any war. It's like, they can come. They have really beaten Saudi Arabia, What? So what if it's the US military? Is like, okay, whatever, man.
Yeah, I mean,
if you look at the Yemen map, it's a really, really hard terrain. It's maybe the worst place on earth to wage war with the Borneo jungle. That's the few places where you don't want to wage a war.
I mean, if you look at it, you could tell they feel emboldened and they're punch-struck on victory and cocky. Because, like I said, look at that video they made earlier with the F5 Tiger Shark that they have in the Top Gun music. It's like, they know they ain't got a shot in hell with that plane against the Navy, but they're still going to go out there and talk shit. It's like, they don't care. It's like, go ahead, motherfucker. We don't care. If we die, we die, I guess. It's just obvious that everybody's taking the opportunity to take those shots because they know they can get away with it.
based.
No, yeah, that's honestly the biggest advantage that the Muslim powers in general have. I think that they don't. This is good. I think people in the comments are going to roast me for this, but a lot of them are ready to die. You know what I mean? And they're down for it. And it's I'm not saying everybody in that's a Muslim, but I'm saying a lot of people, right? And that gives you a lot of power, right? This is if you let me be a little autistic about it, right? And if you go into Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, right? He defines the beginning of human civilization. The whole it starts with slavery and the whole master-slave situation, and that all starts because one side is willing to die, and the other side is unwilling to die, and that's the beginning and the foundation of all power relations. And the thing is that the people in the West are really not willing to die. And if you look at Israel right now, they have an incredibly low tolerance for casualties, whereas the people in Gaza certainly do not, and that gives them a lot of power. So it's a very difficult opponent, and I think we learned that in our 20 fucking years of invading the Muslim world, which was a big failure.
I think if anyone want to invade Yemen, they must be willing to stay. Like Israel, like the Zionist movement, stay in the land of Palestine and form Israel. You need to stay, and you become part of your land. Then you will fight all the way. If not, then you're not going to fight. If if you are just there as an occupation, you can't. You have to conquer the place and make it yours. And I think that is a very hard thing to do today, because most countries are so politically correct right now that like for example, let's say Sudan war, the Sudan Civil War. You have two sides: the RSF, the Rapid Support Force, and the military. They could have just divided the country in two. And basically, they don't need to fight anymore. There's no point to fight, because they are all both in their own stronghold, and then they are fighting along basically the border of their strongholds. There is no point. But today, everybody just so care about the border, and nobody wants to just don't fight. No,
I was going to say the other thing I thought with Iran too. I mean, I really don't see how Israel could do anything to Iran. I mean, Saudi Arabia is our friend and shit, but I think if they tried to, because Netanyahu was saying something about, we got to attack Iran. It's like, dude, you got to fly across Syria or Jordan or Saudi Arabia. You don't think they're not going to tip them off? Because they don't want to get involved, and they know that shit's going to be bad. And if I'm the Saudis, do I want the Israelis or the Americans flying through my airspace to bomb Iran? Then what? I think Iran's not going to retaliate when they're right next door, and they could easily fuck me up. And maybe the U.S. will protect me. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't do as good a job as we think they should. I mean,
if there is
that's another reason why I don't think anything will happen with Iran unless we flat out go at them from like Diego Garcia or something, because nobody around there wants that shit stirred up any more than it already is. So they're trying to wind it down, and there's no upside to attacking Iran at all. There's nothing.
We ought to go around and answer the super chat. Yeah, go ahead, Shadowy, but let's go to the super chat after.
Yes. If there is a new war in the Strait of Hormuz, you have to imagine that the Russian is going to sell their gas and oil. That's going to be so expensive that they're basically going to be able to buy a second army. Just with what they're going to earn from their oil and gas. So it would be very, very helpful for Russia. So what was the super chat, please?
If I may, had lost its soft power.
As America lost its ability to project soft power, and due to constant war and regime change projects.
Yeah, well, if I may answer or partially answer that, I would say that the partial reason to that would be simply the weak political figure that America is being represented by currently, and their weak. We need to remember that just a few years ago, America retreated from Afghanistan, and that really gave a really weak image for the American military, abandoning a lot of equipment there. And we see how America, even diplomatically, it's failing to convince third world countries to get closer to the United States sphere of influence, failing to get them. And instead, they go to the Russian or Chinese sphere of influence. We see America failing in its occupation wars, as you said, and the regime changes, which just cause continuous wars, which go on without an end. So yeah, that's why I would say America's losing its ability to show soft power and influence countries. Or I mean, countries that are not in the sphere of influence of the United States already. I mean, for example, in Italy, America influences the politics here a lot still.
There's your soft power, Vaughn.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not drinking Bud Light. My kid thought it was cute to get me a Bud Light Bluetooth speaker for Christmas.
Nice quote, man. Nice quote. We don't believe you. You know.
Read the chat, Vaughn. Read the chat.
Yeah, Vaughn. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to have a go at this, and I don't think America has lost its capacity to project soft power, because pretty much almost every country has capacity to project soft power. They just need to use it. What America has not been doing is use soft power, at least as of the last few years. That means America has never lost that capacity. It just needs to perhaps get better diplomats, a better figure at the head. Because what they have been doing is mostly use hard power, like sanctions, like intervention, etc., etc. But you never just saw them perhaps just try to like use words to influence on the negotiating table with other countries, like say, okay, I want this, and this is the reasons, and look, I suggest we do this because this could do this, and etc. So essentially, they need better diplomats. That's all I'm saying.
We have the best diplomats in the world. We have the USS Ronald Reagan, the Nimitz. Those are the fucking negotiators that we send for soft power. Like, when they show up off your coast, it's time to close the deal, bro. Negotiating time's over. And soft power projection, yeah. If we had the right leaders and the right military command structure and the right president, then you could project power better. But with these clowns in the Pentagon and in the White House and the literal destruction of the military infrastructure, yeah, we can project, but how well that's done would be probably based on who's in charge of the operation. And when you look at the top, you have to assume that it's going to be poor projection, poor results.
You may have the USS Ronald Reagan. I have 200 Turkish lira. I can build a drone with this that will sink it. And then I have another 200 and another 200. I will sink the USS Ronald Reagan.
We'll just nuke your factory.
Can I add something about the US soft power? I think the US soft power is really, really important. And there are three main strengths for me in the US soft power. Is what I think. The first one is about the education system in USA. Most of the leaders in the world still continue to send their children to USA, to school, basically. The second soft power is their tech company. Today, we are on YouTube. YouTube is the way for USA to express soft power. Okay? And I forget about the third point. But there is a third one. It's Hollywood. Hollywood is the third one. Because when we are going to watch a movie during the holidays, it's going to be an American movie made by Hollywood. So,
yeah, I want to jump on that point, but I think it's a really good point that you make about the tech companies. I was watching this lecture by this guy called Yanis Varoufakis, who is, full disclosure, he was the Ministry of Finance of Greece, which sounds like the start of a really bad joke.
Long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. But I think he's got some interesting ideas, and his point was that
it's a very smart guy.
Yeah, no, and his point was that we're leaving the system of capitalism, right? And we're going back to a system of what he calls techno-feudalism. And the thing that defines techno-feudalism is that instead of being all about factories and workers, it's about land. It's about owning the land and collecting rent on the land. But in this case, the land is actually the platforms, right? The technology platforms. Right. And the word platform itself kind of gives you this image of this virtual land. Right. So when you think about it in those terms, right, if you look at who owns the technology platforms that we use on a day-to-day basis, right, stuff like Amazon and Google and Microsoft and all these are American companies. Right now, And his big thing is that if you were to combine the financial sector with the technology sector, that's really the foundation of because a bank, in a sense, is also sort of a platform for capitalist exchanges, right? So if you have this combination of finance with technology, that is the key to being dominant in the new era of the world economy. Now, if you look at China, right, if you look at what they've done, they have basically parallel platforms to all of the things that we use: Twitter, Facebook, Google, all their banks. They have, I don't know all that much about it. Nice one. But they basically have their banking built into their technological systems, right? So you can exchange money, directly in your Facebook chats, right? Which is something that we're also developing here in the States. And so the world is kind of, I think, going to be defined based on who has these technological financial platforms. And right now the centers are the United States and China. China has it for their own system. I think India is also developing their own stack of technology and banking services. But there's nothing at all in Europe. Everybody in Europe simply uses the American sector, right? So the soft power, in that sense, of the techno-financial platforms of America have totally conquered the economic systems of Europe, and China is totally immune from it. And that's really the big struggle between the U.S. and China, is that we can't get them onto our platforms. We can't collect rent from them. They've got their own rent. They're their own lord of their own castles. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Go on. Yeah, please.
Oh, so but the Chinese internet, right, is mainly still used only by the Chinese within China and the diaspora. So in terms of the diaspora, is mainly the Chinese that went overseas to work or migrated overseas, and also some of these Chinese ethnic that is non-Chinese citizen, but this is much lesser. Like particularly Taiwanese, they use the Chinese platforms. Malaysian Chinese, because Malaysian Chinese is Chinese. Many of them learn Chinese in their education, but the rest of the world, in terms of that, is much lesser. Like even for Singaporean Chinese, is very minimal the usage of Chinese internet.
Hey, Wyatt, I was just going to ask, is the Chinese internet, is it basically a closed circuit? You can't get into it from the outside, or you have to access it through a part of, you know what I mean? So they keep control over the content, basically. You know what I mean? Like, I would assume Russia has access to the internet worldwide, but at the same time, they have a way of, like, filtering it down into their country, maybe. Same with China.
So from my limited understanding of the Chinese internet, so all the Chinese websites we can access from internationally. So that's how they are able to project their influence overseas, but we can't even project inside into China. So that's what they do. But there are limitations in terms of some of the more important apps. For example, WeChat, some of these apps, because the Chinese love to use apps, and many of these apps is very difficult for non-China citizens to get in to get an account. So it's a bit like Instagram, but then they ask you for American phone number. They say, what the fuck? How do you actually have an American phone number to register an Instagram account? Something like this.
Hit me up in the DMs. I'll give you fake ones.
So, someone in the chat, I just got to highlight this. Someone in the chat said Russia's version of Google is Gulag. That's too funny.
Someone in the chat earlier also said that Vaughn's hat makes him look like a child and he should remove it. But I think it makes him look much younger than he actually is, as he's in the Revolutionary War. That's how old Vaughn is. He's crossed the fucking spectrum.
So I want to expand a bit more. I see some of the thing. The Chinese apps, some of them is I used to be able to register. Then after that, it's nearly impossible to register. And then many of them just use phone numbers. They don't use emails. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's not as easy. For not all apps is very accessible to people who's over outside of China. So, and also that the Chinese market is huge. It's huge to the point where they can sustain on their own. Just by China alone, like for example, when we look at our Instagram stars or YouTube stars or whatever, they have like 1 million views, or they say, wow, that's a lot. In China, 1 million views is a very common number. is always in the millions and millions. So you know, if you look at their TikTok, their viewership is much higher. You know, they call it Douyin. So it's a different world. So Chinese internet is not a small market; it's a massive market, which is why Alibaba they can just or you know, many of these are Chinese apps or companies, just by earning China money, they can buy out all the European companies. So you know, it's not small; it's a huge market. The deer is back.
Okay.
Nobody
So, just wanted to say something in regards to internet. I don't know if this is how they do it, but essentially, having worked with firewalls and so on, and if this applies to internet providers, it's rather easy to just block something. It's like a rule in a firewall. You add that rule, and you also can manage from the firewall itself the domains that can enter your network. So it's not that complex to block certain sites or to allow certain sites to go out. It's rather easy, in fact. That's why also you can establish certain VPNs and you can connect in there, because as long as they allow in the firewall a connection through that domain, through the VPN, then there is no issues getting into those networks. Like even some of the restricted ones, though some of the restricted ones will still be inaccessible, mainly because those don't go through those internet provider firewalls. They have rules within the software itself that do not allow for access from certain networks. Regardless of that, I'll be dropping off now because I just need to eat something. Happy holidays, everyone. And also, I hope the Americans get as a present a pair of balls because they need some. Take care.
Yes. Yeah, Samuel, make sure that you get your lunch quick. All right, the price might double.
So I want to share one. What the fuck? So I want to share one example of how the Chinese internet works. So Singapore have a very prominent Chinese newspaper that is very widely read in China. It's called Lianhe Zhaobao. So this is actually more read by the Chinese than Singaporean Chinese because our population is much smaller. But so their target market is actually China. But whenever we report on South China Sea, when we are critical about China, you know, or we stating Singapore position, the entire website goes down in China. And it will go down for like a few days. Or anytime that we criticize China, or we put a Singapore position or American position, the website goes down for like 2-3 days. It's always been like this. So, you know, that's the kind of control that China have. And it's very weird. So you let the news...
Like, you know, ahead of time, like the prime minister is going to say something against China. Everyone charge their phones tonight. You know, because the power's going to be out tomorrow for the day.
Andrew,
that's kind of fucked up though. That they know it's like, you know, and they don't really try to deny it. Like,
what?
No, you know, lying down on the bed and, you know, take the video like this. That is a very girl, you know, perspective. That they like to take photo like this because it's a lot more sexy.
Oh, are you saying I'm sexy in that position? Wait.
No. I'm saying that you shouldn't seduce the viewers. You know.
I thought you
lie down. You lie down again on the bed and you take the video.
It's just way more comfy.
You can carry on. It's okay. We will enjoy.
I don't know why you're not using the throne room for your studio.
I'm in my hotel. I am. I'm in my hotel.
Yeah.
Are you in that country now?
I am. I'm in that country right now.
So you're visiting your grandma and grandpa. That's sweet.
Of course. My grandma and my grandpa were turkeys. They were pardoned by the president. They were about to be butchered, but thank God, President Bush pardoned them. God bless his soul. And so, you know, now I'm here.
God bless America.
Context. Where are you now? Context. I don't get it. I don't get the joke.
I'm in Istanbul.
Ah.
Yes,
so,
which way?
I didn't want to geolocate him because I know the Ukrainians want him.
Yeah, I'm wanted by the Ukrainians for my war crimes, like saying Slava Rossiya. So I will be trialed and sentenced to death.
Sarah Ashton is on the hunt. She's
Just
hunting you
Yeah,
down.
Sarah Ashton will come here. It's not. Sarah Ashton will find me and she will put her woman dick in my ass.
Oh my God, Andrew.
She will absolutely rape me.
Come on, bro.
That's
This
what
ain't, voice chat, dude.
Yeah, it's also he, not she. But maybe we should get on to another topic, guys. I think that there was another really big event that happened. I think we covered
into that.
Yeah. So speaking of degeneracy, let's talk about what's going on in the United States of America, because I think we talked enough a little bit about what's happening with the Houthis and everything. In America, if you guys aren't aware, Donald Trump has been officially declared ineligible to run. He's been taken off of the ballot for the state of Colorado. Okay, so the state of Colorado has made the Supreme Court of Colorado has made a decision that, based on the 14th Amendment, of the Constitution, states that anybody who is taking part in insurrection or rebellion against the United States cannot be elected to run for office in the United States. Colorado has interpreted that as meaning that Trump cannot be. They're not going to send electors to vote for Trump. They're not going to put him on the ballot, right? Now, this can and probably will be appealed to the federal U.S. Supreme Court because Trump has still not yet actually been convicted of insurrection by the Supreme Court. But Colorado's done this, which is kind of a big deal, I would say. It's something that, and what we're seeing now is also a lot of other states in the United States, liberal Democrat states are talking about doing the same thing. And I just want to say one thing. The last time that this happened, the last time that a state took a candidate off the ballot was in the election of 1860, where a bunch of the Southern Democrat states took Abraham Lincoln off of the ballot. Now, that was the last election before the Civil War of 1861.
And actually, Archimedes, while what you said is entirely correct, you forgot to mention one thing, that I believe it was the Supreme Court of New Jersey declared that the 14th Amendment did not apply to the president.
Yeah, that's one interpretation, because what it says, I think, is an officer of the United States. Now, whether you define Trump as the president as an officer, that's kind of up to interpretation. I would say that he definitely is, but yeah. I just don't think that it was an insurrection. I think that if you want to talk about January 6th being insurrection, you haven't seen anything yet. Okay, if you want to see what a real insurrection looks like, keep doing what you're doing, Democrats. You'll see a real insurrection. So.
And they didn't even let the trial give out its results. There's still a trial ongoing, and it's such arbitrary. This is actually fucking disgusting.
This is running out of time. So Democrats are running out of time because a trial is going to go on for years. It's just like the Trump's excuse for not showing his financials. It's like the accounting is still doing it. They still under auditing. He went on for years and then he became the president and nobody gave a damn. So the trial is going to go on for a long time, and Democrats is running out of time. So because we are only like 1 year away from the election, so he have to be on the ballot by then if they don't remove him now. So, Vaughn.
Well, you've got some states now discussing taking Biden off the ballot in retaliation. So you've got that floating around out there. I mean, realistically, it's all going to get overturned at some point, but it's just a way of dragging shit out, and, attacking people, trying to provoke people. That's one thing the government's trying to do is it's not just about getting rid of Trump or other candidates they don't like. They want to scare people and subdue people, so they're doing everything they can to rile people up and get people to do stupid shit so they can crack down more and more. The Supreme Court, I guess, put off the emergency request of that piece of shit attorney that's trying to prosecute Trump. And they won't be rushed on hearing if he has immunity. So that's messing up his quick trial that he wanted to do, because they were trying to get something on paper or conviction or whatever by like April, May. And now that they've pushed that back beyond March, probably, that fucks up the start date. And then we're getting into the election hardcore. And then a lot of times you'll see these judges be like, the election's already going on. I'm not stepping in now. It's too late. You know, you didn't make it to the finish line in time. We're 3 weeks out from the election. I'm not doing that. I'm not starting World War III in America because you want to fucking fuck with this guy in court. I mean, the longer it drags out and the closer it gets, that's good for Trump. But it doesn't really matter what they do, because, I mean, they want to wreck the country, so they're going to do whatever they can to wreck the country. Take Trump out, get Biden in, get who, you know, they don't give a fuck. They're desperate. You can look how they're acting. I mean, every day they come out with some new thing or new twist or new story, you know, new interpretation of the old facts. I mean, it's just going to be bad. That's all it's just going to be crazy. Whatever you think could happen politically will probably happen, but then again, things you never thought would happen would probably happen. I mean, think about it. Nobody thought half the shit in 2023 was going to happen. I mean, does anyone even want to make guesses or predictions? Because that's like tempting fate there. You know, like, oh, that's a good prediction, Vaughn. And fate will be like, hold my beer. You know, like they're going to hook you up. I mean, you know what I mean? There's too many crazy fucking things that can happen. There's so many plates being juggled right now. I mean, think about it. I mean, there's so many hot points and flash points, and, you know, outside the world, plus the United States, all the pressure on us from inside and outside. I mean, it's going to be fucking crazy. And these judges and stuff are just feeding that fire more and more. I mean, really, hold on to your fucking pants, because it's going to be a fun ride this coming year, I think.
Do you think this will degenerate into a second civil war, possibly, if, you know, all of this isn't overturned?
Who the hell knows? I mean, so many things would have to hit perfect to make something like that happen. I mean, you could have violence, you could have different things, but I mean, you talk about an all-out civil war. I mean, like I said, if I say no, then watch. In June there'll be one. You know, be some 4th of July will be Civil War Day. If I say it don't happen, then it will happen. If you predict it, then it won't. I mean, like I said, there's so many crazy things going on right now, and so many things stewing under the surface and bubbling around in the United States and in the world that, you know, anything could happen. I mean, you think we're safe right now, you know, things like chilled out, and then all of a sudden something out of left field starts, and then we're right back where we were, you know. I mean, look, Gaza's quieted down, arguably. The Red Sea, arguably. I mean, yeah, there's still some shit going, but it's not all hyped up. Everybody's in position. You know, it's tense. Now what's going to happen? You know, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully it winds back down and they figure it out. But then again, maybe the Houthis get lucky tomorrow and sink a fucking ship, and then it's all game on. I mean, we don't know. That's what's scary. I mean, there's so many. We all watch shit and you know, in our own countries and around the world. I mean, you gotta admit, it's scary to think what possibilities are out there, because there's a lot of stuff that could happen, and it's not like far-fetched shit, because there's plenty of, you know, groundwork out there. Just see what takes root and hope it's not real bad. But
hello, Hamani. Long time no see.
I was with my thesis.
Sorry, again.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
that's better.
I mean, anyone else want to chime in on America? I mean, really, there's so much crazy shit that could happen. I mean, really, we could just speculate. But I mean, if anyone else wants to guess, go ahead. I mean, I'm just saying, crazy times for the next year. That's all you can pretty much guarantee.
I don't think that Biden will do anything because of the elections. He's trying to keep everything as calm as he can.
Biden
That's
is struggling
why
to
he's.
keep his bowels calm, man. I think that's his priority number one. I don't think Biden can do anything about what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you're from Algeria, right? There's a. I might be confusing Algeria with Libya, but I'm quite sure that didn't the government of Algeria give permission to the president to declare war on Israel because of the situation in Gaza, or am I thinking of Libya?
Yes, Algeria, but the parliament, but is more of symbolic acts than literally.
Right. You know, I tell you what, it'd be real funny if Algeria started attacking ships too. That'd really fuck things up. You've done it before, right? The Barbary Pirates, man. You guys have a long history of this shit.
Yes. Algeria was had done a lot of piracy before the colonization.
You can make a lot of money, bro.
New Somali pirates in the Mediterranean.
That got us a lot of wars in that time. We were in war with the British every 5 years.
Yeah. Even the United States declared war on the Barbary Pirates in the 1800s. A lot of people don't realize, yeah. That was the first time that the Americans
had war
did police action.
With every nation in the world. With every nation in the world in that time. We were fighting them. Everyone.
Actually, there's a scary prospect,
Just
right?
fighting
Suddenly, if everybody just start to behave like Houthis, right? Then we literally just go back by 200 years, go back to the Napoleon era, the colonial eras, where the sea is totally not safe all the time.
Yeah, part of me
And
just wants
so
to
the
go back to
railroad
that.
become very important, and we go back to the Silk Road politics of China.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. What's up, Dan?
What's up, homies?
Dan.
My headphones. Sorry, let me connect my headphones.
Are you still in California?
I guess they don't celebrate Christmas in California.
Nope, I'm in Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
The only guy who crossed the border the other way.
Hey, man, don't forget to get your Walmart card back when you cross back over. There's like $5,000 on them motherfuckers.
God damn.
What's up, Red? Camanacho?
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes. I can see you don't have a Santa hat on either, fucker. Not in the spirit.
I don't, because I'm in a Muslim commentary.
I know. And Andrew doesn't have his menorah up, so whatever.
What's the topic today? I didn't get to.
So we were just talking about the what happened in America with the events in Colorado, where the Colorado Supreme Court took Trump off the ballot. Now, I just want to kind of give my take on this real quick. I think that it's more of a symbolic thing than anything. I think that the real danger is that it's going to lead to a cascade effect where a lot of other states start to take Trump off the ballot. Until that happens, I don't think that this in itself means anything, but it's just a symbol of further division that's happening in the U.S.
But I think it's scary, right? Because you guys say that the Civil War started with them taking off Lincoln's name off the ballot. So and Trump really have very strong support in many of the states, which is why it's very concerning, because there's always all this talk about secessions and let the Democrats be their own country, this kind of thing. So because they always say that just let California or whoever or the New York just be themselves, then let them try without the Midlands, without all the other Republican states. See how you're going to survive. See where you're going to get your grains, get your food, your poultry. And I think that there's always this anger and temptation to try. And it's going to be very bad for the world.
The thing about the United States that makes it different from the situation in the 1860s is that in the 1860s the divide was north and south, right? It was northern states versus southern states. Today the divide is geographically speaking, it's cities versus the country, right? This isn't really a a red state versus blue state thing. It's a blue city versus red state thing. You know what I mean? So that makes, both sides are much more dependent on each other than they were in the 1860s. You know what I mean? It's not really logical that the cities can just secede or that the country can secede from the city, right? Economically speaking, both sides need each other. That's how all, civilization works everywhere. It's so I still think that we're really far away from this escalating to something that's actually kinetic. For that very reason, right? There's no way of a secession happening. Somebody in the open mic speakers lounge told me that it's possible that in a collapse scenario, the United States state governments will actually collapse before the federal government. Normally, people talk about the federal government collapsing and then people turning to their state governments, but I think it's interesting to think about that the exact opposite scenario happening.
America's so
it's
complicated.
Yeah,
America's so complicated. But the thing is that we have never felt or have never had any problems in this country like that would unite us. I can't remember the last thing. Like the 9/11 thing is not it, right? So we've never actually suffered as a country, and I think we've taken that for granted. We're kind of like spoiled kids. We're fighting each other. Oh, he has this, he has that. Like, it's pathetic. It's gonna take a big thing for us to finally get our things together, and that's if we get to that point, because we might not ever get to that point. As far as the ballots in states taking off Trump, I don't think that so just put it this way, let's say that the states that take his name off the ballot are blue states anyways, which aren't going to help him anyways. So people would still vote for him and he could still win the presidency. Not that I care who wins anyways, but like it's going to be the states that are leaning towards the left anyways who take him off the ballot. This is all just making America look like a bag of ass. This is all we're doing is making ourselves look like a clown fest. But I don't know. It is what it is.
I mean, people like us from Bangladesh always laugh at these problems because we're so used to these problems because our whole opposition is in the jail. They're just sitting in the jail. It's just like a normal thing for us. Our whole opposition is in jail cells. So
Red. So my parents immigrated from Bangladesh and into the United States, and my dad would often talk to me about how, in America, we have a lot of things that we take for granted that people in other countries, like third world countries like Bangladesh, really don't have at all. One example that he gave was like, I remember I was driving with him, I was a kid, and he said, look, everybody's stopping at this red light, even though nobody's going in the intersection, right? In a third world country, people don't have that level of social trust where they'll just stop and wait for the light to turn green, even though they could go, right? Everybody follows the laws more or less, right? And another thing, and so lately, with all this stuff that's been happening politically, my dad's been saying, look, this is starting to remind me of the things that happened, in Bangladesh, and he's of the era where he lived through the war and everything against Pakistan, and so it's it's scary, man. It's really scary what's going on. It's a big problem.
And what's more scary to me is that every empire collapse through infighting. When they are weak, they are losing their geopolitics, and then the next thing they do is they infight, be it between the different prince fighting for power after the king died, or it could be just like the Rome where they have a lot of everybody's caring about the politics. They're still playing politics, and when the empire is collapsing, when the barbarians is coming, they're still fighting against each other. They're still arguing, not realizing that all this argument is pointless if the barbarians enter. And I think we are seeing this in United States right now, where the entire geopolitics is collapsing. Everything that the United States is doing overseas is failing. Soft power is not working. Hard power, the United States don't have the capability now to do hard power. And what we see is that they are still fighting for the little bit of pie that's left in United States. This is something that I noticed, and it's very scary because we do not know what comes next after the United States goes down. We do not know who is going to take the lead. If it's Russia, I think it's not that bad. But if it's China, it's a bit more scary. Because
but Russia doesn't want it.
Yeah, and that's also scary because if Russia becomes the leader, become the sole superpower, let's say, because like I did in my video, I said Russia is on the way to become a superpower, and it's actually not difficult. For United States, they are also losing so Russia needs the economy to grow the economy a few more times to become a superpower. United States is losing everything. Everything is on decline, and to stay as a superpower is much more harder for United States. And if they go down, and Russia have this non-interference policy, Russia don't like to interfere with overseas matters. If you want to trade, we trade with you. You want weapons, I sell you. But they don't care. You want to fight your war, you go and fight. They don't care. That's what we see, right? You see, Russia do not go around, stopping wars. They don't. They just they just give you the weapon to fight.
Yeah, that's actually true because in Bangladesh with the recent political unrest, like there's a lot of foreign interference from like India, China, the West, and stuff. And Russia's like always like the West is doing this and that. Like they're always like saying that why are they interfering and stuff. Basically, the thing is their non-interference policy is really clear in this country too, because whenever the West does anything regarding the politics, they just go wild. They're like, the West is planning a color revolution. They actually said this. They're saying that the West is planning a color revolution in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
So it's
the West has a lot of problems
funny.
with Modi. I think that causing problems in Bangladesh is going to be a way to outflank India. But if you talk about Russia being non-interfering, if you go back 40 years and start talking about tell somebody that Russia is not interfering with the affairs of other countries, they'd look at you like you're crazy, right? If you look at the situation of the Cold War, the Soviet Union was kind of like the US is today, and like the US was then, was a globalizing and universalizing project. They had this ideological drive to get everybody in the world on the same page about this ideology called communism. The West also was doing the same thing. They wanted everybody in the world to be on this ideology called liberalism or capitalism. These sort of universal ideologies, now the Soviet Union has collapsed and no longer is universalist, but the West is still practicing this universalist ideology, which failed spectacularly in the Middle East as one example, and it's failing everywhere. I think that the entire concept of universalizing ideologies is for the past. I think that the future is going to be regional or civilizational ideologies that don't pretend to be applicable to the entire world. I don't think that America is going to have the strength to push its ideology on the rest of the world. I don't think China will, or Russia. It's just going to be different systems of, humanity is going to fracture again into different ideological ways of looking at things. And I do think that as that happens, we're going to see the end of liberal leftist ideology within the United States as well. But I don't want to get too into that, but I think that's where we're headed.
Archimedes, are you saying that if it's a bad thing? I would say it's a really good thing.
I agree. I think it's a good thing too, and I think it could be even a good thing for the people of America. Yeah, I'm saying you're absolutely right. The Asian continent is, it's actually kind of interesting what's happening with Asia rising back up. If you look at the world as it was in, let's say, the year 1200, right? You had this sort of balance of power between these world civilizations. You had the Muslims in the Middle East, you had the Indians, you had the Chinese, you had the Europeans, and they were all more or less equal. And then what happened, right? Then the Europeans became more powerful than everybody else, and they started trading, and they started, setting up trading ports in the entirety of Asia, and then they took over the New World and all the rest. We're seeing this unfolding of that entire system that's happening, and I think it's interesting that what we're seeing the Muslim world acting as a block on trade from Europe to Asia, which is exactly what happened in the year 1400 that caused the Portuguese to want to go and circumnavigate Africa in the first place, because they wanted to stop paying the tariffs and the shipping fees that the Ottomans were requiring, right, for goods to get in from through the Ottoman Empire into Italy. We're seeing that same geopolitical thing happening again in reverse, where the Muslims are blocking the trade from Europe to China, and instead of pushing Europe to go out and discover a new route to Asia, it's just weakening Europe, probably for good.
I want to add on to that as well. And in reverse, the Portuguese is now the Chinese. The Chinese are now trying to go around whatever there is the barrier is and try to get the trade. And also in the same gist of the situation is that in the colonial era or pre-colonial era, where the European powers start to spread, because Europe don't have all the resources, that's why they start to colonize, and then they become the superpowers that they are. The Spanish is a superpower, the British are the superpower, the Portuguese at one point was a superpower, because they have all these colonies. And this is also why, you know, I always have this discomfort about China, because this is the natural evolution of where the Chinese will go. Because once they can colonize certain places, they have a military powerful enough that nobody dares to stop them, then they can secure this thing and become a superpower. Because I say China have everything right now. The only problem they have is certain resources they do not have. And once they can secure it, they can become a superpower. And this is also why you can see certain move in geopolitics is to prevent China from becoming that superpower.
Why?
So,
but I have a question. Like, this is really good. I was thinking about this earlier. So I was thinking, man, China has everything. Okay, they need a little bit of resources. Okay, that's fine because they can get it from somewhere. But I think another thing that China needs is to test what it has now. You know, you're seeing Russia test its armed military. You're seeing it test. America has tested it in the past. But China, when's the last time we saw China test itself? I think it has to test itself before the next 10 years. I think China has to test its military, its navy, its air force to see where it is. I think even China wants to see what it has. I think it doesn't really know what it has. So that's going to be an interesting topic in the future. China's show of force. We haven't seen it.
And it's another important thing is that if you notice, China have no involvement in Ukraine, which is very unusual for those that always have this idea that, oh, Russia and China is best friends. But if you actually notice, you don't even see Chinese weapons on the battlefield. The only thing I see was just some buggy or some small vehicle for transportation, and that's it. Because even Russia don't want to let China test their weapons. You know, it's dangerous. You know that you cannot let China know how powerful are they, or know whether they works or not, or to improve their weaponry. Because
there are Chinese weapons in Ukraine. Actually, it's called coronavirus.
No, hey, but Wyatt, not a lot of people talk about that, dude. Like, not a lot of people are mentioning the fact that in war, it's the greatest opportunity to see what the hell works. And actually, by Russia not deciding, no, we got this, we'll use this, because I guarantee you, China wants so badly to, hey, try this. They want to see how it works.
Do you want to know where is the
No, can I raise something about this? Yeah. So this is kind of like basic human nature, because if you want to find if you want to make the best out of you, you need to go the hard way. For example, in our schools we have exams. Exams always make us study. If we don't have exams, no one wants to study. That's it. Because most of us, we study before the day before the exam, because exams pressures us. So yeah, exactly. Because so that's why, like, when like, for example, Russia went to war in Ukraine, all these problems started popping out, and then started slowly fixing all of them. Why couldn't it fix it like before it went to war? Because it couldn't, because it's simply human nature. When you're given this difficult situation, you are forced to do it, and then you actually do it. So like, it's like kind of human nature, and it's like currently it's like, how do I say this? It's necessary for everything, not just wars. It's just necessary for everything. So what Russia is doing, what the United States did in the past, it's a good thing. You can say whatever you can say. Oh, you can say, like, you can say it's bad, the wars are bad or whatever, but it's really good for them, because it actually helps them solve a lot of problems. Like, Russia managed to solve the corruption problems. They managed to upgrade their military, and now they're on the track to become a superpower. Like, I saw Wyatt's video yesterday. It's really well. It really explains how Russia might become.
So I want to tie it back to Red Sea. So give me a while. I want to tie it back to the Red Sea. Remember just now I say Yemen needs to be invaded if they really want to solve this. If Houthi don't stop themselves, they don't control themselves, they cannot control themselves, someone need to invade it, because that's the only way you can stop it. And guess who will benefit the most? Yes. So who will volunteering? Nobody wants to invade Yemen. No, like, we just talking about China needing a war. Yemen will give them the war, and I say that the invading force need to stay and make it like an Israel for themselves. Guess who? China can make it a colony. They can make it their territory, and there's plenty of Chinese all around the world. They can actually plant it there, build military bases, create that, that permanent base that they wanted so much. And you will be right at the most strategic point at Yemen. and they will put them directly into the geopolitics in the Middle East. So, which is why, don't underestimate the possibility of that happening. But the Chinese are very conservative. They need to calculate, all the different chess moves before they can make a decision, because it's very dangerous. If you go in and you lose the war, there goes all their prestige. It's gone.
Yeah, exactly. That's why China, since their revolution, we have not seen them involved in something as big as what's coming next. And definitely, I wasn't even thinking about that. That would be a perfect place for them to test themselves, because anywhere else, it just doesn't make sense. Somewhere inside of African continent makes no sense. There's no strategy around that. There's no resources that they can exploit and get out of that continent, or strategic locations. But Yemen, holy moly, that's a beautiful point.
Well, yes, but I would disagree that we choose Yemen precisely because of how we discussed Yemen. They would enter into a losing conflict. It's not a conflict you can easily win, and actually, I do not believe it is winnable, considering the fact that Yemen.
Are you saying the Houthis are stronger than China?
No, I'm saying the terrain in Yemen is extremely hard to fight on, and heavily favors the defending side.
No,
I mean,
they have a navy, dude. It's literally a peninsula, dude. A navy. You surrounded.
I go to qualify why China will win the war.
Yemen isn't a peninsula.
Wait.
Let me qualify it first. Then I'm going to let Maddie in. Maddie is in the backstage. So you have to understand, Himalayas is the worst terrain, and the Chinese operates in the Himalayas. So don't underestimate the Chinese. Number one. Second, China have the world's most advanced drone technology, aside from maybe Russia, probably better than Russia. You see some of the demo prototype that they're using is crazy, okay? And then they are using the swarm technology. They can actually fly through a bamboo forest. So they will love to test that. Imagine, they can send in a small force with augmented with many kind of drones. It will be crazy to fight them. The Americans need to send send special forces through the mountain. The Chinese don't even need to do that. Now they have drones. They just fly the drones across the mountains. Where can you hide? So, and then they have the Navy. They have the aircraft carrier. They have
they would love to test that. They would
come
love
on, man.
to test that.
I'm gonna go to Vegas and put $100 on China invading Yemen in 2024.
Why should China do that? Why should China do that?
No, still, you raise a good point, but I really don't think China might really invade Yemen.
We're not saying it might. We're saying it should, to test its military. It would be a perfect place to do it.
I don't think it really would.
Why their image in the Islamic world? Why should they do that? The hurt that is happening by the closing of the Red Sea is not to China, but
invading Yemen, besides protecting sea routes, there's a 1,000 more implications if they invade. So
it would also anger the Iranians.
I'll give you two good reasons right now. Time is running out for them to actually test their military. It's really running out because Russia's doing. Wait, I hear an echo. Hello.
Yeah, I think it's from Virgin. Maybe it's from Virgin.
Right now, more than ever, you need to be able to show the world how strong you are. Russia's doing it. America has done it. China has not done it. Doesn't matter what you think about China. Anybody who's already tested their military is already ahead of them by just de facto. They can say, "Oh, look, we've already done this." China wants to do it. They're eager to do it. You would have to be uneducated in the military world to not think that China's looking for a conflict to try what it has. And now looking at the map right now, Yemen is looking sexy. We're not saying that it's going to do it, but it would be a very good place to do it because it could try out its navy, it could try out its ground forces, and it's fairly close to home. And it's going to bypass all these little countries that it doesn't like, and it's going to have a sphere of influence in a part of the world that's highly valuable. If it doesn't do Yemen,
permanent base.
Yeah.
And the most important part is the permanent base.
I mean, from a military perspective, it looks awesome, but.
Can I just jump in on Dan's comment there?
Me too.
Well, Dan, I think that my perspective on it, I'm not necessarily sure that China's looking for a fight. I don't think they'll back away from one, but I don't necessarily think it's in their culture and in their DNA to look outwardly for a fight. So I don't necessarily think that they're trying to, that they really want to get into a military conflict. Where I do see the Chinese getting more progressively involved will be more so on the economic side of things and leveraging their immense, just economic might in terms of manufacturing the entire, world. So I can certainly see them using that lever more so than I ever would a military one.
But that's their classic lever. Sorry, Vaughn, let me just respond. But that's what we know them for. And if they want to continue to exist in a world, I mean, everybody knows everything's made in China. This hat's probably made in China, and it's cost money.
No, I get that, but I haven't yet seen China strong arm other countries economically the same way you do in the West, right? So I think, but I do see China, and I don't think they want to. Like, I don't think China wants to be another America.
Yeah, you can't protect yourself with money, though. So I think they.
No, the thing is with China is China wants, if Dan's right, let's say that China wants to like prove their naval capability. What better way to do it than to park your Type 1 carrier group there and start conducting combat air patrols to protect shipping, so you can start upping your operational tempo and start learning like the Americans do, where you can run 24/7 operations in any kind of weather. The Chinese haven't done any of that kind of shit. So there's a perfect, they don't really have to get involved. If they blow up a pirate ship, nobody cares. If they take a shot here and there, nobody cares. But they're launching aircraft, they're conducting missions or mission profiles. That's what they need to do. And it's a way they could do it in a hot environment, maybe get some shots in, or just practice in a hot environment. I just don't see it. Send that carrier, but I'm just saying, or they could just send other ships and just practice tactics and stuff, and maybe get a little involved. I mean, if they hit something that's like neutral in the sense that, like, oh, it's a pirate ship, no one's going to care, no one's going to say anything. All I'm saying is there's some ways they could practice.
I guess my viewpoint on it is they don't necessarily want to practice. You know what I mean? I think that they've been extremely successful in leveraging soft power around the world, and they're going to continue to leverage soft power. I don't think they need.
You still want to get your carriers and your Navy up to speed. I mean,
no, I think
it doesn't really do any good to have 3 aircraft carriers if we can sink them in 5 minutes.
Look,
which we probably could right now.
I'm not sure that we need
can
that
pretty
stuff.
much wipe out the Chinese Navy and with probably one good strike with everything we have.
I think you're completely wrong about your characterization of the Chinese culture. I think a lot of Westerners have this image of Chinese as being, really peaceful people, because the Chinese immigrants that come to America are just, they come and they're really good at math, and then they sit around and they eat dim sum. They're just chill guys, right? But in reality, right? You look at the history, okay? China invaded Tibet and conquered Tibet in the 50s. Okay, this isn't 1,000 years ago. They invaded and conquered Tibet in the 50s. They had a brutal civil war where millions of people died in the 20th century. They fought Japan in the 20th century. Okay, they even had a battle with the Russians over I forget the name of it right now. The Usuri River clashes, right? They have territorial disputes with Japan. They have territorial disputes with Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan, one of those. They have territorial disputes, obviously, with India. They have territorial disputes with in the South China Sea. The Chinese also have, a history of imperial conquest. They see themselves as being the Middle Kingdom, right? That doesn't come with no strings attached. That doesn't mean that you're just, I'm just happy with everybody, we're going to be diplomatic and trade with everybody. No, it means you're the Middle Kingdom. It means that what happened in 1800 when the British came along and showed the Chinese that that they weren't the Middle Kingdom anymore, they were just some far eastern land of mystery for the British. That was a huge insult to the Chinese. It was a really big problem for the Chinese, and ever since then they've been recovering from that humiliation. They have a big chip on their shoulder. They want to be the Middle Kingdom again, and they very well could be once again. They're not gonna, and that's not going to happen just through trade and diplomacy. Okay, I think that's absolutely foolish.
Fair enough, but I'll just end it here. Fair enough on your point. But when we talk about some of those conflicts that you just mentioned, like other than Tibet, did Taiwan really start any of those? Or did China really start any of those? Like, I don't think so.
I mean, I suppose, but yeah, you can't just say other than Tibet, right? That's a pretty big deal.
So let me explain a bit of things. So, like for example, Archimedes talk about the Qing dynasty that was met with the colonial the Europeans. You have to understand how Middle Kingdom is the Middle Kingdom. They don't give a fucking damn. They always think that the internal threat is more scary. So even the foreign troops march all the way to Beijing, right? The monarch don't even give a damn. They said to them is like no, all these are just typical barbarians, the steppe people, the Mongols, the Xiongnu's or whatever. They always will invade into China, but they can't stay. The internal threat is more dangerous. So they largely just ignore it. That's why they keep losing the wars and lose the Opium War and whatnot. But but of course it's still an insult, But it is the mentality. Imagine how you're going to unite the whole of Europe if you're not brutal. It's impossible. China is the size of Europe. You have to fight freaking a lot of war. A lot of people have to die before you can unite the entire of a so-called subcontinent, basically China.
I just want to make a quick little anecdote from Kissinger's book on China. He talks about how when the British first came to China and they had diplomatic relations with the emperor, the Mandarins responded to the British with a message written in Latin, because they thought that the British were a province and representatives of the Romans. So, and this is in the 1700s. So,
I mean, I think for China, they just their biggest concern is probably getting their Navy #1 up to speed, or at least competitive with the United States' Navy and capabilities and projection of power. And the second thing they have to focus on is their Air Force. I mean, those are the two key components they got to have if they're going to defend anything or take Taiwan. The land troops aren't really ever going to come into play because no one's going to seriously invade mainland China. I mean, that's going to be all ballistic missiles and tactical, nukes or whatever. But I mean, if and those two things, I mean, they could go on bullshit missions, and slowly get competency in their Navy, but they really would have to make a big commitment, like I said. I mean, send a carrier group over there and help them, or just volunteer by being there to conduct anti-piracy operations. You can run your helicopters and maybe launch a few planes here and there, and it's not like they wouldn't have deconfliction lines and all that kind of shit. So they could start learning how to operate far away, because I mean, they're gonna, if they want to, even if they just want to stay in the South China Sea, they still have to be able to go out and project power and then maintain that presence. And I mean, nobody knows. It's just like their tanks and everything else. I mean, it looks good, it might be good, but until it's actually faced another tank in some kind of battle or an ATGM or whatever, we don't know. And the only things you really can see is that, they got good aircraft. I mean, they got what appear to be good ships. It's just they don't have the experience doing all that stuff. So, I mean, I think getting involved over there, doing escorts and stuff like that, whatever you could do just to get the experience. I mean, I would think even if they're not allowed, they're sending maybe army officers and stuff to Russia to maybe learn from what they're learning, just like Wagner goes around and teaches. And maybe they got guys going to schools there to see how the Russians operate or how they do it. Maybe they even get to observe some of the, battle and training and stuff to take back. I'm sure there were, same with North Korea. I mean, you don't think they're not, swapping tactics and training and all that kind of shit. I mean, it's not like it's anything special, like in the sense secret. It's just the most up-to-date, brutal version of infantry and land warfare you can imagine. I mean, with all the stuff coming on with all the ISR and drones, I would think any countries that are friendly with Russia could probably get access to at least, schools and stuff, or, training by people, or at least, briefings or, TED Talk type things. I mean, they're all buddies, even if they're not buddies, they're still working together. So I would think that's just another way to kind of smooth over relations with everybody, especially all the BRICS countries, or the ones that are, like I would assume Iran, China, probably for sure. Maybe some African countries are sending people or asking to send people.
So I want to just also change the perspective about China, is that China is not aggressive over the past maybe 50 years. It's because they can't. It's not because they cannot or they won't. I'm ethnically Chinese. So our mentality is very violent. We are very vengeful. So don't underestimate the willingness of China to take revenge on United States for whatever they have endured over the past maybe 50 years, 80 years or whatnot, and on the Japanese and whatnot. They will do it. It's just that the time is not ripe. People say, some of the comments say that they will not establish colony, and they have never done it, which is true. China never established any colonies because they don't need to. When they do, they conquer. They don't establish colonies. They conquer the place. And in fact, if you really want to put colony, there is also examples of colonies in a way. The Silk Road, when the Ming Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, Qing Dynasty, when they take over the Silk Road, they have troops and officers or whatever stationed in all this steppe area, on this desert area. And largely that's considered colonization as well. It's just that, it's not in the way that you imagine in the modern day. They are there to secure the trade routes rather than exploit the land there, because there's nothing to exploit over there. It's just a desert. So, my advice is don't think of the Chinese as very, very peace-loving. Because if you look through the history, we are extremely violent. We kill each other like nobody's business. I think collectively the wars versus Europe, I think more people die in China than in the whole history of Europe in terms of warfare. So, that's why I have my fear. You see, I'm technically Chinese. I know my own people, so I'm scared of China. But you guys
whenever I read about wars in China, like the amount of violence and casualty, it's like mind-blowing. Like, why is it so high? Like, why is it so brutal? Like if you compare it to like wars in other places, like even during those times, like it's like 100 times more like brutal and violent. Like,
well, because there's more people. That's it. Like you're looking at it in absolute terms versus relative terms. If you've got billions of people and they get into a conflict, you're going to see a lot of them die. But in relative terms to another country, it might not be as violent.
But the only reason there's so many people is because it's such a huge country, and the only reason it's such a huge country is because it was unified by a lot of wars, right? I mean, back in I think the Qin Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi conquered all of China, unified it in I think 300 BC or 200 BC, yeah. And so ever since then it's been unified mostly.
So
huge country.
So for example, if you look at Europe or India, which is subcontinents with almost similar size of arable lands and whatnot, there is never a case where India that someone feel like they have to conquer whole of India. It's never really the case. In Europe, a lot of people try, they always fail. So imagine how violent you need to be to conquer the whole of China. Is to say Chinese is not violent or not warfaring, right? It's very doesn't stick to reality. They are willing to sacrifice unlimited number of people. No amount of people should be spared to conquer a whole of China. So it's a very different mentality. It's different.
But do you actually believe that in this day and age? Like some of the times, what I find is we get in these arguments about what a country did 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago, and we don't put it into today's terms, right? So yeah, I'm sure that China was a wickedly violent place back in the day, as was a bunch of places. But in this day and age, I don't see that. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm.
I think that's a very Canadian thing to say. No, I mean, no offense to you at all, Nunya. I'm just saying I think a lot of Canadians have this idea of oh, the world is going to become this more sort of progressive. We're going to come to this new level of liberalism where people aren't going to be fighting each other anymore. I don't think it's true. I think people are the same as they've ever been. I think we're still just as nasty and just as. I mean, I think just look at the Ukraine war, right? This is a brutal fucking war, right? I mean, by some estimates, about 1 million people have died. And this is happening in the age of mass media and everything else and liberalism, right? I mean, it's just look at Israel and Gaza, right? It's not beyond us at all.
Now, I will put it
fair enough.
And one more thing I wanted me to say. Oh shit! I just dropped my laptop. Fuck. Okay. No, I was just saying. I think that psychologically speaking, it's easy for people to compartmentalize violence, right? And just forget that violence is actually a real thing. Even if it's real, they can just, there's something psychological in people's brains that lets us not be bothered by it, And the best example I can have of that is abortion, right? The fact that millions of abortions happen on a day-to-day basis, and yet people somehow have been convinced that it's not actually a real death, so they just don't even feel any moral qualms about it whatsoever. I think it's just kind of interesting, right? People are terrible psychopaths, fundamentally. That's how I see it.
Well, so the human brain is made to consider only what it can see, and we don't often see violence. Or violence is often ignored.
So I want to go back to the China thing just now Archimedes was talking about. So examples of China doing things that they have never done before, like Ming Dynasty sent a treasure fleet. So the famous treasure fleet with Zheng He, the eunuch, as the leader, and then they sail all the way to Africa. That was unprecedented in Chinese history. So it is to say that China have never done it before, then so they will never ever do it again, or never ever do it, don't make sense. There's no such thing. If you look at the geopolitics of China today, they need all these bases, linking all the way to Africa. And whatever they have right now is based on debt trap or based on Belt and Road to buy favors or to trap them so that they can have a base that they can use. But this is not their land. They don't control it. So that's why like when I talk about Yemen being an opportunity, that is a possibility where they definitely exploring, but they would not dare to do it immediately because they have been, that strategic patience is a Chinese thing, when we talk about in Chinese strategy, right? Non-action is a form of action. So it is, they have to wait for the right time to do it, to minimize the fallback, or whatever the counter attack, that they have to face. Vaughn want to say something, right?
I was pointing at Andrew, I thought.
Oh, Andrew.
I'm in a completely different place, Vaughn. Are you drunk? Well,
actually, on my screen, I'm underneath you, so I was pointing up.
Oh, okay. That's kind of weird, but
by the way, happy Tibbs Eve, everybody. Google it, TIBBS Eve.
Wyatt, you said really clearly about the Chinese bases not being technically Chinese soil, like the territory, and the same thing happened with European colonization. The very same thing when Portuguese and Spanish explorers went and explored Africa, and the Portuguese first circumnavigated Africa, reached the Cape, etc. Of course. They established ports and forts within with deals with the native kingdoms to establish bases there, which weren't technically their own soil, but they were on native territory. Like Porto Novo in modern, I think it's Dahomey. That's the same thing developing once again. So who knows? Maybe one day Djibouti will be a Chinese colony.
Yeah, because we can go back a few hundred years, and then we can say that the Portuguese has never been aggressive country. So they will never, attack another country or establish colonies. No, it is not a valid kind of argument. I'm just saying that if you look at what they need geopolitically, it makes sense eventually. But no, right now they can't because they are blockaded by the United States and its allies. But United States is declining, and that's why the concern is any countries that depending on the United States is freaking out because the United States is in a mess.
I can confirm that as an Italian, Italian politics are really in turmoil, especially regarding our relationship with the US and the EU, because the EU is just Italy is a servant of the EU, which is a servant of the US, essentially. So we're freaking out. We don't know what to do. There's confusion.
Hey guys, I wanted to ask you guys about that, just to change topics slightly. So 4 days ago, France joined the coalition of the willing for this Red Sea misadventure. And then yesterday, they announced that they were pulling out of it, 3 days later. Spain and Italy also pulled out.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Anya. I'm quite sure that they didn't pull out. What they did was they simply are pulling out from the U.S. command structure, which means that they're still going to be part of the operation, but they're not going to be under the command of the U.S. They're just going to be voluntarily part of it as sovereign countries, which I don't think is really a huge deal, to be honest with you. And anyway, there were never going to be any Spanish or French or Italian vessels that were actually going there. It was just some officers that were going to be going along. The only vessels that are going, there's several U.S. vessels, one British one and one Greek. That's all. So it's
but the fact that they pulled out of it, actions mean something.
They didn't pull out. They just pulled out from the command structure.
Yeah, but that means they pulled out of the command structure. They pulled out. We can talk about them not being under or having their own command structure, whatever. At the end of the day, that they announced that they were going to join it, and then a few days later, they said that they were pulling out of it. To me, that means something. It means that they heard something that they didn't like.
I think that's the media spinning it in a negative way. I think what happened is they said they were going to join the operation, which they did, and then 3 days later they said they're not going to be under the U.S. Command. They're going to do it voluntarily. It was just a clarification of what it meant for them joining. I don't think there was any backtracking going on. That's how I read it, but I could be wrong. I mean, I haven't read every single article.
What do you guys think?
Before this, I was reading about how the Biden administration has not yet taken a decision on how they will deal with this, because I was reading this article, I think it's by New York Times. Basically, some other sources said that still they're weighing what's going on, what's bad, and a decision has not been taken yet, and it's still in the making. And another U.S. envoy to Yemen basically said that all countries in the Middle East are basically trying to seek de-escalation, because the main reason to hesitate this striking against Houthis is the truce between Saudi Arabia and Yemen, because that's a main concern when basically attacking the Houthis, and everyone's seeking de-escalation now, and there's a huge chance the war might end in January, because I was reading on how the Biden administration gave Israel January till January to finish the war. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but if it's true, I think they won't need to attack Yemen, because I don't think Yemen will keep attacking the ships after the war has ended already. And there's a huge chance the war might end in January, because there's a lot of stuff going on that the Biden administration really does not want anymore. It's already causing them a lot of disaster.
I think
if I may add the European perspective. If I may add the European perspective on this war, this possible incoming war, it's highly unpopular. I know you probably expected it. Europe and the European population is actually exhausted. from financial crisis to even the simple topic of war has disgusted Europeans. They're tired of it, and I am certain that if this coalition did indeed, start a war, I think, well, first of all, it would be highly unpopular among all of the Europeans, and I'd say that we'd see riots erupting pretty soon, especially in countries like France, Germany, countries with a high presence of Muslim communities, so like Germany again.
That's what I'm saying. I think they heard something that they didn't like hearing. So, Shadowy, I'd like to pass it over to you as a French guy.
So I'm just going to add something about this, maybe wars in the Red Sea and so on. We have to I think we all agree that there is not going to be a ground battle. Nobody is going to send there a soldier on the ground. It's just going to be about a drone, airplane, navy ship, and so on. So is it really a war?
Yeah, bro.
That's the question.
Hello, comrades. I had the same question. By the way, I probably gonna have a Russian accent today because I'm already a bit drunk,
I think the Americans made the announcement that they were going to attack Iran. That'd be my guess. And the French said, "No, fuck that. We're out." And we can talk about command structures, but no, I that'd be my guess.
I think it's a bit dramatic, but agree to disagree. But I wanted to toss it to Voyun. I think you're very quiet, so people weren't able to hear you when you were talking, Voyun.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. So I think the Europeans dropped out of the command structure because it's basically virtue signaling to the Islamic world and to the Islamic immigrants. They don't want to associate too much with the United States and Israel, but they want to still have control of the shipping route, obviously. So they might still be in it, but not be under control of US. This is the one thing, but I think it won't prove so easy to achieve security in this shipping route, even if the US stations one or two aircraft carriers in front of Yemen, because drones are very small. You can hide them anywhere, and they can attack ships. So ships won't go to the route because it's too dangerous, and the insurance companies won't allow it. That's my opinion.
I have a question for Andrew. Yeah. Okay, he just. Okay, he just left. No, I had a question because from what I saw is that he basically said that the support for the war is like dwindling in Europe, but there's also that the far right in Europe is also on the popularity, and the far right overwhelmingly supports Israel. So I'm trying to make sense
not
of it.
The far right. The right supports Israel, not the far right. That's an important distinction.
Yeah. I mean, basically the right is in Europe. So and the right basically overwhelmingly.
No. I think you're confusing things. When people say the right is rising in Europe, I think that the nationalist right that's rising is not pro-Israel. I think it's the moderate conservative right that would be pro-Israel. The ones that are sort of they're Christian. They want free markets. They want less woke stuff, but they're not really nationalist like that. Those guys are supporting Israel. But the people that are rising right now, I think that in Germany there was if you look at the graph of the support of the different parties, there's the AfD. There's a couple of parties in the middle, and then there's the Greens that are the furthest left. The Greens have declined. The AfD has gone up. Right. So it's really this shift towards the far right in general. It's not just towards the moderate right. It's literally the far left is getting weaker and the far right is getting stronger, I think. I might be misreading the situation, but that's what I think.
No, you're 100% right. Unfortunately, Red, I'm observing that in the last 10 years or so, everything right is being classified as far right, so I can see why you'd make that mistake. But no, I agree with your summary of moderate versus hard.
Listen, the first thing is I don't know much about European politics. I just read in the news that the far right is on the rise, so that's why I said it. Don't entertain
No, that's
that
the problem.
data.
No, that's entirely the problem. It's like somehow we've classified everything conservative as being far right these days, and I don't know why.
One sec, Nanya.
The European right is
It's
not
funny.
so much on the European right is not so much on the Israeli side as it fears the Muslims. You know, there are a lot of Muslims in Europe, and they fear the immigration and the better fertility. So there will be conflicts in Europe within European states. Obviously, in France, there is already areas with a lot of conflicts, as I understand. But the issue is not that they are supporting Israel as much as they are more against the Muslims. That's my view.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that anyone that you don't agree with and that is not like extremely socialist is far right these days. Like for example, Milei is a libertarian and he's considered far right when libertarians have nothing to do with the far right.
That's right.
They just don't.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I mean,
Milei,
if you think
interestingly,
about
is
it,
very pro-Israel. So
I mean,
there
if you
you go.
think about it honestly, the way it's characterized, you know, it's not far right. You know, what's the right in Europe is, you know, probably people who are not interventionist, who are nationalistic, who want to stay, you know, worry about their country, and that's what they're calling far right. They're anti-mass immigration, and so no offense, but like somebody like Red is going to be fed, you know, the immigration side. They're far right. They're racist. They're this. They're that. When it's just the left and the communists, whatever you want to call them, basically using the immigration issue to characterize the right as this racist group when, you know, they don't give a shit about it. You know, if the nationalists or whatever were in charge, there wouldn't be an immigration problem because they wouldn't be intervening outside their borders to create problems where there would be mass migration. And if they did have immigration, it would be controlled. It wouldn't be like it is now. So it's just the way it's characterized. You know, I mean, they're basically saying, hey, we want to take care of, let's say, Poland and worry about Poland first. Well, you know, now you're a racist. Now you're anti this and anti that. It's like, no, Poland doesn't want Syrians to come to Poland any more than Syrians want Polish to come to Syria. I mean, but shit happens and there's people going back and forth, you know, obviously not back and forth, but they're being driven out one way. And, you know, and if you think about it, if a lot of these far right groups that the left characterizes were in power, you might not even have these problems because they wouldn't be down in the Middle East fucking around. And if they did have immigration, it would be controlled and regulated. It wouldn't be like our border or the way it is right now, where you can just hop on a boat and go where you want, get a paycheck.
And that's that's like the thing I don't understand with Europe. Like, why are like some NGOs like operating freely and bringing in like a bunch of Africans to Europe every day? Like, I
Here's
don't know
my
much
theory.
about these, but I don't understand that really.
I think there's basically two reasons. The first reason is that the European birth rates are very low, and from a purely neoliberal capitalistic perspective, you want the line to go up. You want GDP to go up, so your investments keep going up, your futures go up. The whole financial system works because the market grows every year. That's wonderful, right? And so you just need to keep shoveling in people in order to make the demographics work, in order for the population structure to not totally topple over, right? Because the fact is the Europeans are just not having a lot of children of their own. They need immigrants in order for that to happen. The second reason I think is that this is a little bit more conspiratorial, but I do think that it's kind of a deliberate ploy on the part of the Americans in order to bring immigrants into Europe, in order to weaken the social structure and the nationalism of Europe, so that Europe can become more easily integrated into the American empire over the next couple of centuries. So that's my take. Go ahead, Fojin.
Yeah, I agree on part of this, and also concerning the earlier discussion regarding the future hegemon. Russia definitely has not the demographics currently. I believe Russia cannot improve its economics significantly for sure not 4 times. Because if you look realistically in it, the current GDP per capita, although this is a shitty benchmark, is in per purchasing power half of US. So if Russia wants to grow 4 times, this would mean it would per capita be twice as strong as US. I don't think this is realistic. They can only grow in significant economic size if they grow demographically. This is, I think China has half the GDP per capita compared to also has half of the US. So China can more easily grow still than Russia.
I got
I want to add something about
Red asked a question of Andrew real quick, and I think he gave me the answer. Hold on.
I already put it on screen just now.
Yeah, he answered the question that read in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead, Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add something about what you said about the immigration policy of the different political parties in France, at least. In France, the support to immigration was more left political side than the right. The right is mostly against immigration. On the left is mostly pro-immigration. So it's not about the market and the free market and the pro-US people. Historically in France, the pro-US party are the right party, not the left. Today, it's the whole spectrum is for US, but historically it was really a right party. So you could say that the pro-US party was against immigration in France. So I think you are wrong, at least for France. Maybe for other countries, I don't know.
Red, can I answer your question about the ONGs? Essentially, the thing about the ONGs is there's two ways of seeing them. There's the leftist point of view. The leftists claim, in fact, that the ONG are like saving migrants and saving thousands of countless of lives in the Mediterranean. And then you have the legalistic right-wing point of view, which is the one I adhere to, and according to which the ONGs are actually criminally and legally importing thousands and thousands of migrants every month, every week on European shores because they profit off of it. Do you think the migrants come here for free? They pay thousands and thousands of dollars to these guys, to the ONG, the people. And they also profit from the very transportation of migrants across the Sahara Desert. That's why right-wing Italians, for example, would support a kind of naval blockade of the Mediterranean, like fucking shooting down these fucking ONGs because they're so criminal. They're absolutely criminal. One of these ONGs, matter of fact, how do you say it? When rammed a police ship, not Coast Guard, it was a Carabinieri vessel when it entered the port of town. That's how aggressive and how illegal they are. I hope this could clear out the situation for you.
I want to add something for that. Are you speaking about what in US we call coyotes? The guy who basically make human trafficking? Or are you speaking about NGO who help people who are dying in the sea?
No, I'm talking about... Well, both.
You're talking about ONG?
Because there is both human trafficking. I mean, if huh?
There is two things. There is people in mostly now we think it's India who are basically improvising ship and trying and selling tickets on this improvised ship to migrants to go to Europe, and that's illegal. And if we catch them, they go to jail. And there is an NGO who try to save these people from the same boat, was basically, what's the word? To go down in the Mediterranean Sea. That's two different kind of people for me.
Well,
They both
for the average Italian, it isn't, because even when they're saving lives in the Mediterranean, they're actually really making them pay come here illegally without documents.
Of course not.
Even when they do not have refugees. Huh?
No, they are trying to save everyone. If you have no money, they are going to save you.
The thing is that it's illegal, and it's actually
illegal,
a matter of fact.
It's illegal to save someone from the sea. But I'm going to tell you something. It's illegal to let someone drown in the sea. There is what we call the law of the sea, something like that. And if you let someone drown behind your aim when you are at sea, that's illegal. You are going to jail.
If the thing is, when there's ship
is going down, you have to help it.
If migrants don't spawn in the middle of the sea, they get there somehow. That's the thing.
Yes. What you are speaking about is guys who are from Libya, from Tunisia, Algeria, and all these countries at the Africa side of the Mediterranean, who are building, improvising, who are buying very bad ship and selling tickets on this ship. This guy is criminal because they are sending people to die in the Mediterranean, and those are taking their money.
Well, if the NGOs wanted to save their lives, they could just take them back to Tunisia and Algeria. They don't have to bring them to the North Shore of the
thing. They should take them to the, or the thing is,
the guy and the NGOs, they were taking money. That's not the same thing, okay? The debate about where the go is another debate.
They are taking money because they're supported by several organizations. The very Vatican was actually.
They were taking money from the migrant, and I'm sorry, that's wrong.
There, I'm sorry if that was actually. I misspoke. I admit I misspoke in that case. I'm sorry. I meant to say that they took money from several organizations, especially leftist oriented organizations, and the Vatican itself was actually revealed to have sponsored one certain NGO, whose name I do not remember right now. I can look it up, however, but it was a really, was a scope in Italian journalism, because the Vatican is not supposed to be doing this, and it actually breaks the treaties it has with the Italian Republic, as this NGO allows people to illegally reach Italian shores, which is of course against the Lateran Pacts and the second Lateran Pacts, which were signed after World War II. So essentially, the thing is
for me another problem. The main question is, what should we do with the migrant when you have saved them in the Mediterranean? That's a good question. Okay, should we send them back to Libya with that state of civil war? Should we send back to Tunisia, who has forbidden Europe to do that? To Algeria, who has forbidden Europe to do that? What should we do with these guys?
Give them tubes.
Just integrate.
These guys.
Like, honestly, integrate. Try at least.
These guys. These guys do not.
Governments. Both governments, they never, like in Europe, they don't integrate all of those societies. So we fucking like them it. I have a tattoo. We have so much gangs
in Europe. At least it's no immigration problem. The immigration problem is a false idea that the far right use to gain elector. Basically, you have to understand one number.
True.
In the main immigration wave in France, during the 60s and the 70s. Okay? And today, the immigration, at this point, in the 70s, the number of people in France who were not French citizens was 10%. Today, 50 years later, is 14%. That means that the immigration grew 0.14 125% per year. Okay, you are not able to see the increase of the curve on the diagram. So there is no immigration problem. The immigration problem in France, and I think it's the same thing in Belgium, and maybe in Germany, I'm not so sure, is the suburbs problem. The first problem from the immigration wave in the 60s and 70s.
Hang on, can I real quick, Wyatt? Can you go ahead and share my screen for a second, Wyatt? Wyatt, just for a minute, because I do want to respond to this. Okay, just give me a second. It should be sharing now. I'm just wanted to show this. Can you see what I'm putting up? Is that up on the screen now?
No.
I have an image.
Ah, yes.
Okay, Wyatt, so you guys see this? Just want to bring this up. I came across this the other day. I don't think that this is for Germany. Okay, France, I think, has a very different situation where you're talking about these migrants that have been here for a very long time.
Yes.
But as you guys can see, in Germany, the population of actual Germans, people without a migrant background in blue, has collapsed around the age 45 mark. And it's been extremely small ever since, and they're basically being replaced by immigration. Now, one thing to note is that people with a migrant background, that does also include Slavs and Germans that have come into Germany from elsewhere.
You are making a big mistake in this diagram.
Yeah.
You have to understand what does happen to your diagram if you remove your word background. What I told you earlier, it's not an immigration problem, it's a suburbs and ghetto problem.
Right. So it's these people up here. It's these people up here who have had these children that are still here and that are still part of the migrant background. Yeah.
So people whose grandparents are French citizens.
Yeah.
That last summers in June, there was some kind of riot in France. Most of the guys, the people arrested, their grandparents was French citizen.
Right.
That's not an immigration problem.
It's an integration problem. Here, I'll stop sharing now.
Yeah, true.
It's
just
I think
they don't
right.
do it. They don't even try.
And this is kind of what I was talking about.
We have no gangs. It's kind of like we just don't integrate. They didn't want to integrate. We live like how we wanna.
But you claim you say that as easy to integrate.
This is the crux of the American strategy when it comes to Europe, right? Because the ideology that allows for integration of immigrants in America, that liberal ideology, is also found in Europe, right? But it's much more effective in America. The integration is much easier to do in America than it is in Europe. So by applying the same ideology on both sides of the Atlantic, both to America and to Europe, and then you have a much harder time for Europe to integrate these immigrants, it gives a comparative advantage to the United States, where America integrates a bunch of Latin American immigrants and increases its population and has a relatively successful time at integrating these people, whereas Europe has a bunch of people coming in from Africa and Arabia, and just because of the nature of what Europe is compared to what America is, it has a much harder time integrating them, causes internal problems, causes weakness within Europe. That's exactly, I think, what America has been trying to do. It's that comparative advantage from applying the same ideology of liberalism to two places, right? That's how I see it.
If I may, there is a link with USA, honestly.
No, because look, USA isn't even Americans like originally. It's not a nationality. Americans has come out of like different nationalities because they had been formed because of immigrants, like when 17th, 18th century. Yeah, and in Europe it's long story, 1,000 years.
The situation in America is completely different from what there's in Europe, because when you try to compare the immigrants America gets compared to what Europe has, it's in a completely different kind of societal structure. Because in American immigrants, the Latins who come to America, for example, they're mostly Christian, almost all of them, except some atheists, I would assume. And they are used to the kind of more, the more kind of Western, quote unquote, kind of societal structure. While the immigrants Europe gets are mostly Muslims who are against a lot of times Christianity. When, for example, in Padua just last week, last week in Padua, which is in south of Venice, essentially. A Christmas tree was stored down by what I think was a Moroccan, and in Milan, a church was set on fire by I forgot. I think it was a Congolese man. Nigerian man, who said stuff like, "You will pay for it. You will all pay for it." The situation is completely different. We have ethnic, religious tensions, which you simply do not have.
That's right.
In the US.
You know what is funny?
1 second, just
If you
so
look-
we can clarify something. Sorry, Shadowy. Do not overgeneralize, because I know some people from Michigan, even John here appears to be from Michigan, that have plenty of
Me too. I'm in
migrants
Michigan.
from the Africa region and the Middle East. So don't overgeneralize. It's
The
just a
numbers
bit of
are
a
very exiguous. The numbers are exiguous compared to what to the percentage Europe gets of Muslim immigrants. They're exiguous numbers who then either self-segregate or join already existing, pre-existing Muslim communities in the US, or simply abandon their Muslim religion and completely integrate within the American society.
Well,
So,
most of the people running the Ford factories in Michigan are generally Muslims nowadays.
Yeah,
that's true.
I think you have
I
some
want to-
misconceptions, but we'll get into it later. It's not that important of a topic.
We let
But
John
you're
introduce
mostly right.
himself. He's new, so John is making a statement right now.
Nice shirt.
John, name
Nice
yourself.
shirt.
How you doing, guys? My name is John. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I'm 47 years old. I know a lot about geopolitics because I've been around the world. I'm a refugee. I have a documentary out. Anyways, my story is very long, but when it comes to geopolitics, I know quite a few things because I'm multicultural. You know, my family and me. So
Where are you previously from?
where am I from? Originally, my family's from Iraq. Originally, I was born in Greece. My mom and dad fled Iraq. We were Christians. We lived in the north. My mom and dad fled Iraq when she was pregnant and moved to Greece, and I was born in Greece. Long story short, I'm not a Greek citizen. I'm not an American citizen. I've been in America for 41 years now. Raised here. I've been here since I was a toddler. You could tell by the way I speak English. And so,
Hey,
you
John.
know, I'm in limbo.
Hey, John, I'm in Lansing myself, man. How's it going? Fellow Michigander.
Good.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
man.
you know, I think it's interesting, right? You said that you're a Christian Middle Easterner, right? It's actually most of the Middle Easterners that are in Michigan, and there are a lot of them, are actually Christians that escaped from the Middle East.
Yeah, the
That's
Chaldean
most of
population.
Chaldeans,
The
not all, but most of them.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, right, it's not the thing about the people that come to America that fundamentally makes it different than the people that come to Europe is that America is just a lot further away. In order to get into America from Eurasia or Africa, you have to be of a certain class, right? You have to basically get an H-1B or do something else.
Let me tell you something, bud.
You can't just cross the border, right?
When we came to America, it was in 1982. Okay, I got my green card in the airport. I got my fingerprints. It took us in the room, gave us our fingerprints, took our pictures. They even hugged us and said, "Welcome to America," and handed me my green card. They don't do that anymore. Now it's a long, slow process. You know?
Yeah.
Unless you cross through the southern border.
Yeah, unless you're
John,
coming through the southern border, then you're treated then you're treated better than a citizen.
Yeah.
You
Sorry,
know?
Andrew.
I want to add something
John,
about the difference between USA and the immigration in USA and in Europe. At least in France, okay? Because I don't know the situation in that country. In France, the immigration were not at the beginning, the first big wave of immigration in the 60s and the 70s. It was not about people in Africa who decide to come in Europe. It was Europe company who asked them to come. Okay, and basically they build very large building, very ugly building, very cheap one near the factory to make sure that they could live there. And 50 years later, this large building, very ugly and very badly built, have become a serious problem because now they are ghettos, they are suburbs, they are places where it is very difficult for the police to go and so on. The beginning of the problem is because French company decided to earn a lot of money and to not spend money for the Algerian or Tunisian worker who come to France. The problem was there. And if you compare them to the immigration for the USA, I think, I'm not sure, okay, but I think most of the immigrants come from themselves. They are not welcomed by a large company who are going to give them apartment, to give them a place to live in the same ghetto. They are going to disperse themselves where there is jobs, and not going. All the people are not going to the same place, and that's a big difference, I think.
Someone is asking if France is still a country.
Neither of us disagrees on the fact that this problem was started by essentially what is capitalism in Europe. Like, I agree with you. And the thing is, these NGOs and these illegal, in Italian they're called scafisti, they're the people who bring the immigrants that are paid by the immigrants to be brought to Italy, right? They're essentially the new slave ships, because that's what do you think the immigrants are going to work in Italy? They're going to be paid very cheaply to work on, to be exploited by companies, mafia, or to work on the tomato fields, to work on farms. What do you think they'll do? Like, that's the vast majority.
This confuses me. Because I always hear from people that, oh, these immigrants are coming and they're taking advantage of the welfare state and they're not working. And then I'm hearing from you that they're being exploited and they're working too hard. Which one?
They are being exploited. They are being exploited. You should go drive down to Chicago. Go drive down to Chicago and see what's going on over there.
Well, I'm talking about Europe. I know that in America we've got them working, and that's what we should be doing, right? You should work in order to earn your immigration. If you're an illegal immigrant, at least come work and make some cheap injection molded shit.
You have to understand one thing about France. What you are saying was 20 years ago.
Hey guys,
very sadly today, the welfare system in France is crumbling on himself. Yes.
Yes, you always complaining about immigrants. They just come to your country for the fucking benefits and stuff. 9 in 10 they work. Most of immigrants, they work. They do fucking work.
They're some of the hardest workers in the world.
And they do the job people in the
don't want to do.
Yes.
Yeah, the only reason they don't want to do it is because it's
what kind of work? What kind of work? What kind of work?
I heard a guy. I heard a guy.
Hey, Voss,
I'm
it's
sorry.
not the immigrants we have a problem with. It's just you, Voss.
No, listen. I heard a guy. He was talking about if I think it was Jimmy Dore, he was talking about, if Americans are given a decent wage, they'll go out there in those fields and pick those vegetables and those apples. If we had Americans picking apples, guess how much you would be paying for apples at the store, man?
That's how it works.
A lot more than you're paying right now.
Yeah,
because Americans are going to want an 8-hour workday. They're going to want at least $15 an hour. They're going to want 401k. They're going to want insurance. They're going to want all that stuff. Where the immigrants don't have to pay the immigrants that. They can come here on a work visa. They use them for 6 months. When the season's over, they're back in Mexico. And this is one way they're being exploited.
But John, by that logic, we should just ship all of our factories over to China and let Detroit rot because it's cheaper to build cars in China. That's the same exact logic. It's the same logic.
I mean, it's not the same logic, man. It's not the same. I was against shipping all the the factories to China because they sent all the good factories to China. They didn't send all the bad factories. They sent all the good manufacturing factories. You could come to Detroit and see all the factories shut down. This was the powerhouse of the whole world at one time.
I'm well aware, man. I know. I lived in Detroit for a few years. I know.
Yeah,
Same in
man.
Lansing,
So it's a shame. It's a shame what they did. But that was what? That was NAFTA under Bill Clinton, right?
Well, the China thing was not NAFTA. The China was because of China joining the GAT.
Yeah.
In the in
I think
1999.
it was mostly because big money in USA want to earn even more big money. When you send a factory to China, it's because the US shareholders want to earn more money. That's all.
Well, they get the kickback too. You know what I'm saying? They get kickbacks. You know.
But I tell you what,
just like Biden does, 10% for the big guy. You know what I'm saying?
If we brought all of our factories back to America, right, instead of having them in China, then cars would be a hell of a lot more expensive, right? It's the exact same logic. Yeah,
And you are going to lose market share against Japanese cars and European cars.
So it's the same logic.
Archimedes, let me answer to what you said earlier about welfare state. Immigrants using welfare, like being claimed to use welfare. They do, but they also work because in Italy we have a very anomalous situation, which in a lot of other countries you do not have, due to the coexistence of mafia and state. Right? Mafia operates illegally; it operates under the shadows. What the mafia does is essentially they are right at the entrance of migrant camps. Right, refugee camps, and they pick up all the migrants they can. And they give them an offer. They say, "You come with us. We pay you a couple of cents an hour, and you pick up tomatoes on a tomato field." That's completely untaxed work, completely untraceable. No one knows that happens. Well, everyone knows that happens, but no one knows that happens. You know what I mean? It's completely intact, untraceable. And in the meantime, the migrants can claim welfare from the state.
About the welfare from the state, I want to add something.
They're available for a lot of things. A lot of programs are available for.
Please, John, I want to destroy some kind of myth that is going to be around. In France, to have a welfare, to benefit of the welfare system, you have to be basically a French citizen or integrated in French society. Because if you don't have a regular address, if you don't have a cell phone, if you don't have internet, if you don't have a lot of things, a bank account, basically you could forget about welfare system in France. Okay? So basically, if you don't work, you don't have welfare. There is an exception. And we are going back to the suburbs problem. That's not immigration. An immigrant who just arrived in France, he has nothing. And after 15 days, he has only one idea, it's to go to United Kingdom. Because in France, they don't care about
our ways go
the situation.
You know, what did Gaddafi say about the EU? He said, without conquest in 20 years, it'll all be Muslim. Didn't he say something like that? Without no more conquests, that one day all of Europe will become Muslim. I have nothing against Muslim people, but I'm just saying that that's literally what's happening right now, though,
John,
isn't it?
John, it's a joke, okay? You have to understand one numbers. In France, we have something like 500 parliament people and maybe 100 in the Senate. None of them have Muslim. Okay? 0% of Muslims in the high-level politics in France. Then there is the big company, what we call the CAC 40, the Dow Jones, if you want, the company within the Dow Jones, but for France. At the board of this company, you have what, maybe 1 or 2% of Muslim, maybe. The only place where you could find Muslim is in sport. That's all.
But the people that are coming to France are mostly from Muslim majority countries, aren't they?
Yes, but they own nothing. They don't have political power, have economical power. So who cares?
It's a problem, right? I mean, they're not being integrated into the system. Like, this is a great example of how you're saying, like, there's a lot of them that are part of the underclass, but they're not gaining political power. They're not becoming integrated into the system. They're not becoming enfranchised, right?
I don't think they'll ever be integrated. Not by the way
they are not coming in France. If you take the whole population, okay, the people who come in France,
they're using France. They're using France as a pit stop.
The problem in France is the people who are already there for several generations. Okay?
Well, the problem is
they come in France in the 70s, in the 60s. That's the French problem. The problem we're coming today, that's not a problem. They are very few, just a few thousands. We don't care about them at the large scale.
Well, the problem is their population is increasing because their birth rates are higher than the native French.
Yes,
absolutely.
But it's an integration problem, a suburbs problem, not an immigration problem.
But it's just,
even if you close the border, the problem is going to be the same. On the border in France,
guys, I'm leaving, so see you later.
Yeah.
Bye, Andrew.
See you another time, guys. Great debate. Really enjoyed hearing all of you. Merry Christmas.
Are you
see
dizzy?
you guys.
Andrew, are you dizzy? I see you walking round and round in the room. It's like he's gone.
He's gone.
He's very passionate about the topic. He's just see walking round and round.
He's on holiday, or like the Americans say, vacation.
Too bad Dan is not still here.
Yeah,
I wanted to talk to Dan.
Don't worry, I will add you into the lounge chat. You can catch him in the lounge chat. So I think just now John talked about the work going to China, and it makes sense because like if you get these migrant workers come, you still have to pay them even like semi-local salary. But you send to China is basically slave salary. It's even way lower, So why deal with all the potential social problems and all the administration? You just offshore the entire factory to China. Is easier. It's even cheaper and easier. So
And when you guys were talking about, before I got on here, you guys were talking about China testing its military. They're not going to have to test their military because the West has till what, 2030? They've made this very clear. They got until like 2030 to stop China from becoming the #1 world economy. So the fight's going to them. They don't have to go anywhere else. The fight's going to them. Even with the 3 new bases that were the U.S. naval bases that were put up, military bases or whatever they are, that were put up in the Philippines. So we have China completely surrounded. They don't have to go anywhere. The fight is coming to them. And U.S. politicians have made this clear. They got till 2030. The whole war with Ukraine was to weaken Russia so they can take on China. I mean, they're openly saying this now.
Yeah, but they're making Russia strong.
1 second.
Russia is strong. Russia is very strong.
It's getting stronger.
Russia is very strong. You know why? You know why? Because they have a good, strong president. That's why.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's why.
You think we're going to get a good, strong president in the United States soon?
This is why
I think Trump is going to win, man. I think the leftists trying their damnedest to stop him, and they're only making them stronger. I personally am not for Trump or Biden. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are just this opposite side of the same coin, to be honest with you. Because
Trump's not a Republican. He's an outsider. That's the thing.
He's an outsider, but he's still running as a Republican. He's an outsider, because most of the Republicans are neocons, and Trump is not a neocon.
It's very easy to see who's a Trump Republican and who's a neocon Republican, right? There's a total.
Nikki Haley, but what was his cabinet was filled with neocons.
Not next time.
Filled with neocons, with John Bolton, Nikki Haley, and So if he keeps surrounding himself, and then you had Netanyahu, who I call Satan-Yahu, coiled around him like a snake. Literally in his ear, trying to get him to go to war with Iran.
You guys on the right, you American guys on the right, yeah. Anyway, all of you disagree what Israel is doing, but I've never ever seen any of you say free Palestine. Why?
Free Palestine. You hear me say it right now. Free Palestine.
Yeah, but you just said you're not on the right. You basically
I'm not on
neither
what?
or left, right side of
I'm not.
political side. Yeah, you're not Republican.
No, because you get
Yeah.
the same thing, especially when it comes to Israel. The politics are the both sides are the same when it comes to Israel. I will
disagree
never
with that.
watch
I think
another
that
news channel. I will never watch another news channel that doesn't criticize Israel. I will never tell my family to vote for another politician that sends money to Israel. We're watching a genocide unfold in live time. You can turn on the TV right now and see a genocide unfold right before your eyes. And you know, right before Christmas, we have to see women and children being pulled out of the rubble. I seen a whole family with just arms and legs sticking out of the rubble. A whole family buried under rubble. And this is what I gotta see, during Christmas time.
John, I have a question for
I
you.
mean, it's hard to find any politician in America who does not support Israel because
Because the $70 billion Israeli lobby, that's why.
Yeah,
The
because of
$70 billion
lobby
Israeli
that's the
lobby,
reason.
and you have
cannot find
Netanyahu. You have Netanyahu who even says you got Netanyahu who even says who even says that America's easy to manipulate. You ever seen that video where he was at his cousin's house and they left the camera running and he told them, make sure that camera's off. They said, yeah, it's off. But I think they were secretly taping him so they can bribe him or something like that, extort him. So they were recording him and they're like, how can you do all these things, BB? How can you do all these things? Isn't America going to object? And he's like, no. We have America where we want them. America can be manipulated. It's a very easy thing and this and that. You guys should look for that video, by the way. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
But,
many people try to
this is Israeli politicians feel that they have America in their back pocket.
No, many people try to suggest that the America controls Israel, but it's literally the opposite. Israel controls America.
That's right. $70 billion Israeli lobby running around, AIPAC running around. What's the other one? The Jewish Republican committee or something like that they all go to. I watched Nikki Haley, the other guy, Rems Mawe. They were literally trying to outdo each other by who can be more hawkish. Who can be the tougher one against Hamas? You had Nikki Haley saying, finish them. And the way she said it was like, finish Gaza. And then you have Rems Mawe come on and he said, if I was president, I would cut their heads off and cut the leaders of the Hamas's heads off, put them on a stake and put their faces towards Gaza. So next time they come to the border, they see their leaders' heads on a stake. And he goes, George Washington would have did it. I would have. This guy is talking about medieval stuff. You know what I'm saying? Medieval,
John.
Year 800 type of stuff.
Do you mind if I interject with something that you said, John?
What's that, buddy? Go ahead.
And that would be in regards to China not needing to prove their military power. And I disagree with that. You said that they have the US has till 2030 to stop China.
They make that public. They make that public, yeah.
Okay. China needs to prove their military before that to make sure that their theoretical hard power.
You don't think they are?
Practical hard power.
Don't you watch that? China and all these Eastern countries, they go to Russia once a year and they practice with their tanks and all that.
That's right.
You ever watch that?
Yeah, I saw that plenty of times. Then we see it in the battlefield and it just breaks down.
Yeah.
So
Well, even Russia, when they were fighting Ukraine, they were telling all their secrets on the news. So what Russia do? They just made those lines stronger. Because they would go on and we're going to attack the Russians on this day, on this front, using these weapons. So it was like telling all the secrets. So when politicians in America say we got to stop China by 2030, do you think China is not preparing for this?
Both US and China have to prepare because the US doesn't have really practical hard power. They have mostly exercises and maybe a bit of experience, but against insurgents, they don't have real hard power that they can apply to a proper.
Yeah, because they've only fought guys with pickup trucks and
exactly.
AKs for the last
And
20 years.
China has done much the same.
And still lost.
Yeah, and they still lost. Yeah, thank you. And they still lost.
Exactly. And China has done much the same. They have only had practice with guys with just AKs and sticks in their outer
they
reach.
still lost.
So
If
they
you look
need
at
to
the
prove
invasion of
hard power.
China to, I think it was Vietnam, in 83, I think it was, they lose.
Yeah, that I like earlier in the open mic. I basically raised this issue. Basically, all the militaries in the world, like all the big superpowers, they haven't really fought like this, like a huge war like Russia is fighting in Ukraine. The main reason Russia will come out as a superpower from the war in Ukraine is because it helps Russia like improve, like get experience and improve their military so much. You can't improve it like in peacetime. It's like you can't do it. It's like basic human nature. Basically, it's like
it makes
you
the
can't
hard power
yeah.
practical.
For example, it's nearly impossible for most of us to like study for an exam 1 month before it happens. We study for it 1 day before it happens. Most of us.
1 day
So basically,
before. Yeah, exactly.
6 hours before. Okay. Anyway, so basically, like exams are like kind of like I mean like wars are kind of like exams for these superpowers basically.
No, Drew, you are banned from talking about China.
Well,
No,
I
joke.
I came on.
Okay, let's talk about your country. Let's talk about your country, Argentina. What the fuck is going on there?
Wait, hang on.
Ukraine?
Drew is here.
It's finished. Ukraine is finished.
Let's start.
They're fools for not making peace. You know, if they would have stuck to the Minsk Accords, the Minsk agreements, they would have had their whole country still. Even the Donbass would have been there still.
Yes.
All they had to do was abide by the rules. That's it. Now they're going to lose even Odessa, and they're going to be landlocked. It started in Odessa, and it's going to end in Odessa. You know, in the municipal building in Odessa, the government building, that's where they burned 43 Russians. They burned them to death during the Maidan coup. So it started in Odessa, and it's going to end in Odessa. You know, it's become like a symbol for them. It's become a symbol for the Russians to end it in Odessa. You know.
Okay, let's have Drew sir say his.
I think Odessa, like,
I would say
Come
it's
on.
all fucking like.
Give some time to
It's all
Drew.
about- I think it
started
He's
in
been
the
away for a long time.
Yeah, I was on holiday.
Yeah,
I went
let
to China
Drew
for 3
Drew
weeks.
talk.
I also on holiday for 3 weeks in China, so I was behind the Great Wall, or firewall of China. I couldn't log in or anything. So I came
That
on
only
because I
protects you
heard
from
Natalie say-
Mongolia.
Not that Great Wall, the Great Firewall, which
okay.
and I didn't buy a VPN, so I was on the Great Wall.
I know.
And then
Chinese
the
are good at building walls.
I was on the Great Wall the first day of the Beijing snow this year, so it was very nice. It was all snowy. Yeah. Anyway, I
Nice,
came on because
nice.
I heard Shadowy said that China actually lost the engagement with Vietnam, and that's actually not true. So the history of China and Vietnam is actually very complicated. So I'll state a few actually facts that people actually don't really fully understand of the whole situation. China didn't just invade Vietnam in 1978. When the US invaded Vietnam, 300,000 PLA troops fought on the North Vietnamese side. The US didn't lose the war to Vietnamese farmers; they lost the war to the PLA. But the Western media doesn't tell you China had troops there because they don't want to tell you that US actually lost the war against China when the Vietnamese War was the US versus China and versus Russia. Russia had its pilots in the planes. The US soldiers thought they were shooting at Vietnamese because they can't tell the Vietnamese apart from the Chinese. The Chinese PLA deployed 300,000 Chinese troops into North Vietnam. So Vietnam benefited hugely from its cooperation with China at the time. But after the US got defeated and withdrew, Vietnam decided to invade Cambodia, which is China's ally. So China told them, don't do it. We have a defensive pact against Vietnam. but they didn't listen. So Vietnam invaded Cambodia. Cambodia asked Vietnam to asked China to stop Vietnam, and that's why China invaded. And then they basically fought all the way to Hanoi, declared that they have won the victory because they didn't want to waste more men to take Hanoi, the city, because they had no intention of taking any land in Vietnam. They just wanted to go and disrupt Vietnam so that they would withdraw from Cambodia. Side note, they failed because Vietnam stayed in Cambodia for many years after that. But they didn't lose the war in Vietnam. They actually fought all the way to Hanoi, declared victory. I think most likely because the Vietnamese army was actually not in Vietnam. It was in Cambodia. So there wasn't really anybody to fight. They just kind of marched in. And
yes,
the key thing,
the key thing, story where the PLA army division were basically destroyed by some kind of militia led by the General Gap.
No. The key thing is, on its way out, the Chinese military did something horrific, and which makes the Vietnamese. If you talk to a lot of Vietnamese people in North Vietnam today, they hate the Chinese for this, and this reason. They might not know it, but there's a general hatred of China in North Vietnam because of this. China, on its way out, told its military it's to burn everything on the way out. So it burned everything, fields, houses. They scorched the entire North Vietnam.
Was this in 78?
Yes, this was in 78. So they caused famine and they destroyed the entire Vietnamese economy because of that. So this was the punishment that the Chinese inflicted on Vietnam because Vietnam decided to invade Cambodia, which was the Chinese ally. So they didn't achieve their aim of getting Vietnam to withdraw from Cambodia because Vietnam left its army in Cambodia. But they did achieve the aim of destroying Vietnam's entire economy, basically, and led to famine and the deaths of a lot of people in Vietnam because of that. So that China didn't lose the war. They didn't actually fight most of anybody. They fought a few militias that were just back. There wasn't really a war that they fought. They invaded, they burned everything on their way out, and that's it. Yeah.
What investments does China have?
Sorry.
What investments does China have right now?
What investments does China have?
In Vietnam right now, or in Cambodia?
A lot. China is actually if you look at Vietnam's top diplomatic status of countries, China is the top one.
Their number one trade partner is China, right? Number one trade partner?
Yeah, but the people in Vietnam, a lot of them harbor this hatred of China. If you talk to the individuals, but Vietnam, the political elite, they know they can't do without China. They're right next door, right? So they have risen China to like the top, the top political status, if you will, is alongside Russia. So the two they have on top is like China and Russia is their top. Yeah, so the political elite in Vietnam understand the situation. The people on the ground they still harbor this hatred because of. But from the Chinese perspective, it's like we sent people to die for you. If not, the US will have conquered you, and then you betrayed us by invading our ally. So it's. And from the Vietnamese side, they're saying, well, the Cambodians were killing millions of people, the Khmer Rouge. How can you just stand there and watch them because they're allies? So everybody has their own point of view. Everybody thinks that they are doing the right thing. So it's a very complicated situation, not as simple as, China went in and lost and came back out. It's a very nuanced situation.
Do you ever see Cambodia joining BRICS?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. Cambodia is like tiny little non-issue. Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
What's their number one commodity? Like what are they? What's the number one thing they have there? Like
I don't know.
Sell to the world.
Heroin.
Rice. What's their export? Number one export, rice.
They are so off the radar that I never bothered to look it up.
I mean, even agriculture is going to be important in the future. Agriculture is going to be very important.
You're asking about Cambodia, right?
But they are small country, They don't have.
You're asking about Cambodia, right?
Yeah.
So Cambodia,
they have human beings. Human beings is a good investment. Workers.
not workers. I mean, yes, a form of workers. So Cambodia is very popular with the Chinese tourists because they can go there for gambling. They have casinos for them, women, drugs, maybe drugs, KTVs, all this.
I thought it was
So
I thought it was Macau.
it's like the sin city for the Chinese. The Chinese mafia controls
It's like the Chinese
country.
Las Vegas.
Yes.
How can you get Vietnamese passport? How can you get Vietnamese passport? I really need it.
Yeah, he wants to go to the red light district.
No,
You don't
I'm
need
talking
a
about
passport for
Cambodia.
that.
I'm talking about Cambodia.
No, you mean
Cambodia is the red light country for China, but the Vietnam is not. Vietnam is not easy to find dirty stuff.
We have casinos here at Detroit. Come to Detroit. We have casinos. We have everything.
No, I thought it was Macau or something.
Macau is
Macau is part of China already.
Yeah, but
it's part of
I
China.
thought like
it's an official casino.
So they control it more properly, whereas
The only-
Cambodia,
the
the
only-
Chinese government
the
cannot
only-
control. So all the Chinese mafia goes over to Cambodia because the Chinese government doesn't have a control over that. Whereas Macau, they actually keep a good
guys, I think Carlos is here to defend Israel because he lives there. So let's give him
wait.
some time.
We haven't
some
finished
talking
with
time.
China yet. Wait. I want to
Now,
say also.
China is past. Come on.
Wait. I haven't finished.
We all hate
So,
China. We love them, but we hate them.
Wait. So
I don't hate China. We like
so
Asian
Macau,
Jews.
right? So Macau is now part of China under the two
Macau is Portugal.
Yeah.
No, I
used to
thought
be
it was the
Portugal.
place where the Chinese went to gamble.
So the thing is, you have to understand that because it's still Chinese territory, China government can actually forbid China citizens from entering Macau to gamble. So which is why everybody would just go to Cambodia, because there is no law there. It's a wild west over there. So I just want to differentiate the difference. So if you have money to smuggle out, you want to wash your money, that's Cambodia. You cannot wash it in Macau. It doesn't work because Macau is still under China. So okay, we want to go to
It's
Israel.
basically all the
We go to
dirty
Israel
stuff.
right now. No, we have a Carlos now in
Because
Haifa.
I think it's just
Let's go.
because of Israel.
Let's go to the Jewish ethnostate.
He doesn't care about Spain. He prefers.
Is this the first time we have an Israeli in the open mic?
He's not Israeli.
Let me make this known to the world.
What?
I'm a Semite, so there's no way in hell I can be an anti-Semite. Okay, I speak Aramaic. If you guys know what Aramaic is, it's the language
Aramaic?
Jesus. Yeah, it's the language that Jesus spoke. I speak it fluently.
Yeah.
Dachitun, shlamalochun, dachitun. That means
there are many.
peace be on you. How are you?
Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared. No, I'm kind of scared of the language Aramaic because that day I was reading a story about how devils speak in the language Aramaic. I don't know.
Yeah.
It kind of creeped me out.
Hebrews derived from Aramaic. Hebrews derived from Aramaic.
Hey.
And the Jewish people and my people share a long history because the Jews were slaves in Babylon, and my ancestors are Babylonian.
So you guys enslaved the Jews.
Guys, let us.
Well, I'm not proud of that. But in those times, we're talking 3,000 years ago. Babylon was a pagan country. It was all pagan. And the Jews believed in God.
So you guys are already anti-Zionism before there was Zionism.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But
Okay, can we let
a lot of
Carlos
people,
talk now?
a lot of people are being fooled with the propaganda. Even my people, they're being fooled with the propaganda. I heard a guy say, "It's okay that all these children are dying in Palestine. It's okay." I said, "How can you say that? How can you say that being a father and having children yourself? How can you say that? I don't know, but I get all kinds of mixed feelings when I see women and children being bombed. Go to the south and they bomb them in the south. There's no safe place in Gaza.
I'm going to cut you
They're
back,
bombing
because
ambulances,
I
hospitals.
love you.
100,
No, I will let
160 UN workers killed. 160 UN workers killed. How about that?
I love the
I would like to
way
raise
Piers
something
Morgan-
because
I love the way
most
Piers
people.
Morgan make Israel the victim when they are the one
No, let me
killing.
talk. Let me talk. Yes, sir. Yeah. So the most of the justification I see in like places like Twitter is that Hamas shouldn't have started the war. They deserve it because these people deserve it because Hamas started the war. But thing is, like from the polls before the war, like the support for Hamas wasn't even that high. They didn't even have like the majority of support for from the Gazans. So
Since when
this hypothesis doesn't make
did God
sense.
become a land agent? Since when did God work for Remax? Huh?
It doesn't make
Since
sense to
when God
punish all the
become a land
civilians
agent?
for their
Look,
government
why don't we do a
action.
DNA test? DNA doesn't lie. None of those people are Semitic. All those Ashkenazis from Europe, none of them are Semitic. If they take a DNA test, they can't even trace their blood to that DNA. You know, there was a
DNA test is
woman.
banned in Israel, right?
Let me tell you, there was a woman. She's Assyrian, just like me. Assyrian, not Syrian. Okay, and we're usually in the Midwest. Some people in the South, but usually in the Midwest, my people. There's like 1 million of us in Michigan, another 1 million in Chicago. So this lady, she became a meteorologist and went out to Salt Lake City, Utah, and got a job as a meteorologist. When that ancestry thing started coming out in the early 2000s, she went and did a DNA test. Do you know she made history? They couldn't trace her DNA further. They said, we've made history with your DNA. We traced it back 4,000 years, and they traced it to that land. They said, we found your great, 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 great. He said great, great about 28 times. He said great, great, great grandmother in this region where Syria, Iraq, and Turkey all come together. Because that's where we traced your grandmother, and that's where you come from. Let them go try to do that. And then I'll believe they're Semites.
By this logic, and I'm
talking about the government of Israel. I'm not talking about the Mizrahi Jews. I'm not talking about.
But the government, like, look, you can disagree with the government of one country. You can think the elite are all shitheads, but at the same time, you can recognize that country has the right to exist. Like, for example, me as an international student, I don't like Netanyahu, but I do believe Israel has the right to exist. There's like 1 million Arab countries. Like, the Armenians have an ethnostate. The Azerbaijanis have an ethnostate. Why can Israel not have an ethnostate?
It's an ethnostate. It's an apartheid state.
It is. It's
Okay.
not an apartheid
Another thing
state.
is this.
They have political parties here. Like the Arabs in the West Bank, yes.
It's an apartheid state.
But
It's an
not in
apartheid
Israel.
state.
Like in
They have a big wall. They're controlling the lives of those people, even the water, the food, and everything. Even America doesn't do that when we go to war. We don't take the water and the food and medicine and everything away.
The ones inside main Israel, they don't live in an apartheid state. Like Arabs living in Israel, like not in the West Bank, not in Gaza. They can be in the parliament, they can have political parties, serving the army, they can do everything. So inside
Do you
Israel,
know
it's not
they
an
had a
apartheid
choice?
state.
They had a choice. Theodore Herzl, the father of this Likud party and all these Zionists. Okay, when he had a choice when he was making a deal with the British. Find us a state for the Jewish people. Find us a state for the Jewish people. It came down to Uganda and Israel. But since they made a connection religiously with Israel, it wound up being Israel. But you need to look into the history of that, how they got to that land and how they got it in the first place. Because there was always Jews living in that land. I hear them say there was nothing here. It was swampland. It was swampland. It was desert. That's not true. There was people living there. There used to be 2% of the population of Israel was Jewish. This is before 1948. And now 98% is Jewish and 2% is Palestinian inside the walls, inside Israel.
Inside Israel,
Proper
20%
Israel.
Arab, including Arab.
How
Christians.
many of these people are from Europe?
How many? Everyone who claims he's an Ashkenazi is from Europe or from America or from Canada. Either way, they got 20%. Well, who's ruling the country?
I think it's more.
But who's in power?
Maybe it's like 30-40% Ashkenazi. I don't know. There's a lot of Sephardic people.
But they're the ones controlling everything. They're controlling the power. They're controlling the government. Even Ethiopian Jews were being deported. Okay? Even Ethiopian Jews were being discriminated against and being deported. Even Jews from Uganda being discriminated against and being deported. Even Jews from Iraq that were exiled out of Iraq in 1951. Even they are being messed with and being discriminated against. They're living basically as second-class citizens. You know, look up Avi Shlaim. Look up Avi Shlaim. Okay, look him up, Professor Avi Shlaim. AVISHLIEM. Look him up and watch his videos on YouTube. He's an Iraqi Jew. He'll tell you the whole story on how they left Iraq and went to, and how he's living, and how they arrived in Israel, and how he's living. And this is a Jewish man, and he looks white, by the way. He looks like a white man, and he's Jewish, but they know he's not because, you know, the records and all that. But anyways, he's being discriminated against. All these people get discriminated against. It's always white on top and other colors on bottom. It's always like that.
This is why I hate talking about Israel. Look at the shot. Everyone is
okay. And I'm married to a white. I'm married to a white woman, by the way.
No worries. The viewership is going up. Continue. See, this is a military industrial complex.
But don't you feel more special Israel, being the only black man here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Black Santa.
You know, Black Santa.
How's my gift?
The reality is, Boz,
I was good this year. I was good this year. I better get my gift.
No, with that T-shirt.
I don't think you got that. Where you from, Black Santa?
John,
I'm from Angola.
For you.
Where?
Angola.
I didn't get that. It's breaking up. Oh,
Angola,
okay.
Angola.
Cool, man. Angola, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mehdi,
in the world.
Mehdi, can you hear
What did I
me?
miss?
Not much. I have a question for you, man. Do you think America currently, with the wars it had, has a practical hard power or only theoretical hard power?
The war they had already? Who's this question for? Me?
No, for Mehdi.
I honestly think that it's theoretical, and Andre Martinov did a great video, his last video, about salvo exchange ratio, and also the reality of when you're spending $2.5 million on one missile to hit a $2,000 drone. In the scope of warfare, that only leads to total destruction, because you cannot sustain a war where you're spending $2.5 million on a missile to just knock out a $2,000 drone that can be as effective as the $2 million missile. You know, a lot of people don't realize the Houthis right now have the United States Navy at a standoff. They're holding back the entire United States.
And the coalition is breaking apart already.
Yeah.
Italy pulled out of the coalition. France is pulling out of the coalition.
They are not. Please stop speaking that.
I
They are
just
just
have a
giving
question.
the US
I just
command.
have
They are,
personal
the French ship is going to continue to stay there. The Italian ship also, and so on. They are not just going to be in the same chain of command. That's all.
Do you think it is the best time for Mexico
I
take
didn't
California
read
back?
news. I didn't read news, so I don't know what is happening for like past month, past weeks. But basically, are we gonna just naval blockade like Yemen, or are we gonna like go completely in?
No,
Andre Martinov, let me explain this, because Andre Martinov showed a book. He put it on his thing, and it was written by a U.S. naval commander back in 2000. It's 20 years old. And what it is, it says that anytime your Navy goes to war, it eventually has to deal with land warfare, for the simple fact that the capital of all the governments that you are trying to project power to are on land. So anytime you're going to go project power now, you're not dealing with just the Navy. You're going to be in range of ship-to-shore or shore-to-ship missiles. The Houthis have one, and everybody's like, well, you know, we have all these stealth radars and all that shit. The Houthis missile is an optical guided missile. It doesn't rely on any of that. And that's the thing. Very simple wave skimming missile that, if launched in a salvo, will eventually get through from what they call the leaker. And it happens in all salvo exchanges. And the more it goes on, the more that China and Russia are so dominant in missile technology in the amount they have, we really do not stand a real good chance in any waters where our enemy has shore batteries ready to take us on, along with their Navy, along with their entire Air Force. This is why going into Taiwan is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. We would never survive within 200 miles of Taiwan.
Forget Taiwan. Let's talk about what's going to happen if you go to Iran. That's a fucking bad idea.
Oh, May, you're gonna die. May.
So I just want to add on to what Maddie said. So I just want to add on to what Maddie said, which is why, right early on, I already say that the Houthis are asking for war to happen. They're asking to be invaded because there is no way all this operation that's currently happening is going to stop anything.
The Houthis have done more for the Palestinian people than all the Middle Eastern countries combined.
But that is also true. So I'm just saying that because it's just like what Maddie said, it's not feasible, it's not financially feasible to keep shooting down all these drones because the drones are very cheap, your missiles are very expensive. And eventually you're just going to exhaust yourself, which is why a land invasion is the only way you can actually stop. But that also depends on when the Houthis decide to stop. So if the Houthis keep continuing, an invasion is going to happen somehow, somewhere. Someone is going to invade Yemen somehow.
They have nothing to lose.
Invade territory.
I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening because, as John just rightly pointed out, they have nothing to lose. They're welcoming that stuff, and when you're facing an enemy like that, you're never going to beat them.
That's what Hamas said. But that's also what Hamas
said. They've been bombed with American bombs for what 10 years now.
But this goes back to our conversation about an hour ago. Like, France joined this coalition of the willing, and then 3 days later they backed out, and so did Spain, and so did Italy.
They don't back out.
No, but I forget about the semantics of who's controlling what. The point is, they announced that they were entering into this coalition, and then they announced they were pulling out.
They got cold feet.
Yeah, and why? Because they heard something they didn't like to hear. I'm telling you.
Because they don't want to be, it's a debacle. They don't want to be part of this crash test dummy administration we have here in America. They don't want to be a part of it. That's what it is.
Do you understand that how difficult the terrain is in Yemen? Yemen is one of the worst terrain to wage a war in the world. There is a few special places in the world. There is the Gobi Desert, the Yemen mountain, the Borneo jungle, the Birman jungle. This kind of very special place where you don't want to go with an army because your army is going to be destroyed by the terrain himself. Yemeni don't have to fight a war. They have to wait for the NATO army to crumble. That's it.
Mehdi, I have another question for you because this topic was covered earlier, but you weren't here. And that question is, what do you think about the American judicial system getting involved in politics?
It is because the American judicial system is involved in politics. It's the reason why we are here right now where we are in the United States. There is no place for an American citizen to get a fair trial if he's going against his government. Right now, we got January 6th prisoners still in jail. We have in the United States more political prisoners than Russia does right now. And here's the thing. Half of their defense lawyers have been working underhand bullshit, and they've been letting these guys rot there when they're not using the judicial system as it was meant to be. They're trying to get these guys all to force them to plead down to say guilty to something, and many of them refuse to do it, and their counsel is telling them to take those plea deals. And they're misrepresenting these guys by not using the justice system for what it is. They should have been using discovery to get information out there. They hardly ever did it. It was hardly ever allowed. and half from what I understand, almost half of these guys, the representation didn't even do the initial due process type of stuff that they should have done in the beginning. I have a good friend, Lisa, who is has a battle going on with the Massachusetts Bar Association. If you ever listened in to her trial and what the judge was saying, you would see how fucked up our judicial system is. You and I don't have a chance because rich people pay the law firms that know the judges that get you off or get you a lenient sentence. And that's the thing. The justice system right now is only for the rich. For us, it doesn't exist.
Look at OJ.
Welcome to USA.
MAGA. I just want to say, Boz, you're Santa Claus.
If everybody,
Santa Claus.
if everybody fought their case, the American judicial system would collapse. If everybody didn't take the deal and fought the case instead, the system would collapse. They want you to take the deal. That's why every time you get in trouble, they try to throw probation at you. They want you to take a deal. They want you to plead out to something. They'll throw as much shit as they can on the wall and see what sticks. That's the way they do things in America, man. It's not about finding out, getting to the bottom of the truth or nothing. Even when they know the guy is innocent, they will still hang you somehow, some way. That's how it's designed.
Good point, John. And I'll just throw that out to everybody. It doesn't matter the level of crime. You could get a speeding ticket.
Okay.
Always challenge it, because I guarantee you, even if you challenge it, they won't show up. And John, you're absolutely right. It's a system that's been set up to play out and put everybody in prison, fine them, and control them. That's it.
Well, the good point is that the gentleman just made was about plea, because that's what they use now to get justice. They just throw shit at you till something sticks, and then you either decide that you're going to fight it forever in court and spend your life savings, lose your fucking entire inheritance, everything you could pass down to your kids, paying lawyers to try to get you out of something that simply should not be that expensive, for one, and second of all, it should not be happening in the first fucking place.
Well, that's what they call it lawfare for, because they go after people, and
it is lawfare.
You know, the government has unlimited billable hours. You only have whatever you can sell and scrape together and get on GoFundMe. And then the money runs out and the lawyers run out, whereas they can go from administration to administration if they want. You know, it doesn't matter.
Don't you think that the January 6th guys were kind of set up? Don't you guys think that at all?
Oh, yeah.
It was a federal ambush, 100%.
You had all these feds in the crowd, all these FBI agents and stuff. I think it was a setup. It was a setup it was designed to be a setup for them. They wanted to catch these so-called white supremacists and stuff like that. So it was a setup. You know, you had FBI agents right in the crowd acting like they were, protesters or whatever. So
well, look where it happened.
I don't know.
Look where the incident happened. It happened in a place that happened to be part of it was under construction and isolated it from the rest of the crowd. They were brought and channeled into that area where they couldn't get out. They started firing flashbangs in the back. Wait. Hold on. The police officer even said during that time, we've been set up. A police officer is on record, and you can hear it. The policemen say it. We've been set up. And that's when everything kicked off. And that's why some of these police officers now are coming out and talking. And it's a travesty what's happened. And when the United States sees what links our government did to persecute innocent people, we should set Washington on fucking fire. And yes, I'm saying
democracy.
Democracy. Guys, is anybody surprised, really? Like, this
I'm not surprised.
This is the pattern we've seen America in orchestrating coups forever, really. Like, so
the chickens have come home to roost.
Yeah,
the chickens have come home to roost.
They employed the same tactics on their own people.
I don't know what democracy is, but one thing for sure, there is no democracy in America. There is a fucking communism.
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
The
Yes, sir.
Canadians need to do a favor to the people from America.
Yeah,
and
sure.
burn
What do you need?
Washington DC again.
What's that?
That the Canadians need to do a favor to the Americans and burn Washington DC again.
We're
I think that was the British that did that in 1812, wasn't it?
you know my
They burned the White House before they left.
You know my
That was the
opinion.
British.
Ain't none of them gonna do nothing.
Francisco, you know my opinion on this country. We ceased being a country about 30 years ago, and now we're fuckhole. So yeah, we can't burn down shit. I couldn't. We can't do anything anymore. We're not a country.
Your country is
Sorry.
just a big land for America, you know.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No argument here, buddy. Like fuck, you'll get no argument from me. Like I'm so ashamed of this country.
Let's talk about
You have
Argentina.
no idea.
Let's talk about Argentina, please.
Why no?
Please.
Hey, we need to
There is
discuss
a-
the
there is a
DPA. We need to discuss the DPA
How the hell?
Man of the Year.
How the hell we even went
And
from
we need to go to
like,
Ukraine.
who stepped from Yemen to burning down Washington? Like,
Who gives a
just
fuck?
for
Nobody's
fun.
burned down.
Guys,
We're just
something just came
brainstorming.
into my
The British
something just
landed
came
at
into my
Point
mind.
Two Hawk and went inland, and that's where they burned. I actually was at a wedding at where the British actually landed in, I think it was West Virginia or Maryland. Yeah,
Yeah, it
Point
was
Two
the
Hawk is actually
Chesapeake Bay or whatever they went up into. Chesapeake Bay, Chesapeake or
Yep,
whatever it's called.
exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful spot too.
Yeah.
Guys, something just came into my mind. 2024 is going to be crazy year because and it'll have the most elections in human history.
Oh yes, UK. There is election in UK next year. There's no date, but the prime.
They
Liz
have
Truss,
elections
baby.
in.
I'm going for Liz
They have
Truss.
elections in
2024
Russia.
will
They have elections in Ukraine.
Not yet. Not yet.
I mean,
not
probably
Ukraine.
in Ukraine,
There's
Russia doesn't
elections
change
in
anything.
Russia, United States, India, and South Africa too, I think.
Not yet. We need to have Trudeau
Vladimir
sit down
Putin is a
and
bad
answer
man. He
questions
needs to
for
be
4
stopped.
hours straight.
Trudeau couldn't
No, but
answer 4 minutes straight, let alone 4 hours straight.
well,
He's not the praise guy.
Trudeau.
He really isn't.
No, he's not.
So are we going to go over
No,
the
he's not.
DPA Man of the Year nominations?
Yeah, and Vaughn, I actually
Yeah.
wanted to compliment you on the greatest Prigozhin campaign I have ever seen. Had I not already voted for Putin, I would have been slamming the Prigozhin button.
You
I
son of
thought
a
it was.
bitch.
I'm still not voting for that lunatic.
Well, I think, you
They
know, I
said-
can make a good case for Prigozhin. You know, I don't know why anyone would vote for a whore like Tiffany Spears, whatever.
No, you gotta
is
go for Vaz, guys. Like, he shows up, he always has like a unique shirt on, and he's a diversity vote. Like, we check a lot of boxes with Vaz, so I'm voting Vaz.
It's the political correct.
Yes, I got one vote.
You guys want Putin to stay where he's at. Anything else you're not gonna like, believe me. Putin's
Well,
got a cool head.
My first campaign was to try and get Wayne, but that fell apart pretty badly because he just couldn't make the final cut. So I jumped ship to Prigozhin. You know, but I mean, think about it.
Prigozhin played with a grenade on the plane.
I mean, Putin started a war against the peace-loving people of Ukraine. You know, he's got the blood of Bucha on his hands. I mean, he sells weapons to people all over the world. He's got eyes on Western Europe.
He took
you
10
got
days.
Prigozhin. He's trying to perform Russia.
He took 10 days to go Israel.
He likes to cook.
Big Macs are $10 in America.
He's a friend of Hamas.
And then you got
Putin's
Taylor
about-
Swift. She's
Big
just
Mac.
a whore. I mean,
The
nobody
Big
cares
Macs are
about her.
$10 now because of Putin.
And then obviously you can't vote for Surovikin because hell yeah. I mean, he built that shitty ass line that the Ukrainians have been fucking up for like the last 10 months. You know, it's all fucked up and muddy. I mean, I've seen pictures of it. It's all muddy and there's fucking logs laying all over the place. It's all shitty looking. You know, it's full of holes and craters. I mean, it's really a shame that someone would name a shitty ass place like that after themselves, like the Surovikin line. They
If
should
the
call it like the
alphabet
Main
mafia
Shithole line.
wind up taking power in America, I'm going to Russia. The
But yeah,
people
so
that
I mean,
hijacked half the alphabet, if they take control of America, I'm going to Russia.
And, you know, plus Prigozhin, you know, he always buries the enemy dead. He gives you a flag on your coffin and says some nice words. Whereas
Yeah.
Putin, he doesn't even mention you. He doesn't care. You know, he just wants his money and his army to conquer the peace-loving people of Europe. So that's why you got to vote Prigozhin. He's the only real Russian patriot, and they murdered him for it, supposedly. But who knows? There's always a Christmas miracle.
We can always have copium.
They said he was playing with a grenade, drunk, playing with a grenade on the plane. That's what they said.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mehdi.
I mean,
Yeah, you got to vote
actually,
Prigozhin. I mean, he's not a. I mean, Putin's literally a war criminal. I mean, he's got indictments on him.
Imagine war criminal.
guys.
I do
I
have
think
something
you all
serious
you
to
all
discuss.
He literally
forgot.
has an
You all
ICC
forgot the main
warrant on him.
part. You
I
all
said
forgot
with
the main
anybody
part.
else.
Prigozhin,
Imagine what Prigozhin
you
would have
all
did to
forgot the
Ukraine.
main
Imagine
part.
what Prigozhin.
Hey, Mehdi, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
I do
okay,
have
fine.
something that is kind of related to this and is very important. Me and Dennis were speaking earlier this morning about how history is changing in defense politics Asia, and us are going to be viewed in history going down years from now, because this is a very different look at how history is developing before our eyes and what our reactions are to it. And guess what, guys? Most of us have been on the right side of history this whole fucking time, when all the experts were saying, oh no, Russia's going to kick his ass, Putin's going to die, all this shit. We stood firm and said what we said because we believed in what we said. They can't say the same. And guess what? Now payback's a motherfucker, because history proves who the expert and the booth between the expert and the bullshit artist. And DPA was part of that. All of us were.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
guys.
cannot fight the facts, so it's kind of like just before we go, you forgot the
I
main
think
part about.
I think that's Russia propaganda.
No, you forgot about that Prigozhin never wanted to get elected in a Russian as a Russian president. This year, he announced that in 2024 he will go on elections of Ukraine and become Ukrainian president.
Yeah, he did say
You
that.
forgot what he said in Bakhmut.
Boz, did you vote for Prigozhin?
Me? No. I vote for them.
So we gotta go to Ukraine.
After all Wagner's done for Africa, you're not gonna vote for your man Prigozhin?
Nah, I vote for Dennis. Slava Ukraine.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go out in left field. I'm gonna go out in left field for my vote. Okay. Hey guys, I'm gonna go out in left field for my vote, so hear me out. My vote for Man of the Year, Person of the Year, whatever we're calling people these days, is going to be Captain Ibrahim Traore, if that's how you pronounce his last name.
Yeah.
President of Burkina Faso, and hear me out for that. Reason being, this is a guy who late 2022 took over this little tiny country that the majority of the world probably hadn't even heard about. And he has led that through extraordinary amounts of pressure on the country to fold. And throughout the entire year, he not only fought against it, he made the country progressively stronger as it went along. That, in turn, has created a model for a lot of other countries in Africa. And you're seeing, coups that came before it and after. And I think a lot of them are looking at him and they're saying, okay, well, if these guys can do it, we can fight this as well. So I think that if we look down the road 10, 20 years, 50 years, whatever it may be, people are going to look back on him and it'll probably take a while. But I think he'll be remembered as somebody who did a lot to help break Africa away from the colonial West. So that's why I'm choosing him as my pick for 2023.
You know, that's nice, but he's not on the list. Prigozhin's on the list. So vote for Prigozhin.
Okay, it's Prigozhin, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Where's no any
Matumbo guy can wait
At
till
least-
next year to get it in 2024.
At least one of them is alive, though. One of them is alive, and one of them isn't. So, I'm
Well,
not
you
even
know,
voting for
nobody
someone.
knows. I mean, I saw a picture the other day of him standing at the crash site.
Wow, just like Elvis. Another Elvis case.
Is Surovikin on the list?
Yeah.
Who else is on
I
the
mean,
list?
I think he was
Taylor
nominated.
Swift.
The top
I think,
four is
I think if you would have had
Why?
Prigozhin, you wouldn't have a Ukraine today. There wouldn't be, Ukraine wouldn't exist if Prigozhin was president of Russia.
Yeah.
He would have
Yeah, that's
carpet bombed it.
Another reason why Putin is
There wouldn't have been a special military operation. It would have been a real military operation, real war.
Yeah,
I
remember
mean,
when
the
fake-
funniest thing that Ukrainians are actually
You know, the
like,
thing-
they
the thing
fought
is this.
Wagner after the
No. The most funny.
after
Russia
2014
sees
where
Ukraine
they
as a
have
brother nation. They don't see other countries as a brother nation like Poland. They don't see Poland. So if they go to war with a EU country, they're not going to see them as a brother nation, and the gloves are going to come off, and it's not going to be a special military operation. So they better be careful. And everything that they're saying now, like what's a spokesperson for Vladimir Putin? What's his name? Peskov. He was talking about the money that they want to seize, the $2 billion, the assets of Russian money, or 200 billion, I think it is. They want to seize that money. He said, if you take that money, and anyone that's involved in taking that money, we know how to get back to them. And all options are on the table, just like Americans say. All options are on the table, he said. So they got more than one way to get back at these countries that are going to steal their money. You know, they said the Russians were using microchips from dishwashers and washing machines in their missiles. I said, man, those are some damn good washing machines, huh? You seen all them tanks burning on the battlefield? If those were washing machine chips, if those were chips from a washing machine, maybe we should learn something from them then.
Yeah.
And they got something down. I want to buy a Russian washing machine. If that's the case, I want to buy a Russian washing machine and a dryer and a dishwasher, and all my appliances are going to be Russian.
Oh, yes.
If that's the case.
I can't imagine how Ukrainian washing machine looked if they do tanks out of it.
It's a whirlpool.
It's like a bucket of water with one of those rigid boards.
Yeah, with the ringer, with the crank ringer.
Then you hang it on a line and let the fab dry.
They're gonna have pretty soon. Zelensky's gonna be hang out. They're gonna hang him out to dry pretty soon. The Azov boys are gonna do that.
Can you
I
guys see
think
this?
the first thing what all Ukrainians would want to do is to hang all mobilizers.
So do you guys agree with these numbers? With the 500,000 dead Ukrainians? Do you guys agree with these numbers?
Picture.
Oh, I think it's more than that.
Can you guys see this?
It's a
Kinda.
Yeah, it's
basically an AI generated picture of a washing machine. This is holding factories.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's how they're putting missiles together, huh? Taking all the chips out. Yeah.
This is how you make.
That's great.
This is how you produce tanks for a second army.
Get all those.
I'm not.
Get all those semiconductors.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if Maytag came out and they just posted like record profits, and the reason was selling all the washing machines to the Russian military?
I mean, you know, that's the thing
They should
that
have the
they make
Maytag.
fun
They should
of
have
it,
the
like,
Maytag
pulling
guy.
food out of washing machines. It's like, yeah, dude, they figured out how to make tanks work with washing machine pieces. So You have it. That's not like really the burn you think it is. It's like, oh, they got to use. It's like, yeah, they figure. Can you use a fucking washing machine shipped from a Maytag to fucking fly a missile?
You know what I like about the Russian army, man? They don't let nothing go to waste. Nothing goes to waste.
Well, they figured out how to do it.
Military. They took an anti-aircraft gun off a ship and put it on a tank. You know, they were scrapping all these old ships. They took the anti-aircraft cannons off these ships and put them on these old T-64 tanks and put them on the battlefield. Any battalion, any group, any strike group, you guys need a tank, you got it. Whether it's a T-64, a T-72, a T-90, what, they got it. They don't let nothing go to waste.
Well, John, just to add on to your point there, look at the oil tankers, the Shadow Fleet. All they did was buy up and refit a bunch of old stuff. Everybody laughed at them. You remember everybody was saying, look at the Russians with all these ancient tankers. And it was just like, well, look at them. Look at them go ship all that oil.
It's working. It's working. I seen them take a 58 millimeter anti-aircraft and put it on the back of a truck. And man, they were using it for anti-personnel. I mean, this is something you would sink a ship with, and they're using it for anti-personnel.
It's just such arrogance and hubris in our media that, you know, it just makes us all look stupid once the reality hits. That's the problem, right?
Well, there's people that would never admit it. I got cousins like that. They will never admit that Russia's winning. They will, you know, they've bought into all this media junk that, you know, Russia's a gas station, you know, hyped up gas station with nukes and whatever they call Russia nowadays.
It's true. They're weak.
Yeah. Really? You believe that?
Fuck no.
They basically demilitarized all of NATO. Nobody can even produce shells fast enough to keep up with them.
I still can't believe the United States used McDonald's as a weapon for regime change in Russia. They really thought people in Russia are so dumb that
people in Russia are happy McDonald's is gone.
Yes, everyone. I wish
there
was no fucking McDonald's here in the UK.
And you got a Russian rapper that took over Starbucks and called it Stars Coffee instead of Starbucks Coffee. Timothy, you guys heard of this guy, Timothy, Russian rapper?
Can I get back to
the... They sanctioned him for it. They sanctioned him for it.
He also made a
comes to the
song.
United States, he'll probably go to jail.
Of course. No, he's very Putin, so of course he literally made a song named "My Best Friend is Putin." So,
guys, let's have.
I want to get back to the Russian tank thing. I didn't get to hear it all. I couldn't hear it. So as soon as you guys start talking tanks and my dick gets hard, all of a sudden now I can't hear anything. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. But me and Vaughn were talking about this morning, and Dan brought up a good point. You notice the Russians are using like they're repurposing like old T-55s, loading them up with explosives and whatever. All right, just let me finish. Now imagine if one of those is dragging almost 1,000 yards of debt rope behind it. It gets, and you put those big heavy rollers on the front like they did during World War II. You get that fucker as far as you can and just blow it up. You just blew up and made a 500-yard way through a minefield that is basically can be done in an instant. And that's the thing. Russia keeps its shit and then repurposes it. What do? We just buy new shit and sell off our old shit. That's why we have nothing right now to send anymore.
The F-35 is a joke.
I mean, if you look at it, like when Mehdi was in, like all the equipment that he was on for the most part is out of the inventory. It's in scrap yards or storage, maybe if it's lucky, if it's not too old. But like all his M60A3s, all that shit's gone. It's all rust bucket, nothing. And the thing is all the Soviet equipment that he was trained to fight against is still in the Soviet inventory for all intents and purposes. Maybe take away a few artillery, older guns, maybe some older vehicles. But the BTR 60s, 70s, 80s, the MTLBs, the BMP 1s and 2s, probably even the 3s, probably every tank up to at least a T-72, maybe even the T-80s, because, you know, he would have been a reserve unit going to Europe. So you figure the T-80 would have came into play. But that's what I'm saying. All that shit's still around. They, the T-55s. I've seen them bore sighting those fuckers. 10 or 12 at a time. That's a company. So I don't know if they're using them for artillery or maybe they're just getting them out and fixing them up and then loading them up with explosives and driving them into the Ukrainian lines. I mean, that's the thing. We can't send the Ukrainians old M60 holes to strap full of explosives and drive them towards the Russian lines, but the Russians probably have thousands of T-55s and old-ass armored vehicles that can take a hit long enough to get across a few hundred yards and then blow up. And even if it doesn't, it still detonates the minefield from the shockwave and everything else. You saw what they were doing. I mean, that thing drove a path. It wasn't random. It drove along the terrain, and then it got so far, and then it blew up. And everything around it was burned to a fucking crisp. So those guys could advance all the way up to that electrical station and then dig in there and then move up again and move up and move up. I mean, they've got thousands of vehicles they could just piss away on stupid shit like that or just rigged up guns and stuff because it's an infantry war. It's a trench war. I mean, like that MTLB with the naval gun that sits up real high. It looks stupid, but, you can pull up behind a terrain feature. All you've got exposed is the gun and some basic sight, and you can just sit there and suppress with fire a 30-millimeter cannon, naval cannon into a freaking tree line while your guys creep up or blow the shit out of them and then creep up.
And most of their tanks, or if not all of them, are amphibious, aren't they?
Well,
aren't there tanks?
I mean, they are, but that's a pretty intense thing to do. It's not just something they can do, so it's not really feasible unless they have a prepared place, which they're not going to have because as soon as they try to prepare a spot to do some kind of snorkeling cross river thing, it's going to get pounded. Plus, I don't even know. I mean, that's a pretty intensive thing to do. I mean, you see them do it, but that's in a prepared area. There's nobody dropping artillery on them.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a problem we have because we laughed and poo-pooed about all the old Russian rusting hulks that were in all these yards, and they made a big point of pointing it out. Look at all this shit they're going to fight with. All that stuff was there just to be used. They lose nothing by repurposing them. They're like getting 3 times the value out of the fucking vehicle that the United States would ever get out of it by repurposing it for several different things.
About it. Most of that stuff is paid for probably by several decades at least. So who gives a shit if it blows up? It's like they got, you could almost say they've got like, let's say $100 billion surplus of equipment they can piss away before it even hurts them. Before it cuts into what they feel comfortable having, which at that point would probably be all the new shit, the BMP3s and
they haven't even touched that stuff yet, man. They're still using old shit.
Well,
all the buildings they had during the Soviet days, they've got a massive cushion of ordnance and weapon systems to.
They've been preparing this war since at least 2014.
A tank shell's still going to kill you if you're in a trench or in a house.
The fallacy,
it's our way around.
The fallacy that Western technology is going to make up for the numbers that the Russians can bring forward is being laid bare in front of us to show that it just doesn't work that way. Once you get 3 tanks in front of you, you can only shoot one at a time, and the further they separate from you means you're swinging gun from left to right. Eventually, they're going to get their shots in. You have to have numbers. You can't just rely on technology because technology isn't something that you can just bury in the ground and just leave there, and use over and over again because our shit is too, one thing.
I mean, and if you think about the technology,
this is where
if you think about the technology,
quality and quantity, it doesn't cancel each other out. You need to go for both of those factors. Like I hear a lot of such mistake, but quantity and quality, you have to keep up with them both, because even if you have quantity, you still can have shitty quality, and if enemy have better quality but he have less quantity, I mean,
Yeah, but
this
if you look at
situation, 50-50.
if you look at the way we would do it, though, we would have quality,
overall.
and we wouldn't have the numbers. But then we would try to make up, doctrinally, we'd make up with that with overwhelming artillery and air power. But that's obviously not something we're gonna, we can really do, and obviously we need to really up that a lot because you can see how important those two things are. It's like, if you can't get it done on the ground, you're going to have a way of breaking it open, and the only way you're going to do that is with the artillery and the aircraft, which means you have to have the SAM systems, you have to have the aircraft to deny the airspace, and then you have to have the support aircraft that can come in and bomb the shit out of whatever's on the ground and give you the breaks you want. But, I mean, Russia's doing that sort of in some ways, in some places, but, it hasn't gotten to the point where they can do it at will. I mean, but it's getting there.
Well, the thing about quantity and quality is this, though. There comes a point where, what is the tactical advantage of 3-1? Isn't that not the best tactical advantage that you can have to attack an enemy? So, yes, quality matters. Yeah, but it can only serve its purpose for so long because you can get spread very thin by relying on just quality and not using the quantity part about it.
If you think about it, Manny, the way we would be working it is, let's say our platoon's sitting there, here comes the quantity, we're attriting a quantity with artillery, then we're attriting a quantity with helicopters, then attriting a quantity with fucking attack aircraft, then maybe we're attriting the quantity with forward deployed scouts and stuff. The whole point is them not even ever get to me, and if they do, we finish it off. But I mean, that's another way to get around quantity is, we're looking at attrition through various means. Like, we want to hit you every way we can hit you all the way in, and that's what we always try to set up. You come to us and we're going to hit you this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. We want you to do, that's what, that's every plan. They want the enemy to do this. They want them to do that. But that's obviously not going to be the case.
Hey guys, question for
you. Well, before I just want to address one thing about this. Let's look at the attack that the summer offensive that the Ukrainians did. Let's talk about quantity and quality. So we had quality weapons, but we could never send them in the quantity needed to take by force what they needed. There is a point where you have to have just fucking power. It doesn't matter all the optics and all the fancy bullshit. What you want is steel on target. You want bullets flying that keep the heads down on the other side. There comes a point when you overload a section of front with so much fire. Hold on. You overload a section of front with so much firepower that no amount of quality or finesse systems are going to make up the difference. We need to learn that in the West.
Okay.
And the other thing is,
your quality weapon is overrated,
Yeah, exactly. But we have exclusive thing here. No, we have exclusive here.
He's not making the point that it's the weapon system. It's the point that we have different quality. You could say arguably higher quality in some ways. It's the fact that it's the way we do it. We're gonna, we got the satellites to see you ahead of time, and the cruise missiles to hit you, and the bombers to bomb you, and the artillery to hit you. I mean, it's like that. That's how we want to fight. I mean, it's not so much as just one system on one system. It's an overall system, which, when it's done right, is a quality system. It will work very, very well and efficiently.
One second. Guys,
it comes down to, like with the Ukrainian summer offensive, they have quality equipment. They do not fight the quality equipment with the proper doctrine. They don't support it with artillery, don't support it with aircraft. Doesn't really fucking matter if you got a Challenger, a Leopard 2A6, or M1, or a Striker.
The point was never for them to win, dude. It was just for the military-industrial complex to make money. It was never
the
to
only
win.
time those weapon systems would have really made the difference for Ukraine is in the beginning of the war when they had parity with the forces that the Russia had in theater, and they had Air Force and stuff. That would have been the time to hold the Russians, hit the Russians. Now it's all fucking a joke. I mean, you have no Air Force, you have no air cover. The Russians can pretty much figure out where they want to hit you, work the problem. Yeah, they may lose some fucking planes here and there, but who gives a shit? Oh, we lost the SU-34. Who gives a shit? They still dropped 4 FABs on a battalion and wiped it out. Or even if they did, they killed. You know, I mean, it's like they just can't play that game. And the Russians are.
Your quality
they got it.
doesn't matter if you're. Give me a second. Your quality doesn't matter if your operational and tactical planning is not up to par.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've all said
the
that
brains
all
is
along.
always.
So
guys,
Yeah, but
this
you
guy-
have plan and leaders, and it's not going to work. It's not going to matter what you got. I mean, we can give them F-16s, but everybody knows that's going to fail because they're getting like 4 months of training, and it's a stopgap. It's not anything serious. It's just like throwing the M1s in or the Leopards with these trained crews that get like minimal training. It's all just throwing shit at a wall.
So guys,
I
I
mean,
want to throw this out.
I mean, the thing
Go
is,
ahead, Maddie.
before the start
Go ahead,
of
Maddie.
summer offensive, the quality was pretty much the same. Like
Go
taking
ahead, Maddie.
tanks.
Then I want to jump in.
I'm sorry, but the one thing about the Roboteam, the whole issue of Roboteam, what happened there is this: we trickled in quality. We trickled it. I mean, the West trickled it in there. Look what happened to it. It got slammed by quantity because they could never get a big enough force that could go in to Roboteam. That's why they were all pushed towards the southeast to get them to go down into the low territory where they're all dead now.
But
they were forced there. It was meant to be that way.
Exactly.
But that's the thing. If you have quality but you don't have quantity, you gotta have some form of number to bring weight and momentum to go forward. Quality doesn't do that. Numbers do.
But Maddie, in this situation, it was quality for Ukraine, but no quantity, but quality and quantity for the Russians, because like taking main battle tanks, not IVs, but main battle tanks, the helicopters, were much better on the Russian side. I don't think that there was even so much air support from Ukraine side. Like we never saw it during counteroffensive. So it was both factors on the Russian side.
Hey guys, can I throw out a question to you guys? I hear this quality and versus quantity argument. I've been hearing it my whole life. And, I understand the argument, and I understand the propaganda around the argument. I understand what the media tells me about how Western technology is so much greater. I've heard these arguments my whole life. Here's a question for each and every one of you, or whoever wants to answer. When has that, and think about this, when has that actually been the case? When has that actually been the case where the quality army went up against this just massive quantity army, and the outcome was any different than an absolute loss for the quality guys? I can't think of one more off my head.
Friends.
Have a look at the wars in Israel for quality versus quantity.
Come on, Nunya. They did against Taliban.
France, Iraq 91.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all.
It depends.
No, if you go back to
It
Iraq
depends
in
on-
91, no, guys, if you go back to Iraq in 91, I remember it. The Coalition of Willing, or whatever the hell we were calling ourselves back then, they had like 400,000 troops in Iraq on top of all that hardware. So no, I reject that one outright. That wasn't a quality versus quantity win at all.
Well, and here's the thing, Nunya. How long did it take for the coalition how long did it take for the coalition to build enough force in Iraq to do the attack? It took 11 fucking months, people, to ship all that we had over there. Now imagine us trying to do the same thing, going over to some ports in the Balkans, trying to get involved in the war in Ukraine. It is an impossibility. The quality. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nettie. We're on the same page. I reject this whole argument whatsoever. This quality versus quantity. I don't recall ever seeing it in my life.
Well, that's the thing is, some would say World War II in the very beginning, when the Tigers were knocking out Russian tanks from, miles away, before the Russian tanks, the T-34-75 could even engage them. It was blowing the shit on them before they could even get close. But you got to remember, it's a total war. So the Russians learned from that, changed their tactics, changed and got better quality, but also got more quantity of better equipment that eventually led to them rolling into Berlin. So if we're going to take World War II, you got to take the whole.
Russia is.
I think
Russia is always something inclusive
okay,
because
but
we
to have a different point of view.
at the end of the war we always get quality.
At the beginning of the
It always, I think you need to,
the Axis are more.
You need to take in all the factors. You need to take in. You need to take in the difference in technology. All right. So obviously, if you're going in with tanks, even if you have a few, and you're going against a force that only has muskets and arrows, of course, quality is going to make a difference. So it's about how you use the inferior quality, and also how much disparity there is between the quality and quantity, and between the technology levels as well.
Is mobility a quality?
Taking back to what Nunya said about 91. Okay, I learned about this campaign, but I didn't really learn so much because mainly I learned about the actual campaign of 2003 and not taking account to the parity of the manpower on both sides and force what had been used in 2003 in Iraq, but looking at the results of the war. It was just like Americans went through Iraq in 2003 like unironically like a knife through a butter without taking a heavy casualties. And mainly they actually got to this point that they lost during campaign maximum around like 600 soldiers, not even America, all of coalition, mainly British. And they lost, I don't remember how much planes they lost because during Gulf War, yeah, they lost kind of 20 planes, something around that. I don't really remember, but during like 2003, we lost, I think, one Apache, around like 2 planes, somewhere more, and one of them actually was a friendly fire, truly. So, and while the Iraqi had been actually retreating back to like Baghdad, and they didn't even actually take a main battle during war. Why? Because during first strikes on Iraq, US managed to destroy a lot of command posts and a lot of anti-air systems. So Iraq army, through all war of 2003, it was completely disorganized. They never managed to get their army managed to get out Americans into that one decisive battle, or few decisive battle, because they just didn't had command. And this is where actually the sanction kind of hit up on Iraq, because they couldn't update their military equipment because of sanctions. And this is where actually the technologies that they showed that actually that Iraq wasn't prepared, and this is where actually the quality kind of showed up.
Well, no. Well, yes,
I
the
mean,
quality
can I,
shows up, but
real
also
quick,
the quantity. Like, keep in mind, both of those
Come on,
conflicts,
come
Leo,
on, come
they
on,
had
come on.
hundreds of thousands of troops over there, as many
Yeah.
mentioned. Like, this is not like a small little American army fighting this big, tough Iraqi army. The
Yeah,
Iraqi army
yeah,
was
true.
on par with the American army, plus the American army had hardware. So, the result was going to be inevitable. But I go back to, I can't think of one war where the quote unquote quality side has won decisively in that war. That's my point.
real quick, I mean, really what it comes down to, quality and quantity do factor into the equation of whatever is final victory, if you want to call it that. But really what it comes down to doesn't really matter. It comes down to the doctrine and then the execution, because the Iraqis were equipped with Soviet equipment. They were trained with Soviet doctrine. They completely and totally miserably failed in execution and were stomped. That might be the case with other countries that, or like Ukraine. Ukraine was equipped and trained by NATO. They can't execute, and therefore they get stomped. I mean, it doesn't matter if they have the doctrine if they can't execute. That's what it comes down to, doctrine and
Going
execution.
to win because that's not what they wanted them to do. They don't want them to win, man. The whole thing was for them
No,
not to
I'm
win.
not
It was
talking.
for
I'm not
the
talking about
military.
that. I'm just saying. I mean, in any battle, it's just going to. The bottom line is comes down to your doctrine and then your execution of the plan. Because I mean, if people say, well, what about UW and all that? Obviously, you have a doctrine that deals with whatever the battlefield conditions are, and if you execute your plan correctly, then you should mitigate those circumstances and have victory on the battlefield. That's what it comes down to. It doesn't matter if you're in a T-55 or an M1A2 V3.
Yeah.
If your execution sucks, you're probably going to die. You can see it. Robotni's full of shitty execution. Every fucking day there was poor execution.
Let's just put it this way. Like, each and every one of us can get into a fight with 3 12-year-olds, right? One-on-one, we're probably going to beat up the 12-year-olds, right? 3 of them swarming you, doesn't matter how tough you are, you're just, you can't fight off a gang of people. That's my kind of summation.
For the record, I could beat up 3 12-year-olds.
I'd like to back up what Vaughn said, because if you really think about it, if your weapons are built for your doctrine, then what is actually considered quality is a different thing, because to the Russians, quality is a more mobile, smaller tank that cannot be seen. That's part of their quality. It's just a physical thing. It's not really technology as we think it, but it is a quality amongst itself. And like Vaughn said, Russian tanks are built for Russian way of war. United States, the M1 was built to be defensively deployed in NATO. They are not the same thing. They were not designed for the same purpose. The Russian army is built on an offensive theory, even when it's in defense. The United States, even though we like to project our shit all over the place, when it comes up against the real enemy, when we last trained to fight it, it was in NATO, and it was all defensive. That's why the M1 was designed the way it was. And that's what a lot of people don't realize, is that Russian tanks,
that's true.
I just want to say
all of this NATO equipment that had been built in defensive
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I have a scenario that there is quantity and quality, like a debate. What about, for example, the Yom Kippur War or the 6 Day War? Like, I mean, they're both different in the sense that, like, one had the element of surprise, but the Arab-Israeli conflict is full of numbers versus quality. And it's not just the equipment, it's the command structure, having NCOs, training, logistics, maintenance, like, not just a T-55 versus Centurion.
On that day, the IDF poorly executed their defense of their homeland. Bottom line. I mean, because you said it yourself. They got robot machine guns. They got sensors. They got cameras. They got thermals. They got drones. They got the best fucking Air Force in the whole fucking region. They got supposedly the best tanks and the best infantry and all these elite infantry brigades and shit. Obviously,
they got good commanders. They got enough soldiers.
Fucking execution failure.
But understand what the gentleman's saying, though, because let's think about it. Let's think about the defense of the Golan Heights. What was the type of armor the IDF was using at the time? It was a mixed mash of old shit, most of it, right? Yeah. And they won the war with it. So, and it was how they used it. It was how it was deployed. It was how the command structure was. It was how they prepared the battlefield.
And they were also shooting uphill.
Well, no, the Israelis were shooting down, and that was the problem because of elevation.
The Syrians were on the highland, and the Israelis still got them. The Syrians had the advantage. Yeah, the Syrians were on the highland, and the Israelis were driving up, and they still got them. It was a sneak attack, and they got them.
So the Israelis weren't spread out on the Golan Heights, waiting for this massive armor coming towards it.
There was different. Hey, Benny, there was different units in different positions.
Oh, it did. The Syrians did advance, but the Syrians they didn't see the Israelis driving up to them until it was they were real close.
Yeah, there's some
That's why they got
spotted.
It's called the Golan Heights, though. My point is, it's the Golan Heights is what they defined it. It means it's the high ground. They were defending the high ground.
Even then, yes, some parts were high, some parts were other, like a lot of valleys as well, so it depends where you're from. But anyway, the point is, in 73, it was the Syrian force was much larger, and you could even say it was better equipped. You know, it had night vision on the T-62s, like, I don't know, like,
everything. The new Stagger missiles.
But Israel lost in 73 to Egypt.
They had Panzer IVs. And Stugs.
Yeah, by 73, in 67, yes, they fought a lot of Soviet armor, like actual World War II Soviet armor. But by 73, even the Arabs
like
had
you're saying, they had plenty of quality and quantity, but the execution is what got them.
Exactly.
Didn't the Syrian army at the time were the first ones to actually use the Stagger missile in combat? It was, like anti-tank.
I think it was the Egyptians, because the Egyptians used the Stagger once they cross the canal. They were waiting with the Staggers.
Yeah, it's the state-of-the-art surface-to-air missiles. So that in the Yom Kippur War, so in the beginning, the Israeli lost a lot of aircraft because once they fly in, they got shot down. So the Egyptians managed to advance because they have this surface air missile cover. But the moment they get out of the cover, that's when the Israelis strike them. So the Egyptians didn't get very far because they can't move the surface air missiles up. So that's the thing.
As a little story, I asked one of my professors who served in the Israeli Air Force during Yom Kippur. I said, like, how come, the United States, they were fighting almost the same SAM sites in Vietnam. How come you lost like a third of your Air Force in 2 days? The Americans already knew how to deal with them. And the answer was like, what do you think? This is America. America has planes for electronic warfare, for like everything has a plane. Israel was sending Skyhawks with iron bombs and maybe a couple Phantoms. And they didn't even have anti-radiation. They had a couple anti-radiation missiles, but they had less than 200 by the time the war started. So they didn't even have enough for training. Because for Israel, suppression of air defense was secondary mission. They thought air-to-air, everything is going to be amazing. It's going to be like 6 days, everything is going to be... And no, they got slapped. So everybody can get slapped.
Well, during that period of time, though, we gotta remember, in Vietnam, U.S. jets, F-4 Phantom, you name it, all the way up to the U-2 that was supposed to be untouchable, were all brought down by Soviet missiles. And it was happening daily. B-52s, F-4s, Thuds, all this shit was getting taken down by surface-to-air missile. We just never hear about it, but look at the losses that the United States have, and look at how many of them are pilots.
Yes, but especially in the beginning, like Rolling Thunder, like the way the Thuds were used was criminal. Like a plane designed for like high-speed nuclear runs to like load it up with bombs. Horrible how the U.S. Air Force conducted initially the war. But once they learned by 72, by linebacker, like, I mean, you had the, how is it called, like the Flying Pig, F111, F111, those ones had like very, very little losses, and by 72, 73, they already figured it out. How come Israel didn't? Overconfidence, not enough equipment, and this is the same thing that happened to them 50 years later. And now, what I want to ask you guys as my final question is, How do you guys think this conflict is going to end? Because Israel, is it going to occupy it? Is it going to like turn Gaza into a car park? Like, what is the end goal?
You live there. You tell us.
Well, there's
Well,
the point. There's no
I'll
end goal.
start, I
There's
guess.
no strategy. It's just feeling. People here, like most people, are thinking one way, but nobody really knows what's going to happen. You know?
Yeah.
I don't think Netanyahu has a plan.
From what I'm seeing here, it's like Israel is just killing. So basically, they're gonna turn that country in a car park, like you said. There is no way.
Yes,
Palestine
Gaza is finished, but like Israel is not finished. But they will turn Gaza into a car park at this rate.
My point of it is this: is that eventually the United States and other countries are not going to be there to support Israel. The reality of the world and power and the way the structure is, and who is on top and who is on the bottom, is completely shifting. My thing is that eventually Israel must learn to coexist with the neighbors around it, or it's going to cease to exist. It is outnumbered. It is on it's flanked on every side but to the coast. And there is the only place that U.S. carriers can be. And now we know that U.S. carriers are susceptible to a lot of missile technology we've never been had to face before. So, you know, if the United States can't be there and be big brother to Israel for this, you know, in the future, what is Israel's choice? Is it going to live in constant conflict like it is now? Because eventually it's going to push so hard, it is going to get imploded because the rest of the cultures around it are not going to stand for it. So, you know, there's a lot of friction culturally there. It either eases and Israel reaches out, or I'm sorry, but it's not going to exist. Period.
The issue with Israel is that like people here, they always feel like they have been in a conflict and they're okay with being as they are being. If the US marginalizes them, they'll be like, well, France did the same, we survived.
I think that Mehdi, you are right. If the Israeli in the government, the hardliners were not there, but actually there is so much hate about the past event in Gaza that Israeli government is only seeing some kind of I'm not going to say final solution because it's too hard a word, but what they want is they want all the Palestinians out of the Israeli border. First, they are starting with Gaza. They are going to push every Gazawi out of Israel. What they think Israel is, okay, not. And after that, it's going to be the Cisjordania turn. And they are just going to do that. They understand something. Today, USA is supporting them. But what is going to happen in 20 years? If USA go down and China go up, are they going to have the same support from USA? No, they are not going to have the same support. So if they want to, the word is horrible, but clean house, they have to do it today. So they are going to profit that last years they could have support from USA to basically push every problem out of their country. What they think problem is, of course.
Yep. Everything that Mehdi and Shadowy just said, I agree with 100%. I think that the plan, now that we have a bit of hindsight behind us, I think the plan was ethnic cleansing. I think that they absolutely wanted to push them into Egypt, into Sinai, and that was the plan. I don't think the Israelis are genocidal lunatics looking to kill a bunch of people. However, if needed, to Shadowy's point, the end goal is complete, elimination of them from Gaza. So I think that
you don't think they are lunatics.
Let me just finish my point. So I think that was the plan. Now that we've got a couple months behind us, I think that they're seeing that their plan won't work, because if you recall back in, when this all started, the media machine was going all out, like, we need to kill these Hamas people, yada, yada, yada. And there was there was just no other solution besides doing that. Now we look at 2 months ahead and we see just the worldwide outrage. I think that they don't have a plan to Carlos's point. Carlos, you're absolutely right. There is no plan because I think their initial plan was just that, and they don't have a plan B. Now they're trying to figure out what plan B looks like. That's where they're at right now. So I'm not sure how that ends.
Let me say, what about the LNG?
Finish them.
LNG. What about the LNG they found off the coast of Gaza? Don't you think this is somewhat tied into this?
Yes, partly yes, but it's one of those things. Like I don't think
war is money. War is money.
It's about able to survive.
But regardless, like Shadowy said, is that,
sorry, I was just
Israel? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say something about what John Z just said, which is, well, it's not LNG, it's natural gas, to be more precise. LNG is when natural gas is produced in liquid and can be exported. Actually, they are planning pipelines, but that's not even the point. The point is that even if they conquest whole Gaza, it won't be international recognized, and then any company, exploring company, will actually do it because they know they will be sued somewhere in time. So we have the case of East Timor against Australia, and that's why if that is really the purpose, which is probably as well, I give you the right, they are doing a big mistake. They are not going to be able to develop on the future. Sorry, Mehdi, go on. Sorry.
No, it's all right. You're making a good point. My thing is that regardless of whatever happens or LNG gas or any of this, 10 years from now, Israel is still going to be where it is, and it's still going to be surrounded by enemies. And what it does in Gaza is going to predict what the response around it's going to be. If they push too hard, what do you think the rest of the countries around them are going to do? Do you think they're just going to let that stand?
I think this is like Israel's strategy at this point. They know they have no solution with Gaza, so they're gonna make out of Gaza an example, just in case any other player wants to do something against Israel. They'll be like, "We'll turn you into Gaza. We'll just destroy everything, move the people, whatever they do there." Okay? Because Israel, they accepted they're surrounded by enemies, and this is their day-to-day life. Who's gonna touch Israel? Gaza will do terrorism. Hezbollah can shoot missiles. Yes, people can hurt Israel, but nobody can threaten them in the sense that Israel can just basically dismantle any country's infrastructure, nuke them, whatever they have to do. Israel has the capabilities. Only countries like the US or Russia or China could stop them, and they don't want.
Well, right now the Houthis are doing a pretty good job of shutting down all shipping into Israel right now, are they not?
Yeah.
It's a great point, Mandy. That's a great point.
Except Russia. They're not fucking with no Russian ships.
Or Qatari.
They're the only ones that are going through the Red Sea.
And actually, that's an amazing thing that is happening with this so-called this idea that the US has launched a new operation called the Prosperity Guardian operation, and this is going to backfire because, in a way, is that they are going to attack another country. And you see, what we have here is a country that is supporting the Palestinians and actually has the support of most all other countries around. And so it will be very difficult for them to have sympathy in actually attacking now Yemen, or actually the Houthis. And this is going to create a lot of problems in terms of legitimization, like we see now in the Security Council in the United Nations, where the US is being pushed to the corner and is being called by everybody like the bad guy. And
who are the good guys?
But normally people are afraid of telling the US that they are the bad guys, and you know that.
So they are the good guys.
Yeah. Well, they do believe so. Many of them, they do believe. We know that. Like the Israelis also believe they are the good guys. It's the same thing. They also believe they are in the right side of history. And we know we can perceive how the world is actually moving to, and we see that Israel is making a huge mistake. And you were talking about the plan B. I don't know if they really have a plan. I don't believe they really abandoned the plan A. So that's the point.
Could you say that maybe the U.S. State Department decided to play chicken and it fucking lost is what happened, and now they're put in a place where they got to speak to what they did, and they ain't got nothing to answer.
They're always doing that shit, man. They're always playing chicken.
There is a super shot. Okay.
Hey, we're at like 4.5 hours. Do we want to hit Ukraine a little bit?
No, let's
do it.
Let's talk about Suicide. Whatever her name is.
Well, about the super chat, he's more than right. He's more than right. The Islamists, so all types of fundamentalists, I don't know, those religious strange groups in Japan that put chemical gases inside of the metro and killed hundreds of people, whatever, or those guys in America that all suicide themselves because they think the end of the world is coming. Any fundamental religious groups are horrible. But also let's not abandon the regimes that all over the history have been really genocidal. We have the Pol Pot, we have Pinochet, and now we have Netanyahu. In a way.
Satanyahu, get that right. It's Satanyahu.
So Ukraine, I think it's a good. I didn't watch what you guys said all the chat because I have been working today, most of all these hours. But I find it something very interesting is that NAFO, the propaganda, is back, and we see that the West is not calming down. So they actually are escalating situations to a point that they might hurt themselves economically really badly. So now this new idea of the US,
absolutely, I agree with that.
This new idea of the US that is going to sanction any bank that works with the Russians around the world. The secondary sanctions, they are crazy. This is going to backfire really bad. Sorry, go on.
That just happened today. They just mentioned that today, right?
Yes.
Can you hear me? The sanctions, the secondary sanctions. Yeah, that's today they mentioned this. Yeah.
No, yesterday exactly. But this has been over the table for a long time now. It's not the first time. Well, the second package of sanctions of the European Union have that secondary, very. Yeah, go on. Voz do Povo.
Yeah, no,
Dr. Silva.
The assets.
I'm coming for you and your title in 2024, Taylor Swift. I will be the person of the year.
Fuck that whore. Fuck that whore. Prigozhin all the way.
Yeah, President.
Hey, come on, Maddie. You're supposed to be a gentleman.
But you guys probably heard
the fucking front.
You guys read the news that the Netherlands and Denmark are really ready to give their F-16s to Ukraine now.
Yeah, that's a joke.
Just waiting for.
Yeah, great.
It's a joke.
With all the regulations, you have to learn English. You have to learn how to read and write English. You have to.
Honestly.
But they are desperate, John Z. They are desperate. That's the point.
Yeah, but how many?
Can't hear nobody.
The Netherlands said gonna give you one.
Are you joking?
First day. Yeah, Netherlands only gonna give one.
One? They promised 42. Well, they have 42. They wanted to keep some
they have 32,
for learning
but they're gonna give you one.
Hey, Pravda, you brought up a good point about that coalition. Is it not already splitting? Didn't Italy and Spain already withdrew its ships from that coalition? They're already heading back home.
We already talked about that like 2 hours ago. They didn't withdraw anything. They withdrew from the chain of command, and they're sending some officers. Their ships weren't really ever involved.
Okay, let's talk about California.
Thank you.
California.
I mean, it's just honestly like about all this situation. It's just like the
Sorry.
bomb beating
Can you
up
guys hear me?
businessmen.
Well,
Yeah, we can. We can.
At this moment, we see that in Kiev there is a political fight for the restovers. Now, so money is getting less and less available. We know that all these guys were getting a lot of it, and they are fighting to see who gets a little bit of what is still available. And as the European Union and other countries see that, they tend to be more careful about what money they give. But at the same time, I see crazy things like today in the newspaper, in the very influential newspaper in Germany, they were saying they were expecting to put a tax for supporting Ukraine for everybody. To introduce a new tax for in order to support Ukraine. This is crazy. The NAFO people, this ideology, like Shadovi likes to say, these ideological command people, they are really fanatics. So if someone was saying that the Islamists are genocidal, yes, any fanatics are genocidal somehow. They have this sense of it's them or it's them or us. We need to survive, so we need to do anything. It doesn't matter what happens to the others. So we see Ukrainians dying like in big numbers at these last days. Well, actually, all over the campaign, and they still are going forward with this. And we see Zelensky like a fanatic, saying that he's going to mobilize 500,000 people, and now they even are saying they are going to make full mobilization, like everybody's going to be mobilized. It's fully fanatism.
Yes,
like it reminds me of one country what you kind of not allowed to say on YouTube. And it's kind of a sad part because like my friend, my best friend, his mother, she's right now in Spain, but she will have to go to frontline soon, and she got mobilized.
Yeah, and we
what,
see
what can I do? I cannot help my friend. I cannot help his mother.
Yes, and we see,
this
for
is
instance,
the saddest part because
Estonia
will the people go? Will
Germans
the
said they're
people
gonna
go?
send everyone in German back to Ukraine.
No, not that, but Estonia really said that they are going to look for the lists of the Ukrainians and repatriate people that have they are not willing to go back by force. Well, it's incredible. Well, Estonia is another of these really blind fanatic ideological move countries.
Poland won't think twice to do that. You know, this will be the best thing to them. They can't wait to send this motherfucker back.
Okay, then we have some comments from Norway, which is nice. Well, if you are Norwegian, you have to thank your previous prime minister, the guy that is actually managing NATO. He's Norwegian, so you have to thank him. You might have to fight.
But come on, NATO is a defense alliance.
Of course it is.
Yes, but the problem with NATO, at least from a Spanish perspective, is that like everybody just thinks that like, oh, the US will come and like help us, you know, like for example in the Spanish Air Force, like I don't even think we have enough missiles to like fully equip every jet because we don't need them. Half of them are mothballed. They only fly on parades, some NATO deployments. Like if you don't have enough missiles to train, how are your forces going to be ready? Now imagine you start giving things to Ukraine. What are they going to have? Nothing.
No, but that's the point.
You don't need. You join NATO, nobody will invade you anymore. No wars will happen the moment you're inside NATO. So that's the whole logic of Finland joining NATO. You see, once you go in, nobody there to attack you. Russia was like, whoa, so scary. So Norway no need military. Because
you think so? You think so?
No, I'm just joking.
The US will come. Like the mentality is that America will come and help us. That's it. We don't need, America's big army. That's okay.
Yeah. When I see the Baltic countries open their mouth, it's like, what the fuck are you gonna do if there is a war? It's like there is a strong army or something. They're like 5 million each.
Norway's fine, guys. They've got coping. Go volunteer. Go.
Oh, poor coping. Oh, he's here,
You
the
know,
Norwegian.
yeah, he's
Sorry, guys, I'm being
How
quiet
you
because
doing,
I'm
guys?
moving.
I'm
I'm
You guys hear
going
me?
to.
yes, we can.
Go ahead, bud.
Enjoy your weekend. Have a Merry Christmas.
He looks cold. I thought you
What
were
are you,
in Ghana.
ice fishing?
It is
You're
very
leaving,
cold. We
Mehdi?
have.
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm not at home, so I'm not allowed to smoke indoors.
Hey, by the
That's
way,
where I'm going right now.
You smoking?
Hey, Mehdi.
You
Merry
smoke
Christmas.
marijuana on live stream. You're
Merry
not allowed to
Christmas.
do that.
That was your words, not what I'm doing necessarily.
Okay, Snoop Dogg, the white one.
Guys, I'm
That's it
sorry.
for your
I'm switching houses right now, so I'll try to hang on as much as I can. But I gotta take a 20-minute ride to my in-laws because I gotta babysit fucking stray cats.
Look at those rich Americans with multiple houses, guys.
You are a bit too old to bed sitting.
Well, that ain't my house.
Yeah.
This house is my daughter's, actually.
I'm
It's not in my
joking,
name. It's
bud.
in my daughter's.
I'm joking, sir. Just
Actually,
joking.
but it's interesting that we're talking about Ukraine and Merry Christmas and Christmas. I think the parliament in Ukraine abolished Christmas on the by the old calendar, so Ukrainians will have to, by law, now have to celebrate Christmas on the 25th and not on the 7th like traditionally. They are just crazy.
Hey, by the way,
I mean, my
you know how to
friends,
say Merry Christmas,
even
it's
they're
Happy
from
Christmas.
Ukraine, we celebrate still on old times. So who gives a
Oh,
fuck
this is the
about
first
Ukraine
year.
government?
This is the first year that the law that we will have the first obliged celebration of Christmas in Ukraine.
They don't
It will be
celebrate.
funny to see how the people will react.
They don't celebrate
Well,
Italy Day anymore. They
I
change
keep
it
always
to
hoping.
Europe Day or whatever. They just changed the name.
Yeah, I keep always hoping, since they didn't do it the last Christmas where they did sort of like World War One, because this war is very reminiscent of World War One in many ways. Trench warfare, no front lines moving, but a bunch of people die. And then we don't see, but during the First World War, they decided, like, fuck it, we were supposed to be done with this war by Christmas, so let's have a wine, play some soccer and whatever. That, of course, freaked out the military establishment at their side, because when the soldiers start recognizing each other as men, they don't really feel like killing each other. So that was dangerous, right? And I wanted that so much last Christmas. So this is my hey, Santas, all of you Santas out there, fake ones and real ones, doesn't really matter. Can you please have a few of those Ukrainians and Russians getting together across the front lines, having a few vodkas and
Hey,
playing?
coping. It also resulted in that horrible Paul McCartney song that they play every year.
I'm black. I'm
Sorry,
here to steal, not to make wish.
Wait, please. Nunia,
I said it also resulted in that horrible Paul McCartney song that they play at Christmas every year.
Which one?
The Pipes of Peace or whatever. It's terrible. It's
yeah, okay.
about that World War I.
I haven't heard it.
You see, that is a problem for you Americans, not for the rest of the world. The rest of the world is perfectly fine when the rest of you Americans are suffering with your own cultural degeneracy.
Oh my God, that's awesome. Where are you from, brother?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Norway.
Yeah,
man, it looks cold over there, bro.
Yes, it's -7, and we're by the coast, so we have hot waters that keeps anyone who knows about the cold.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
about
anyone.
The cold.
Yeah, so if you can be inland and -20, it's probably gonna and no wind. It's probably gonna feel not as cold as it does now, because now we have the hot stream from the Gulf Stream. It keeps pushing humid air and salty humid air.
Yeah,
so the wind, it actually sticks right into everywhere, and it's pretty cool. Like right now, it's -7. It's colder. Like if I go inland a few kilometers.
Norway is a nice country, man.
Yes, it's a beautiful country.
Used to be.
I mean, -7. I was without code for 2 hours.
They care about
on
their
this
citizens,
Thursday.
man. They care about their citizens in Norway, man.
Maybe
Yeah, well,
10 of them, that's
unfortunately,
why.
it's changing. Wait, one at a time. Leo, you're Russian. You guys, I know you guys have it actually significantly colder centigrade-wise, but I'm pretty sure it's usually not the same as it is like right now. Like if you have, because if usually by the coast, you would have no air humidity when you start reaching -10. But because of the Gulf Stream, even when we start reaching -14, the air humidity is still in the air. So the most brutal winters we have had, they haven't actually been closer, more lower than like -15 or something, which isn't really that much. I've been in -30, -40. I've been where you can. It's so cold that you can throw boiling water into the air and it lands as snow, and that doesn't
Guys,
on your body.
I live in fucking Maine. I am wearing 2 sets of long johns and felt pants right now. Okay, so if you want to talk about fucking cold, look at the way I'm fucking dressed.
Hey, that's one of the reasons I'm so happy to have you on here, because aren't you a little bit more inland? Maine is a bit more like inland than that. Like you're not coastal.
No, we're on the coast. We're the most northern part of the East Coast.
Okay. So do you have ice-free harbors?
Well, and sea, yes, but not inland. We actually have icebergs that come down. They have to break up the rivers. They used to do it for logging, but now they do it, just for barge traffic.
So you're living by a river. So you're living by a river.
The Kennebec, yeah.
Yeah, so you probably, because there are some effects that you can notice that are a little bit similar than here, but it's a little bit worse when you're by the sea and the coast, especially because you have the heat from the Gulf Stream. It makes sure that even though it's so cold that it shouldn't really be any air humidity, the heat that comes up from the Gulf Stream makes sure that you still have air humidity. So and what the result of that is that it it conducts the heat much quicker. So if you go to, let's say, -20, like I'm talking centigrades here, -20, 30, and the air is so dry that the dissipation of temperature from your body is not at least experientially the same. Like if you're doing laboratory work, it's going to be the same, but on your body, the way we work, then you're going to not feel it as cold as it is. By the way, speaking of that, are we going to get into the cold and geopolitics, or are we going to get back to just geopolitics?
I got to go into a story, but I want to say this. In Maine, we recently had severe windstorms. Around my house, the neighbors have trees that fell into other houses. We have a tree that the tree snapped at the highest part, blew into our yard, and the rest of it fell into the neighbors. And you're talking, this is a big oak tree. They're down everywhere. I just got power on after 3 days. Other people are still running around without power. You're still driving around parts of like the Waterville area where I live, where you can't get through because they still haven't cut all the trees up yet so you can pass through. That's how the weather can get here.
Okay, that sounds like we often have it windy, but we do not have hurricane conditions, and it's probably because we are positioned on the west-facing coast, like the sea is on the west side. So you will notice, like, you don't have any hurricanes and stuff like that going on in California, but you will have that going on the East Coast. And we have something similar. There's sometimes flukes that causes it, but we don't. We have strong winds, and yes, we do have storms. But the storms like you are mentioning, where trees are flown over, they're actually mostly out in the ocean. That's where it starts getting dangerous.
Well, actually, the thing is that
by the time the hurricane would never get to Norway or anywhere close. Like usually by the time the hurricanes from the Gulf, usually they kind of lose their steam around the Carolinas, and the worst that you'll ever see might make its way up to Newfoundland or something, but that's as far as it'll ever get.
And in Norway, it is basically that we get some fluke storms that are so strong they could technically kind of almost fall close to what is a hurricane, but they're not a hurricane.
You guys get tornadoes, right? You guys get tornadoes in Norway, right?
We do. I mean, you can get whirlwinds, but nothing like you see on the plains in the United States or something like that. It's I cannot recall or have heard of anything where houses are ripped apart or something like that. We don't get that. Those kind of tornadoes are very specific. Like, I mean, you need kind of those large land masses for that, as far as I've
Actually,
understood
this
it.
must be really fun for Wade to listen, because he is in Singapore and there is always hot. He never experienced these bullshit we have to deal with. It's too cold, too warm. Yes, he's always hot. He survives with that. He probably has too much rain in a certain time of the year.
Like now we are having a lot of rain, and we fantasize about snow. It's like, wow, it's so pretty. we are all, like, we literally in the town center, now in the city center, we have this they build up one big temporary thing where inside is all ice, is frozen snow, then it's frozen, then artificial snow, and then there's ice slice and everything. Then you have to pay money to play, and we have that right now. People are willing to pay money to experience winter conditions.
Well, but it's actually very nice up here. I was out skiing yesterday, and today I was out walking nearby my hometown where I'm visiting right now. We have one of the strongest currents in the world, and we were there while it is very nice. Like when you have like nice powdery snow, and the thing is, we have actually in the recent years experienced winters where we actually don't have snow, which is like unheard of. When I was a kid, we had mountains of snow usually. Now it's like it's a throw of the dice. Maybe you have it, maybe you don't. So we had snow, and then it was raining with plus degrees for a week. And the snow was about to dissipate, only hardened ice was remaining. And then fortunately, everything switched over a few days before Christmas, and down to like minus degrees and a bunch of precipitation. So we have with cold temperature, you get very powdery snow, which is very nice when you're out in the woods, because then all the branches get covered in this powdery snow, and it feels like you're in the enclosed room, even though you're outside, and you're skiing and having fun and stuff like. So yeah, I get that this like you want to have winter, especially if you're in a place like Singapore, where we rarely have that kind of stability.
Russian people, they baptize in the cold like that. They cut it out. They cut the ice and they baptize in there. Vladimir Putin. I saw him baptizing. I saw Vladimir Putin doing that. I saw Vladimir Putin doing this.
Every year he does it.
No,
every year.
Unironically.
For Eastern.
Unironically. You guys know there's a black man here. About fucking snow.
We got the Black Santa right here, bro.
I thought you were Santa Claus.
Yeah,
I thought it was something weird about how come the skin was black but the beard still white. I mean, you seem like you have pretended to go down the chimney, but you actually just copped out right before put on the white.
To steal the kids' presents.
Yeah, no, this guy he don't bring gifts. He's gonna take your shit.
Hey, Santa, can you bring my wife bigger tits?
Oh, Black Santa, please give me some booty. I want my lady to have some firm. And I wanted to shake it.
He's from Angola, man. He might cut your head off. This guy, man.
No,
he's British now. He's from London.
No.
I never heard about cutting heads in Angola. Right?
No, what watched us for
they
me?
Use a machete.
No. You have completely misunderstood. You do not understand what kind of BBC Bosch is. He's also not only the BBC for a lady.
BBC.
He's also BBC. He's also BBC for his brother. So he will help me get some nice and golden ladies and stuff. He's basically he's basically my pimp, essentially.
Okay.
Oh no, not my pimp. I mean, he helps me find romance. We don't pimp. We don't do disclaimer. We do not do prostitution on DPA. We do not do prostitution on DPA.
How about BBC? They reported the building 7 on World Trade Center, and during 9/11, building 7 was still standing, and BBC was reporting it had just collapsed. And in the background, You could see the building burning. Number 7. They reported it collapsed before it
Oh,
collapsed.
wait. Sorry, can I interrupt? Before we go into that, just John Z. I believe I have not seen you before on the open mic. So you're new on the open mic.
I'm new, man. I'm from Detroit, man. Detroit, Michigan,
You're from
USA.
Detroit. Yeah, that makes sense from the accent. Like I could hear you were definitely American.
Yeah, I know. I sound like an American. I sound like an American, but my family is from Iraq.
From Iraq? Oh, أنت عربية. Oh, السلام عليكم.
أنا افتهم شوية عربي بس شوية. But I speak Aramaic.
Oh, okay. Well, same for me. I just know a word here or there. Like
you are in Assyria.
I understand a little bit of Assyrian. Yeah.
Oh my God.
My grandmother is from Iraq. My grandmother is from Iraq, so that's why I kind of recognize.
We had a discussion in this open mic once because of the Syrians. They couldn't. They thought we were talking about Syrians, not about the Christians.
Yeah.
That also suffered a genocide together with the Armenians.
Yes, sir. In during World War I.
Vote for them.
Hey guys, let's get back to that. We got a super chat question. What's going on in Avdiivka? They're all getting killed. I want to get back to the Angolan women that Vaz is going to hook us up with when we go down there.
The Avdiivka, let me tell you.
Let's don't get into Avdiivka.
They're finished,
While we go around, they're going to pull out
troops out of there.
Why don't we go around a circle and do a couple minutes each?
Let's do that.
What?
Who goes first?
Of
Who
what?
goes first?
What are we talking about?
Avdiivka.
Yeah,
Avdiivka.
same question.
Can I say something about Avdiivka? I'm thinking they're going to pull everybody out and they're going to spread them across the line. They're going to have to. What are they going to do? Either that or they're dead.
That's what they're doing. They
No, we don't.
I think
that's like meat. That's like for both sides. They just send fucking more meat into this one hole.
It's so sad, man. Did you see Ukrainian cemeteries filled?
Yeah,
man, filled. They have no more land. And I heard the largest cemetery in Ukraine is named after Volodymyr Zelensky, man. What the fuck is going on here, man?
You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking.
I heard that the largest cemetery in Ukraine was commemorated in Volodymyr Zelensky's name. Yes, that's what I heard.
With no protest from Zelensky?
Brother, people protest, they're gonna get picked up by the SBU.
No, not people. Zelensky. Would you want to have the biggest graveyard?
He's filling them up. He's filling it up.
Well, yeah, sure, but would you? Look, I just don't get the logic. Like, I would expect Zelensky to say, "Oh no, I'm not going to be honored for having caused the most deaths or anything."
Coping, may I say something? Coping, can
sure,
I make
sure,
a reality check to you? Zelensky believes he's a messiah. He should be the one being commemorated tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks to your media.
He's a messiah, of course. He's a new
wait. So do I get you
first? Or with bags full of money. That's the only way.
Okay. But hold on. Let's have one thing clear here. John just said this is something he's heard. We haven't actually concluded this yet. Now let's just presuppose this is true, right? And then what you're saying, Pelta, I kind of get what you're saying, but because what you're saying is essentially that he is such a messiah, he would also like to take the credit for all the martyrs. You know what I mean? Huh?
It's sick. It's sick. It is sick. It is sick.
Hey guys, getting back to NGS's question in all seriousness, ongoing operations are going on in Avdiivka. Nothing new to report, but I do want to highlight something, and I'm not sure if you guys I'm half stoned. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed this, but I'm seeing that the Russians, not just in Avdiivka, but all along the line, they're starting to make slow progress. They're starting to move forward, and it's slow incremental gains, but they're starting to move right across the line. Is anybody else seeing that, or is it just me?
Well, Putin announced that they are going to do a counter-offensive to regain all the territories that were conquested during the Putin announced that they are going to initiate a counteroffensive to reconquest all the territories that were taken during the Ukrainian offensive. I think that's what we are seeing now. Avdiivka is a fairy divere. Is like going to a circus.
What about Odessa? You think they're gonna take Odessa or no?
Guaranteed.
Not with military might, but with diplomatic way at the end of the war, yes.
Yeah.
It started in Odessa, and I think it's gonna end in Odessa.
Well,
I mean,
let's go in order. So let Leo go, and then Shadowy, and then Santa Claus.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, exactly about like Avdiivka, I would say it's pretty much decided already. It's just like not taking fact that both sides are losing fucking lot of men, what is truly horrible, but not taking this fact. From military perspective, it's already kind of decided because the Ukrainians are pretty much already failing inside the city. They got broken. They are breaking on the northern flanks. The only southern flanks is pretty much stabilized there, but you don't know. Maybe tomorrow there will be something, but honestly, the situation on the south, it's the only place where the Ukrainians
Yeah,
more or less.
I don't know if I'm right. It's just something I've noticed the last week or so. They seem to start, like for a long time, like, yes, we know Avdiivka, they've been busy and so on and so forth. But I'm starting to notice the last week or so, like pretty much right along the line, they're starting to move forward, particularly in places where they've just been hanging out for months. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I've observed the last week or so.
I agree with you.
I
Julian.
mean,
I think before that they were
honestly.
making very slow progress, and now they are making slow progress. It's a faster progress, but not a quick one. It's just a less slow.
I mean, honestly, it will just like my prediction that it will be pretty much same as Bakhmut. The battle gonna be over somewhere in May. With both sides having heavy casualties. It's just this time it's not Wagnerians and it's different location. Pretty much. Nothing really changed except that.
But I think, Leo, that you said something very interesting. Both sides are losing a lot of men. I think the Russians lost a lot of men in trying to create the pencils to make the kind of technical encirclement. And once they did that and they secured those pencils, that's the moment when we'll see the same like in Bakhmut, a lot of Ukrainians going in to trying to save face of Zelensky. And just going to the meat grinder, but then you will see less Russians being killed inside. I don't know if you guys agree with that perception.
I mean, it's just like that. Not even only in Avdiivka, it's because the Russians actually went on offensive pretty much all over the Donbas. And we need to understand that even in defense, Russia was losing not much more, but they were still losing some men. Now it's Russia going on offensive. And this time it's Russia pretty much going on offensive on prepared positions, especially Avdiivka, what had been fortified since 2014. And I mean, you can lock down any bunker with just one UMPK, but still it takes a lot of time because this time it's even more fortified than it was in Bakhmut. And for casualties, I mean, mainly it's pretty much drone and artillery because the Russians, we have pretty bad with counter-artillery part. This is the bad side of Russian artillery, and this is what actually Ukrainians good at in counter batteries and all of this stuff. But pretty much it's just like for now, both sides are kind of molesting each other. But in war of attrition, it's kind of just Ukraine lost. Not even with equipment, not even counting.
That was
equipment, just
inevitable.
manpower question. Yeah, exactly. It's just question
Go
of
on.
time now.
Go on, Vaughn.
Okay. Shadowy.
Yes.
You gonna say anything about Avdiivka or not, or Vaz or anybody else?
I think it doesn't matter at this point because when the pocket of Avdiivka is going to be over, there is going to be another pocket somewhere else.
I agree.
Just,
I think we are.
One pocket, just one battle of this long war, you know. And yes, Russia is going to win this battle again, and they're going, I think, to win the next one. But
right
on the
now,
large scale of the world, there's nothing.
But right now, is there anything left after Avdiivka? I don't think so, right? Like, I don't think there's any prepared defenses after that until you hit, until you hit the river.
I would like
I
to.
mean, that's kind of wrong.
I would like to remember something that disturbed me a bit was the discourse, the speech of the German chancellor, the German prime minister, to the end of the year in the parliament, and he was saying that he will have to change his policy, but like really serious, in case that the Ukrainian front collapse. And this was like quite really strange because it was like the first time that this was questioned, and it was really serious. And I start trying to understand what did he meant with the dangers that would take place to Germany if the Ukrainian front collapse. And I thought something, okay, they will send NATO will send military to Ukraine in trying to save something, and then I realized no. Their really biggest fear is to receive something like 20 million refugees at once. Because all Europe is already full. Most countries don't have enough housing. In Portugal, there is a huge crisis of housing. There are people living under the bridge because they are not able to pay immense amount. They have work, they have good wages, and they are not able to find a place to stay. And in Germany as well, they are talking about 700,000. Next year, they'll be missing 700,000 houses less. So if 20 million people come from Ukraine, like fleeing, which I also don't believe the number will be that high, they are really scared about what's going to happen. So this is the point. It's interesting, fair divers for us to watch. But the thing is that the Ukrainian army might be, or even the Ukrainian government might be at the brink of collapse. When this happens, then like someone asked about Odessa, well, yeah, then Odessa will be a gift.
I mean, it's just like...
Go on, Santa. Santa.
Yeah,
we need...
Okay, Vladimir Putin is a bad man. He needs to be stopped. Love Ukraine.
Awesome, Santa.
That makes so much sense, and it has so much deep arguments and analysis that that is very hard to deny.
Yeah,
that's not even words. That's just fact.
Yeah, Stoltenberg said.
You cannot fight facts.
Stoltenberg said yesterday that Russia missed all its goals in Ukraine. It lost the war because it missed all its goals in Ukraine. It's amazing. They are spinning around. These guys are spinning around, and I was watching like the comments in different types of journal newspapers and so on, and everybody's like, this guy got nuts. It's getting more difficult and difficult to spinning ideas, and people believe in them. So this is perhaps the good thing about it, is that people have been fascinated and they don't believe in this stupidity, not even coming from people like Stoltenberg, which should be more reliable in terms of his comments, but he's not. He's becoming a real clown. Sorry, Santa, I didn't meant you. Santa da Silva.
If you keep saying the same lie over and over again, people will believe it.
Santa
You're gonna
Claus,
say, hey, John, John or Maddie, you gonna throw in on Avdiivka?
Yeah, I'll throw in something. Avdiivka is finished. Ukraine is finished. The counteroffensive was a failure. They lost at least 100,000 men in that 5 months. What did they lose? It's over. It's all fallen apart. I think the U.S. has moved away from Ukraine, is now focused on Israel. The attention is off. I mean, they're even admitting this. They're even openly
John,
admitting this now.
give us a date.
John, if
When
they
is
really
when is
go
the peace coming? Give us a
What's
date.
that?
What's your
What do you mean?
estimation of the peace date of the peace treaty?
A peace treaty.
Give us a date.
I don't think there's going to be a peace treaty. I think that Ukraine is going to cease to exist as a country. That's what's going to wind up happening.
But we need a peace treaty with Europe and the US.
They might give a big chunk of it to Poland.
So for you, no peace treaty. Okay.
It might not be a peace treaty.
By the way,
I think Zelensky might leave either feet first or with bags full of money. I think there's going to be mutiny soon. I don't think there's going to be a peace treaty. It's all going to fall apart.
Yeah. Civil war. Yeah, quite true. Civil war. This is the most.
I don't see anybody sitting at a table with Russians and making peace. I don't see it. I don't think there's going to be nobody left to do that. Zelensky's going to be gone either one way or another. And who's going to be there to do that? Who? Budnov?
You know what?
Who's going to do that?
Whoever the Russians
I think the Russian is going to wait for a new Ukrainian government to emerge for the Kiev on the Lviv area, you know? Not Odessa. Odessa is a Russian city, okay? That's already done for me. But I think Russia need a country for all the quasi-Ukrainian nationalists to live. From Kiev to Lviv.
The ones that still live, that is.
Because Russia don't want to occupy this territory.
Well, you guys
I don't think the Russians want anything to do with Western Ukraine.
You guys said Putin the other day.
That's Bandera land. They don't want nothing to do with Bandera land.
Yeah, and Putin
That's
said
why
just
they
the
want
other
to sign
day.
the peace treaty.
If you watch Putin's speech,
The most interesting thing about is that the West will not allow that the Ukrainian entity cease to exist because they have so much money land. Who is going to pay? Who is going to be responsible for all that debt? So this is also a very funny part. I don't think they're really, even the West is willing to let the whole Ukrainian government to collapse. They need their money back.
Guys, I just wanted to make the point about Western Ukraine. If you Putin gave a speech the other day or some sort of interview, and he actually mentioned Western Ukraine, and if you just listen to him, he basically all but offered up Western Ukraine to Poland, Hungary, and Romania, and he basically said, "We don't want this ball of wax. You guys deal with it." Like if you listen to what he said, that's basically what he said. It's like we won't fight with you over this husk of land. You guys can do whatever you want with it. That's what I took away from it.
I got a question.
Hold on. Let me just say something for someone in chat. I can't be asked to debate. He asked who won the civil war in Angola. So basically, no one can win a fucking civil war. The thing is, the guy who started, he didn't start it. The guy who was fighting for the Americans, he ended up dead. So basically, the people that were fighting on Russia's side won because they're still there. They've been there since 1975, and the same government still there. So Russia won. They beat the United States in Angola. That's it.
So White was going to ask us a question.
Hey, I was asked about Avdiivka, and I keep dropping, and I'm sorry about that. But I think that, like I've said, you guys probably read it. I think they're
Orlovka is where the pincers are designed to meet up because of the road junction there, and that is where the Ukrainians are going to be forced if they're withdrawing out of Avdiivka. It's the only place they're going to be able to try to get out, so they could get bottled up there and just slammed. And I don't know if they're going to close it off completely or not. But Orlovka is where I think they're ultimately ending up, where they want to join those two pincers and totally close off Avdiivka.
1 second, Wyatt. Could I ask you a question here? Could you show the map for a second? I want to, or at least, do you remember the map? Because I want to ask, where was that supposed Ukrainian gathering of forces towards the Avdiivka sector? Was it towards the north of one of the Russian salients?
The only information that usually was mentioned is the one in the north.
Because I think the Russians will attack their area. They'll just bypass Avdiivka and they'll go for the Ukrainian concentration forces.
Yeah.
Oh,
Currently,
I don't
it's fighting
care.
there.
Wherever.
Pizza Hut. I'm gonna mute Nunya. I'm mute Nunya. So let me find. So the north. So Novo Kalinove. So that's usually the area that we always get information about the reinforcement and to hold the line. But the rest of the Avdiivka front is very seldom mentioned about reinforcement. Exactly where? It's usually only in the north. Yeah, I think. Yeah, they just they definitely 100% going to reinforce the entire front line because the
like
Ukrainians
basically that area would be the forwards command outpost. Those 3 or 4 towns around that area.
I think they will be further. I think there will be a command center definitely within Avdiivka itself, and one is like further away. I think all these are frontline towns are, I think, very dangerous for the Ukrainians. So I don't think.
What I was thinking is that the Russians would just try to bypass Avdiivka and just make it completely irrelevant in and of itself by cutting the supply to the north of it.
So if you see the mapping, the DPS mapping, you see that there's actually another defense line that was pre-war, after Avdiivka. So and the Russians haven't even reached there yet. So even if they try to bypass, it will hit another wall. So it's better to just wrap up the Avdiivka, use it as a forward operating base to push out further. So I don't think they can just bypass and just go away. They can bypass Konstantinivka. They at the Bakhmut front they can bypass Konstantinivka. They can just go straight for Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, but I don't think they can bypass
Wyatt. Long story short, all Russian lands will become Russian again.
Yeah. I want to ask one question just now. So just now I was raising my hand. So if the Russians retake Odessa eventually, if this goes on and how we predict it is that they will take over Odessa and then they push out all the Ukrainians out of Odessa Oblast, leaving the ethnic Russians or whatever, is that ethnic cleansing?
Is it ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, because Ukrainians are also Slavic, right? So
it's definitely Nazi cleansing, that's for sure.
Well, but
it's called denazification. That's what it's called.
Wait. Around they don't need all the. They just need to control the Black Sea, so they don't even need all the oblast of Odessa. So Ukrainians in Odessa are just concentrated in the most northern part of the oblast of Odessa. All around Odessa, the city, they are mostly Russians, and then to the east, the Budjak, that part to the south of Moldavia. This is a huge network of different ethnics. We have Romanians, Bulgarians, Moldavians, Russian old believers. We have Norgais and Turkic peoples, and very little Ukrainians at all in this area. So, sorry there.
So my point is that it's nearly impossible that the Russians will just stop at just the coast. They confirm they will push north. At least we will capture the Voznesensk nuclear power plant. So
they don't want nothing to do with the west of Ukraine. That's gonna
there's gonna be a better defense line.
There's gonna be a border and there's gonna be a buffer zone between them.
Correct. So they will need a better defense line. So they will have to push north, and then so they push out the so-called Ukrainians. Is that ethnic cleansing? I want to ask. No,
I don't think it's
cleansing,
ethnic cleansing. No, this is a war, man. It would be ethnic
Well,
cleansing if one side wasn't fighting.
well, I think
honestly,
wait,
if we
who doesn't
wanted
want to
to,
stay? Who doesn't want to stay under a Russian occupation will probably flee. But there was this guy I have been a few months ago.
I think Russia
I was
will be
talking
welcomed.
about a guy that from Melitopol. Well, in Melitopol, the people spoke Russian traditionally, but they were not really Russian ethnically, completely. Actually, this is almost Sovieticus. It's people from the Soviet Union. If you really want to classify it correctly, it's not really Ukrainian people. These are peoples from everywhere, and were created in like a citizen of the Soviet Union. And these type of citizens were more concentrated exactly in the south of Ukraine, in the very industrial areas of the Soviet Union as well, and so on. So the thing is that this guy, he was object of a whole bunch of bad publicity, because he said that he felt more free under the Russian, being multiple part of Russia, than he felt before. He felt free. He said he could say and think whatever he wants. He was not being pushed to be that or do that, not do that in that way, because that would be Russian, and that's the Ukrainian way. And he said he felt free. And this is important to say, like what Z was saying. They won't open the Russians with open eyes. This is the open arms. This is also a bit of a dream. People have been subjected to propaganda like crazies. The thing is that what is happening, and I see like people, bloggers everywhere in these occupied areas, they are amazed by the reconstruction of their cities when the Russians arrived. You see, like parks are being made pretty, renovation of water pipes and so on. This has been happening in Russia since 2010, I think. They started this recovery of urban parts, and they are doing the same in the new conquest territories, what they call the new territories.
Yeah.
And it's impressive. And people say, like, what did Ukraine made for us? What did, after 2014, what did happen to us?
Yeah.
What did the European Union make to us? It was like, it should be like dream suddenly, and nothing happened. It was the opposite. Life become extremely expensive. Social securities become more difficult, more rare. They were not restoring anything or modernizing anything. People had buses from the Soviet Union still. So in Melitopol, Mariupol, and so on, they now have new buses.
Yep.
They have new buses. They didn't have. They had things from the Soviet Union. So it's
Prata, you know what you want to think. Russia knows these people. They love money. They know these people in Ukraine, they love money. The thing
You're
they
mean.
did,
come on.
You're mean.
The thing Russia do,
Santa
every time they get a new territory, the first thing they do, put these people on benefit. These people start getting money. Things they
What's
don't
bad
get
about that?
But what Bosch is saying is actually exactly what I wanted to ask Prata. That's actually Bosch is on a really good point here, because I actually wanted to ask Prata this in this regard, because they want the money, and here you're in a sense democratizing it by sending the money straight in their hands. And here you have also the US and NATO combined spending, like, I don't really know the exact, but I get the impression it's like 3 to 4 times as much as Russia's annual defense spending. And what do they have to show for it? Well, as we have gone over a few open mics before, they actually subsidize quite a lot of the Ukrainian civilians in the process. Getting bribed right in. So that's NATO's version of countering Russia's, you can say Russia's doing it, everyone is doing it. That's how money is power.
But let's get back to the question. Is Russia taking over Odessa ethnic cleansing? I don't think it is. I think it's regaining territory. Let me finish. I think it's taking over territory but it's not necessarily going out into the population, grabbing them all and going to round them up and burn them in ovens. I mean, we got to make sure we define what ethnic cleansing is before we actually bring that part of it up, I think. Because that's
Look at Israel. That's ethnic cleansing.
It's very good, Maddie,
Look at
because
Israel.
exactly look at what Israel did in 2 months and what 2 years almost now, not 2 years yet, but 1 year and 9 months, I think. How many civilians died in Ukraine? We don't see forced deportations like they were saying there was. This was a lie. Yeah. Even the forced deportation of children, oh gosh, they will still have to prove a lot of things in order to come to those conclusions. So yeah, like you said, Mehdi, I think we are very far. We didn't saw any ethnic cleansing until now, and I don't think we are going to see it either.
What do you mean, Prata? We eat Ukrainian children. We don't send them to Siberia. We just eat them.
Oh yes, but the Ukrainians do something even more sweet. They open up the Ukrainian children, sell their organs, and they help people over the world to recover.
Come on.
And have a nice new life.
You were mentioning Mariupol, and I wanted to ask, was it the documentary that is called 30 Days in Mariupol, where I think that's the name of it, where there's 30 days spent in Mariupol, and you can see Mariupol literally rising in front of you. They're working so fast, and it's a beautiful place. Some of these places that were just torn to shit. It's pretty amazing how fast the Russians went in and built.
People in Mariupol, they are living the dream, you know. They go fucking new house.
I mean, that will take more time.
Let's not be too optimistic. Well, the new mayor, he told Putin, we saw that video. He said it will take 2 years at least to recover the old Mariupol. It's probably going to take much more, and many neighborhoods, especially on the outskirts of the city, are going to be abandoned. They're going to be abandoned.
Yeah, but you know, when you see places like Afghanistan and Iraq, what the United States did there, you know, it's still fucked up. Russia took Mariupol 3 months after.
Let's wait. Finish his sentence, please.
So I think the Mariupol one is just 1 or 2 neighborhoods. It's not like the whole Mariupol. They are still building, but they did build a lot of roads, particularly linking Mariupol all the way to Melitopol. Expanding the roads and whatnot. So there is a lot of construction, which actually brings to like, of course, like what you guys say, Afghanistan, the Americans really do this kind of rebuilding, in Iraq. And similarly, then I would think into Israel. Now they flattened Gaza Strip. Will they rebuild it? Like how the Russians did it to regain the kind of trust and favor from the Palestinians. Because, like I did mention, I believe in my Hamas, the Gaza war report, I did mention that if the Israeli do it good after this war ended, a lot of things could improve. But if they just push them into another refugee camp, then everything is going to be the same. So it's an important point. The rebuilding is. Are you serious or not?
Well, Wyatt, and the one thing about that you bring up that's very important is think about the West approach to like Afghanistan. Think about Russia's approach to Mariupol. Think about how long it would take the West and how much money would get sucked out of the contracts that would be issued out to the West, how it would get delayed, over budget, everything like that. Where on the Russian side, they're getting paid to get shit done with a bonus to get it done earlier.
Mehdi, I know now they are following this reconstruction in Mariupol and other cities, because it's not just Mariupol. Mariupol is a huge one. The other cities also have it slow. They are following these enterprises with really hard fists. It's like really military discipline. Let me tell you this. It's like, so it the space for corruption in this moment is very difficult. But let's not also make our expectations very high. Russia is also a corrupt country. It's also a country that has endemic corruption. Nothing compared to Ukraine. Nothing compared even to other Central Asian countries and so on.
Hey, you forget the biggest one, United States. Is the biggest corrupt country in the world.
Well, it's not corruption
it's true. It's not.
It's it's
100% true.
Well, it depends on your perspective, but it is what legalized corruption is lobbyism. Yeah,
there is no fucking
the US is the country of lobbyism, but each country defines what is corruption. The problem is when the corruption is defined from outside and everything is corruption. And that's how the coral revolutions work so well, because they create this narrative of corruption and they see corruption everywhere. Of course, poorer countries have more corruption than more open, how can I say, visible corruption than rich countries, but rich countries have a lot of corruption as well. What they do, they tend to legalize that corruption, or the corruption is made in such a higher level that you don't see it because everything looks clean outside, but inside we know that is rotten. And I'm sure that's coping.
They make you believe it's clean.
Yeah, but no. I think Shadovi, which is from France, I'm from Portugal. I also see that in Germany, where I also live. We have coping is from Norway.
Your prime minister gone because of fucking 15.
Yes, that's why I say. So it's we know that we have this type of corruption, and a lot of time, the Portuguese prime minister. Yeah, go on. Wait.
I can give you a good example of a legalized corruption. So if you look at the person of the year for DPA, the DPA person of the year, people who no support me financially get timestamp vote. So this is why you have Taylor Swift on the ballot right now. Because when someone on Patreon put Taylor Swift, and then it's that straight away go 10 votes, and then you see that the nominations numbers are also low. Getting 10 votes means straight away,
by the way,
good contention.
I don't like Taylor Swift,
Which by extension means that if you want to have any,
I don't even know any song from that.
Oh gosh, Von is getting.
Von, I voted Prigozhin.
Yeah,
so
super chat.
I know them all by word.
I very much agree with I thought Strata's elaboration on the corruption, because we can go really on depth of this, because what we're talking about here is such a sophisticated level of corruption. We're talking corruption in the third world countries. That's because they're just blatant about it. The brazen don't have to give a shit. They have various mechanisms, and the people are already so accustomed to it and know that there are so many the mechanisms that need to be overcome. They need to, yet they're not there. They cannot get it, so that's why you see very little attempt. You see some minor demonstrations like we see here in the West, but really the fundamental thing, they know they cannot actually address it, and that's the thing here. We are locked in the very same constellation of dependency in many regards. One could go into depth on this, but when it comes to Europe, it is even less visible because it's exactly like Brata said. It's legalized. So I can give you a good example. And this one, I don't need an update. Just imagine this continuing unabated, uninhibited. Because what I'm going to tell you now, this is from the outset of the war, where all of a sudden, all of the Norwegians have to accept higher prices on the grocery retails and whatever. Even though retail and such doesn't really have any. Who has not muted their mic and is walking around? Bosh, mute your fucking mic.
It's not me.
Before we move forward, I want to give a shout out. Hold on. There's somebody that's paid money, though. There's somebody that's paid money, and I want to make sure we recognize that. NGS is always supporting this show every time we're on here by funding DPA, and he deserves the shout out. Merry Christmas, NGS. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to break you up, but I didn't want to forget because the old man forgets.
No problem.
I think he's copying.
Yeah, no problem, Eddie. because I also very much appreciate my fellow citizen, my fellow Norwegian, who also supports DPA in such a grand fashion as he does. You Southerners, you kind of sound a little bit gay, to be honest. But you are okay because you support DPA. And you're also very cool and okay because you generally have, you're an input. You're actually a part of the conversation. I just wanted to super chatters, generally speaking, but NGS in particular. When you are not able to get on screen, but you're still giving input into the open mic, yes, it's a financial imposition, but it's a good imposition because it helps us kind of, oh wait, no, these guys here on the open mic of these many people here, sometimes we get into black holes very quickly, easily, and then here you can come with a super chat and say, hey, what about the shovels? And NGS sometimes, very often. So NGS, actually, I want to make you an honorary moderator of the open mic because I have noticed on occasion your super chats, they get us, generally speaking, out of the right. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Thank you for that. As for the finishing on the point on the corruption of Norway, I'll just want to give one easy example, and this is something that NGS either knows already or would easily be able to verify. So Reitan is a person who owns a very big company he's a part of the conglomerate called Norgesgruppen. So they, along with the state, they utilize this Ukraine war to jack up prices. Now, you may have noticed across the board, all over the world, whether it's Norway, no matter what, Norway is one of those who are actually supposed to be benefiting from the war. But it's the same. We have some more kind of inputs from the government in welfare terms that kind of buffers it. But ultimately, we are like everyone. Now, this is a simple reason that can be pertained to pretty much every country in the world. It has nothing to do with Ukraine. It has nothing to do with COVID. It has nothing to do with money printing. The IMF themselves have had their economists, and the IMF is very, very, very pro-Western, right? Okay, keep this in mind. They're very pro-corporate. Many of their funders are private investors and supporters to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yep.
Nonetheless, their economists would had to conclude that when they had to, because they had to find out what was really the cause. So when they looked into it, over 40% of the inflation, the price rises you notice on the store, no matter where you are on the world, some places it's like if you're in Norway, you will have 30%, pretty flat. Somewhere else in the world I've come across that I know of, it's from 16 to 300% increase. Absolutely fucking insane. Now the baseline is nonetheless 30 or so percent, and 30 to 40%. 40% is the baseline. Sorry, 40% is the baseline, and the 40% of that price increase is not supply lines. It's not all the other stuff. No, it's corporates. The other stuff can be accompanied for the printing and so forth. 40% is simply the corporate oligarchy in the world, that they have the cartel so they can just agree on arbitrarily raising the prices. This pans out. You should understand that you talk about multinationals, fine. Well, you have Reitan, as I was going to get into the example of. He, in the same breath as like, oh yeah, we have tough times because of the Ukraine war and whatever. And then he has record profits equivalent almost 10% of Norway's total exports. 26 billion crowns extra profit, and this guy is an oligarch with billions already. This is across the board, all over across the world. You will have almost half of the price rises. They are attributed to simply the cartel being able to do so. And I say all across the world. I should make a correction. All across the Western world and Western-controlled world. Russia is one of those countries, and China and so forth, well, by different dynamics. But so the Western and Eastern world, the Western world, let me be precise, the Western world. Sorry for the ramble, by the way. I get the impression I've talked a lot. So.
No, you are correct. You are correct. Coping. You are correct. Coping. There is a lot of such cartels or such mechanisms of control of prices. I think the most immoral ones are the ones using food prices, manipulation of food commodities. And this is impressive how these just 5 firms that command most of the big food commodities like grains, oil, meat, and so on, that they are able to control the prices to the point of producing famine in many parts of the planet. Yeah, but you
Wyatt,
see,
I have. Go ahead, brother. Finish your
no,
point.
I'm finished.
Okay, what I was going to ask Wyatt, who is no longer here, but perhaps he can answer via the chat, is there, just like here, corruption in the public works in China?
In China?
They kill them.
In China? In China, confirm
They
there's
kill
corruption.
them.
That's why there's always so
in
many
the public
arrests.
works,
When they
right?
find them, they kill them.
They don't kill
They
them.
do that here
they
too.
just jail them. They just jail them. So in China, the thing is, how I would describe the Communist Party is like they are a mafia. It's like a mafia, and then it's like they mafia have a very intricate hierarchy. Similar, they have this. So if you are part of the gang that is in okay, they actually have different regions. So like certain parts of China is certain faction is more powerful, in the other faction certain other faction is more powerful. So if you are in the area where this faction is very powerful, your corruptions will not be exposed. They will protect you. It's mafia, you see. But once another faction take over, then you're dead, man. They will just say that, oh, you have this, you corrupted in this point, this thing, that thing, that thing, that they will send you to trial and then send you to jail. This is also how Xi Jinping, right, have jailed so many people, because, right, everybody have dirt on them. It's very few of them have no dirt. So because if you're just in politics, there's no money in it. It's the corruption that give you a lot of money. So as a result, he became the candidate because he was the most harmless among all the because he was not part of any of the major faction in the beginning. So he was chosen because he was the harmless one. Who knows, he became his own faction, and then he started to attack everyone, and then now he basically have guarded control of the entire of China. All his major competitions have either become too old or too weak. So which is why we have that I think a few months ago, or is it last year, where he made a big show where he have one of these big previous old premier that he will like send him off the stage in public view. Is all part of this show to tell the whole mafia that he is now the boss. So, and then when he renew his power, renew his term, and then all his executive committee, from Chinese analysts, they say that almost all of them is actually under his own faction. It's all his cronies. They call it the cronies. So none of them is selected based on meritocracy, but it's more like towards like these are all his close people. It's a bit like Putin, like they always say that Putin bring people that he trusts rather than is capable of doing that job. That kind of thing, similar to control. So there's 100% corruption. I think every country have, even in Singapore there is. Just like like say it, like what was argued just now. Is it legalized? Is it not legalized? If you have enough power, you can legalize the corruption and make your own faction the people that's on your side, very rich.
1 second, Coping. I'm going to explain what happens here. One of the kinds of corruptions here. If you could give me the time.
You mean in Argentina?
Yes. One of the methods of corruption here
That
is
would be fun.
there is a whole bunch of social plans that are given out, like, I don't know, the generate work plan that gives a salary to people that do public works. Well, that is handled by syndicates and social movements. So the government has to provide the resources and money to these social movements and syndicates so they can fund the public works. Now, if the government at any point decides to touch some of those plans, like just not increase the amount of money. Those social movements mobilize everyone that are under them to show the government, hey, I'm the one in power here. So at the end of the day, the one that's in power here is either the syndicates or the social movements. And they also fund the government in charge. So it's a bit of a weird scheme. It's extremely complicated.
Reverse
I
mafia.
actually
Yeah.
appreciate you saying that, Similian, because I actually just had a short one to why, so maybe actually it could be like maybe too conspiratorial, but keep it in mind because we have sometimes touched upon the concept of the deep state, right? You have something in the back that actually controls. And it seems like anarchy, but actually no, it's just a divide and conquer on a more complicated scale where you actually, you have the control. So like what White was saying regarding Russia and China is actually a very good example of regarding legalized corruption, because both Putin and Xi utilized corruption precisely as one of their main pillars for eliminating their political opposition. So you have 300 or whatever dead Russian oligarchs. Xi has taken and jailed whatever. You have actually not seen billionaires being killed in any other country in the world except, for example, China. China is the one that typically does it. Now, this could also, of course, this is, of course, in some ways maybe a good thing, depending on who you are and how you view it. No, it's not necessarily good.
It's good.
It's not necessarily. Not necessarily. Even if you're
Just because you are a billionaire doesn't mean. Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you take advantage of your status. I'm glad they killed them.
Right, but why would you kill one billionaire over the other? Now, of course, we are always going to be presented that this billionaire is going to be killed because, he was corrupt, he was whatever. But the fact that we've already established this. They're all corrupt. They're all corrupt. So it's very willy-nilly who you pick up. Some are so bad that it's very easy. Some are not so bad, so they have other ways to kind of stay in power.
I have a theory in terms of, let's say, in China, right? Why they don't have this kind of killing? So like no, they don't kill their opponents, although they do disappear for some time. But usually they come back. It's because that if you start killing, then that becomes the game, and if you make that the game, you might die. So I think that is that is like an unspoken rule. So if you start to kill your political opponents or your competition, then what happens is that everybody will start killing each other. So I think that's the main reason why they don't kill each other. It's a bad thing to do. No.
Well, I think this should be remembered throughout history. They have had many. We have all had many bouts of violence, and many arrangements were because
your mic is far away from you.
Oh, so is it better now?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like what you're saying. Like we've all had many bouts of violence throughout history, which have caused us to we're too fatigued, or we have an external enemy, and so forth. And so, security alliances have also. This is where you have, unions through marriage, right? This is where sex and geopolitics become very important, right? This is very overt, but we tend to kind of look away from it. But history is shaped very much by that. We cannot just beat the living shit out of our opponent. The limitation of military force is quite evident by the fact that unless you have a complete subjugation and also assimilation, you will have a perpetual expense. Military expenses are very expensive, right? This is why only few can do it. So when they do,
okay, we lost him.
Yeah.
I still talking about China. I find it very interesting. Some phenomena that lately happened. So some ministers disappeared, like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the new one that made actually quite a very good impression when he came. He was actually a very well presentable man, and then suddenly he disappeared. And China was for a moment, some weeks without a Minister of Foreign Affairs. Or even I think it was the Minister of Defense was also substituted, and nobody knows where the other one went to. So it's China is a very peculiar place on earth.
I think Drew is gonna come back.
Well, or Shu, which would be even as good. Yeah. But China is, as I said, it's an impressive, peculiar place on earth where things happen that would not be expected to happen anywhere else.
We say in America, communism is a motherfucker. That's what we say here.
You know, a lot of you here.
Yes, in the sense that the motherfucker is superseding you.
I know Von is a communist. I know Prata is a communist. Coping is a communist. Nunya is a fucking communist. Oh, Leo. Oh, Leo.
Wait, what? Black Santa. Hey, Santa, I think you went head first on the chimney. I think Black Santa went head first down the chimney, and now he's just like willy-nilly.
Look how clean his beard is. Look how clean his beard is.
I was born in a communist country. Went to school as a fucking communist.
With the Cubans. He went to school with Cubans.
I'm still fucking communist.
Yeah, it's very nice to have a screen for all that projection of yours, where you can label all of us on that screen. Good projection, man.
Who wants their Santa Claus to be a communist, really? Like, think about it.
Oh,
well, I mean, actually, that's
wait. You're just going to get some government. You're just going to get some government cheese.
No,
but wait, guys. Communism.
Yeah, we are communists, but one thing for sure. Never, ever call me a fucking lefty. Okay, because
Santa is a communist, a socialist. So Santa spreads to everyone. Spreads to everyone. Santa's a socialist, and he's red. He's dressed in red. Look at that fucking black coming there.
Who still believes in Santa?
Actually, this is very.
Whenever I get elected, I will.
Under that robe, I'm telling you, there's a hammer and sickle.
I think Santa invented
the Bolsheviks invented a new Santa. They called it the father ice, something like that, or the frozen father, and they even construct a little city where he has a doctor and a daughter. And there is all these. There's this city where you can go to. There is his house. Someone presents him, and people go there to see it. Actually, the communists made it something very, very easy. They freed it from the religion and make it a very popular figure. Isn't it so? Well, you can. Perhaps you are the best guy to explain us that.
I have to review.
Yes, of course.
Go ahead, Wyatt.
No, I'm just sleepy already. No, wait.
So,
what was
Leo, go sleep. You're drunk.
I have to do this.
We say Baba Noel. That's what we say. That's how we say Santa in Aramaic. Baba Noel.
We say Papa Noel.
That's crazy. It's close.
I have a revelation. The truth is Santa is communist. You have to understand, he give presents to everyone, but then he keeps a social credit score. So he's like, do you do good this year? No, huh? Oh, your social credit score. You say what? Xi Jinping is a what? Winnie the Pooh. You ask for Winnie the Pooh as a present? No present for you. So Santa is actually communist, and it's particularly from the Communist Party of China. He wear red. Yeah.
No, to be sure that
open one pocket, you see the 5 stars.
I
You didn't know.
ask about.
You know, if you guys ever live a communist, you will see how good communism can be. One thing about communism:
good education, good healthcare.
Never gonna get rich. Trust me. If
Good building construction. Don't forget
you're
this
never
one.
gonna get rich. But one thing,
watch.
they're always gonna have food in your table. Always.
They offer healthcare.
Watch.
They offer healthcare.
I'm sorry to interject here, But I just want to keep you guys informed that we are running into a very late stage of the open mic, and this is a black hole. This is a deep topic.
Wait.
Yep.
I saw one chat that is even better, can reinforce my point. And all the presents are made in China, you know. So yeah, don't forget.
That's a good one.
Shadovi, you were saying something and someone didn't let you. Tell us, what
Yeah,
did you
I
want
was
to
thinking-
say?
We have to
Well,
think.
my mind is blown. Santa Claus is Chinese. It just hit me. Like crack.
About his workers.
Oh,
So
poor
Von,
Made in
Shadovi.
China.
you represent
Let's-
the workers of
Guys,
Santa.
let
Where
Shadovi
are you, Von?
speak.
Sorry.
About what?
We need the van. What's the word for the animals who push the what's the word? The sledge of Christmas of Santa. We need Von with these guys to speak about the true worker of Christmas, because it's not about Santa; it's about the poor the guy who Santa used to do all the work.
The
Santa
elves?
is just kind of.
Hey, are you going to bring some French Revolution over on the Santa and the elves and the workers? Is that what a worker class revolution on the elves?
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to bring into the conversation?
And don't forget about
I'm surprised there's no real in France. It's been too long.
The reality,
Macron will fuck them over too.
the reality is you have Santa, who is a fat guy, a bit round on the tummy, have a bunch of slaves making all the presents and send it all across the world. No,
yes.
Guess which country reminds you of that? So it cannot change the history. That is the truth.
Hey, maybe we could reverse the thinking, Wyatt. Maybe Santa is a capitalist, because basically he's using a factory in China with low-wage worker to make all the Christmas, and he take all the credit.
One of the
So what you're basically saying is that Santa's closest ally is.
One of the best things I remember growing up in a communist country was that we had factories for everything, I mean, everything. We didn't need to buy things from outside. Russia, Soviet Union helped us build everything. We had everything. And in just 6 months after Soviet Union collapsed, everything disappeared. Just 6 months, everything is gone. Now we need to buy everything from abroad. That was a fucking nightmare. Trust me. If you didn't have money or someone with money in your family, you're fucking done.
Can I please present something based on what Vosh just said here? Because Vosh is introducing it. It might be too lengthy of a topic, but I think it's an important one. Because what Vosh is actually referring to is basically nationalization of your own industry. Who has all that clacking in the background?
Nunya is doing it.
Someone
is
I think it's John who is backed out right now.
It's fine. So what Watch was referring to, he referred to it as communism, but as a matter of policy, we are talking about nationalization. And this can very easily be considered nationalism. Depending on how you view it. These are all kind of pointed. You have to look at what is the essence of it. Does the country own its own means of natural production, not natural resources, its manufacturing capacity, and so forth. It's an educational and direction and so forth. And what communism strived for was very much, maybe to a fault excessively, and also because of the geopolitical circumstances when communism arose, it had. It needed to be excessively authoritarian and excessively militarized. But if you look about it on the economic sense, without all the drama that went before, let's enter the discussion of nationalizing your own resources, your own industries, your own education, and so forth, because to the Americans here, you may not be aware of this, but many other countries around the world, most other countries around the world, they have their education model based on some other country, and it's usually one of the greatest powers. Singapore, for example, is no different. It has a little bit of blend of the two greatest powers, probably, and maybe a little bit of a mix of its own, adapted. The same will be with Norway. We are very socialistic, but we are very, very closely tied to the United States. It causes something in that one. Now, ultimately, what we're talking about here is if you are most countries around the world, and you are going to be, or be it a big one. This is interesting because we have big ones here on the panel, and the small ones like Norway, Argentina, and like because we have Russia and the United States. Also, we have Angola, we have Portugal. Nationalization of your country's industries and resources. Who would like to go on this one? Because maybe Nunia, you're North American and not an American. You're an American socialist, not a socialist you, but your country is very much more socialistic than the United States. I thought that would be awesome if you could, your take on this one, please.
Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. What was the question?
Merry Christmas. So the question was basically, the topic was nationalization of your resources. So, communism was very much that you do not have foreign ownership of your mines, your agriculture, your manufacturing industry, your heavy industry, your arms industry, and so forth. So includes also educational institution, of course, and your bureaucracy. Like you can see many countries adapting the same judicial system as their former masters, and et cetera, et cetera. So communism was, in many regards, whatever you want to go by the Marxist part, it discard the ideological facets and home in on the nationalization of the country's assets and resources, and also overall cultural sovereignty.
Okay, you asked me which one I think is better, or
No. What your opinion is generally, whatever you want to choose regarding nationalization, because communism, it involves nationalization. So if you have nationalization, you tend to very often get the accusation of communism. But nationalization can very much be a protection of yourself against the multinationals.
In communism, you do something.
You need to find a balance, right? And I think that pure communism works, pure capitalism doesn't work, but you need to find a balance somewhere in between. I do think it's important for a country to protect and nationalize the resources that it deems to be strategic in their interest to do so. So, if it were me, I would never, for example, nationalize or privatize hydro and utilities and things like that. I think that things like that belong in the public space. But, with that said, telecom, private industry could probably do that. Canada's a poor example, by the way, but it exists. So I think you really need to parse it down a level to number one, determine which resources are completely to be nationalized and off limits for any sort of foreign national expansion into. And then everything else, you kind of look at it on a case-by-case basis. I think most countries operate that way.
I can share the story for Singapore. So Singapore is very known to be very efficient, and we do mix very well between national and private. So from my observation, what you want to nationalize is those that is if you put it in private sector, it's not going to be very efficient, or they will just ignore it. If you look at the New York Metro, is like so dirty and it's nonsensical, it's totally old and aging, because this kind of thing tends to be better to be nationalized because it's for the public good. For example, in let's say telecom, so you may want the telecommunication companies to provide you with all the different contracts and whatnot, those are privatized, but the infrastructure in terms of building underground wires and whatnot, maybe you want it to be nationalized because it's something that is like for everyone, you know. So Singapore have the same thing for electricity. Like, you know, the entire electrical grid is actually nationalized. Then now they give electrical companies to, you know, sell contracts and whatnot. You know, they privatize those. But then the national grid is actually the entire electrical grid is actually nationalized. So we have this problem with like MRT and buses. I mean train, our metro and the buses. When it was fully privatized, what happens is that they do not spend time or money on servicing. They minimize servicing. Because they want to maximize their profit. So as a result, buses start to, you know, miss timings, trains start to break down, and it creates such a big problem in Singapore to the point where you know, it affected the elections. And then the country actually nationalized the bus systems again. So all the bus is now owned by the government, but then, you know, the operators operate the lines. And then trains also the same thing. All the infrastructure go back to nationalized, and then it is the private companies that actually just run the trains and, you know, deal with HR and marketing and whatnot. But the infrastructure is all nationalized because there's no way, because the private companies will not spend money on buying new trains, buying new buses, or keeping them running.
I want to jump on
real quick, Nanya.
Okay, go ahead.
Excellent example of be it the well-running of a state or the complete disaster of a state with the mediums being privatized will be Argentina in 4 years. We'll see what happens then. Because everything that can be privatized will be privatized here.
Well,
so we'll be able to experiment here.
Oh,
I just want to follow up on.
I've already experimented this with the Thatcher government in UK. They privatize everything, and a few years later, they have to nationalize again some train system and some underground subway and so on. Like
Well,
in
I just
Singapore,
wanna-
they have to come back to nationalism.
That's exactly what happened to Greece.
In 20,
I just wanted to
went through that
follow up
cycle
on
as
Wyatt's
well.
point. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to follow up on Wyatt's point about privatization. And he's absolutely right. And using the rail analogy is a perfect one. But I kind of step back and I say to myself, privatization in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. But what we tend to do, and by we, I mean the whole world, what we tend to do is when we let an entity come in and we privatize something, we don't enforce it with, strong and firm regulations. So the governments of the world kind of wash their hands of things as soon as it gets privatized, and that's when it gets screwed up.
They sell monopoly, which is really bad. Yes, that's quite true.
Yeah.
They have a monopoly
Thank
of
you,
a certain.
Piotr, please. Before you go on the monopoly, because that is a natural result of privatization run amok. But I kind of want to just hit on, because one thing with privatization, my opinion of it is sort of like, look on anarchism. Anarchism is, for example, very decentralized and horizontal, and it's actually very similar to privatization. What you're letting the market forces run amok, and that is pretty much no different than anarchism. It's anarchy. You just have a different spin on it. But where does that work? That organizational structure. My impression is that this is how humans are, generally speaking. So anarchism, privatization, all those kind of factors, they are very useful on the lower stages of a organization for humans, because here you have much more direct interaction and much more. You need to have the versatility. But as you start getting further and further up, you start needing to have a little bit more of a communal spirit where everyone is included irregardless, because it becomes too problematic to actually even bother to make a distinction.
So we have to.
And the problem you come with here, before I let it go, one conundrum one often comes up with is the authoritarian facet of it. How do you actually make that kind of system an echelon? Because we're going back to the nationalization, right? You want to nationalize, well, okay, but then you have to force it, and then you have to force against maybe oligarchs who have a lot of influence in your country, for example. So, okay, sorry, Piotr, please.
No,
didn't
no,
mean
it's
to
not
make it
me.
up.
I think we have many people that have been having their fingers on the air for a long time. Let's go. I think it's Santa, the Silva, Leo, and Maddie. So let's these guys talk because they don't come up, and it's a pity that we don't listen to you. So Santa the Silva, go on, and then Leo.
I just want to talk about nationalization. I remember in 2019, the Labour Party in the UK, the candidate for Prime Minister, he wants to do that in the UK, you know. One of the things he said was, I'm gonna make UK not pay for internet ever again. And trust me, people start believing. Everyone was like, wow, this is the guy, you know. He was shopping at Lidl, travel by train, make his campaign. Was working. Everyone was on his side. Even Russell Brand was campaigning for him, you know. Most of young people came out to vote for him. That was in 2017. He almost won that election. 2 years later, there was another election. And they knew this guy's gonna win. That one is definitely gonna win because he was against Boris Johnson. You know what they did? You know what they did? They knew this guy's gonna win because they knew this guy is a fucking communist. He's gonna make UK a communist country. You know what they did? They went to every fucking media and told this guy he hates Jews. He's a racist. That finished him off, you know. That finished him off. He lost the election like no one ever done, and now he's not even a fucking MP for his own party. They finish him off straight away, and wherever he goes, the people just say this guy he hates.
Bevosh, have you noticed that is actually how they stifle criticism, generally speaking? Because if you know, oh yeah, sorry, Mehdi. Just saying, like,
Leo,
Jewish or
now
Muslim,
is
it doesn't
Leo.
matter.
Now is Leo, and then we go to Mehdi because you both got Leo. Go on, short, so that everybody can speak.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
you want to believe.
is it the ending, closing? Because I'm already tired as hell. I just wanted to tell that we opened
you should be
today.
strong, you know.
Wait.
He's excited for Santa, guys. Leave him alone.
The main secret of a century had been opened today. Santa is Chinese spy. Like, how couldn't we notice before about it?
So, Mehdi.
My mind is blown. I always thought he was Canadian. But
Mehdi,
no,
that's your.
The only I just wanted to talk about just address privatization is that how private is any company in reality, like in the US, when you can be regulated out of business because they find some insect that is now on the endangered list that takes away the property you need to build or whatever you need to do. When they have a grip on you in that way, there is no privatization because the government still controls what you do and you have to obey those rules.
I don't agree with you, Mehdi. I think in USA, it's exactly opposite. Basically, it's a privatization of the government. Each large company control some congressmen and senators, and so they privatize the government.
And I wanted to go a bit to answer this question more to the beginning of the meaning that Coping made it, which was the nationalization. I think countries have to have some sovereignty over their resources. And for instance, any country should try, not really on a nationalize in the sense that it's state-owned, but should assure, for instance, that country produce pretty much something like 60% of the food people eat. Because things can happen. A country like we see nowadays can find itself like out of nothing into a isolated situation. So things like food and water supply, electricity, telecommunications are not so more important nowadays. But these things should be at least in a very national control in the sense that the companies, if it is private, that the companies at least are countries that are based and they are completely under the rule of law of that country, if I may myself understand. Because the problem sometimes that these corporations, they are their headquarters are in the US, in Norway, in Switzerland, and the countries where they operate have very little to say or very little control of what's happening. So we have, for instance, the example of Chevron in the Sakhalin Island. They wanted to leave that exploration, and they sabotaged it. So this can happen with many countries in many other sectors, and they should be careful. So many sectors of productive sectors in a country should stay at least in the hands of locals, of national companies or corporations, in order for the state to have a better control. On the other side, a state should try to achieve some autocracy in some sectors. Like I said, food is always very important. Produce most of the electricity they consume is also very important. As I said, this is a question of survival. And we see in history, we have just to open a history book, and we see that scarcity situations can happen and have happened for millennia, and will keep happening. And we saw, for instance, the pandemic here. We are all successful of experiencing these things in our lifetime.
That's right. If I may stop at one moment, because there are actually two aspects of nationalizations that you actually both touched on here. Are you going to nationalize, for example, certain, and also all the others for that matter, like Nunia, he made, because what he alluded to was basically how do you nationalize strategically? Are some things worth nationalizing, or should some things be left otherwise? And while communism might ideologically be aiming for trying to include everything, if you're viewing the sense of the world being privatized, because the public is also privatized. This was also touched upon. I forgot now who, but this is also the case. The public and private, there's not much of a distinction. If you look at the United States, when you have the private sector being able to vote directly into the election system and influence the public sector directly overtly, and they can even have a lobby where they have other countries, as was also talked about, like the Israeli lobby, the Saudi lobby, the Norwegian lobby. Guess what? We do a fuckload of greenwashing and PR washing through the US as well. So then you have to ask yourself, okay, what is one of the fundamental effects and results you get from privatization globally? Well, then you can have the aristocracy connecting themselves socially. Then because you only have to consort yourself to a certain minor elite who are tied to the same mutual interest, tied to the same center of gravity. The British did it, the French did it, eventually they became subsumed under the United States. And now their power is of course waning because more and more centers of power are letting themselves go over to, other ways. So multiplied. Yeah, I'm sorry, I kind of think I tried to. Did anyone want to say anything more on nationalization?
So I just want to add, I agree with Nunia in terms of it's just more of the government regulation thing, and it goes back to the core point. If the government system doesn't work, for example, if your elections, you cannot elect people who can sack people within the government to prevent a deep state from forming, then to always shuffle the people around different ministries to prevent a concentration of power in any of the ministries within your country, then a deep state will be formed, and then this deep state will become a powerful government, which is what the Americans always fear. When we always talk about the government controls this, controls that, they will listen to you, listen to that. This government that people is talking about is the deep state. It can form when the election system is a failure, where you cannot elect good leaders, or you cannot have a parliament that is very unified, that can actually rain down on the government. So because if you have a weak government, something like in Israel, where you have so many parties that is totally fractured, then your prime ministers or your leaders keep changing, your ministers keep changing. No one have any idea how to run the ministries. Then you'll be very dependent on the civil servants that is always there. And when you're very dependent on this long time government workers, then they will have so much power that they will become the deep state. And then they will be making all the decisions. They will feed information or mislead you with certain decision makings. Like, for example, they give the minister 3 options, but the 3 options are all false options. They're all fake options. They are all leading the country towards a direction where that this person within this ministry wants. Is not really real options. So it all comes back to government and come back to elections. That's why, when you don't have good leaders, good elected leaders, what will happen is that you will create a deep state, like what happened in the United States, and then things get corrupted and things go south. Do we still want to continue to chit chat, or do we want to do closing?
Closing.
Close it. I'm
closing.
I'm an old man. I'm cold. I'm tired. And half the shit I'm doing, it wags out blocking out anyway. So what the fuck? Let's close it.
I'm going after Maddie.
So who want to go first?
I will. I just want to say, it's been a great experience finding the DPA Army, being here, chatting with all you, learning from people across the world, not only the ones that speak, but also the chat and in the groups that we have and such like that. And I really want to thank Wyatt for giving us this opportunity to be able to speak when nobody else was really listening. And, personally, to let this old man babble as much as he wants sometimes, even though he's plastic. But Merry Christmas, guys, and I can't wait for the new year.
Thank you, Maddie. Leo is also very tired. He's also.
I want to go next.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, I think Santa will be banned probably next hour because we exposed his secret. Anyway, pretty much good open mic. Thank you, Wyatt, for this opportunity. I wasn't here for a long time, like 2 months. But yeah, pretty much it just feels chill and you come back after 2 months, like hard times. But anyway, Merry Christmas to everyone who is Christian, and for Orthodox, we're waiting you at 6 January. So yeah, it's like in 2 weeks. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Shadwi.
Yes.
The French
So I
African.
wish everybody Merry Christmas
muted,
and
Wyatt.
Happy New Year's too.
I'm muted.
And I hope the world is going to be a better place next year. And I know that we don't have a lot of impact and a lot of weight in this world, but at least we tried by speaking, by exchanging different ideas. And I would like to thank for this year's Wyatt for all the work he has done, because it's incredible all the time and the effort and the energy you spent for these things. So thank you, Wyatt, and Happy New Year's and so on.
By the way, in regards to the super chat, Alan is dead. There you go.
So
No, he just got married.
So just now I was muted. I was trying to say that we are all all family here in the DPA Open Mic. So which is why it always feels very comfortable coming back. The first time you'll always be very nervy because you just come on screen, in talking in front of hundreds of people. But after a while you get used to it. It's like it's nothing, all these numbers are just numbers, So it's and for me personally, it's like all you guys are like personal friends to me. I recognize you guys by face, So like I like who just came?
It was me when I came.
The Swiss
here,
guy.
like this. You was like, oh, this is what.
So yeah. Anyway, it's like everyone is just like friends to me now. So so I can understand the feeling, of feeling very nice. So anyway, Center Voss.
Okay.
He's not Santa. He's from Britain. He can't be Santa.
Center Voss.
He is communist. He is communist.
Oh yeah, and proud, fucking proud to be a communist.
Okay, do your
Yeah.
closing, boss.
Okay, my closing. Another good open mic. I'm so fed up or fucked off because we can't do all night. One thing for sure, people in the chat, yes, you are part of this big family. Please, when you're ready, just join us, because when this finish, things move to somewhere else, and trust me, you don't want to miss that thing. It's always fun to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and find the Americans, all of them there, talking bollocks. It's good, This is one of the things, I feel like I have found a new family. I will never forget my compadre Prata and Chadwi. We always have a conversation as well, So, and God bless Argentina. I hope that country can be saved, because I really love Argentina. Their football team is one of the best I've seen play football. I remember back in the days, and now I don't even know what's going on. Basically, I just heard that anyone can buy land or anything in Argentina because everything is for sale. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
That will be something that happens from the 29th onwards. Like, there was a decree with 350 changes to the laws. So yeah, that's a massive decree in which a whole bunch of stuff was allowed to be privatized. Because
closing.
Okay. Remember, Putin is a bad man. Love Ukraine.
All right. Thank you, boss.
Hey, by the way, I'm joking, but love Ukraine.
So just now I say actually upgrade actually visited me last week. So I just want to show you. Ta-da! So he actually came to Singapore with his wife.
Oh, okay. He said he was gonna come to see you, and he did. Wow.
He did, yeah. And he treated me to a meal, and I picked a very expensive restaurant, and he paid for it.
Yeah, he said that. He said for you to pick up a good restaurant, he's gonna pay everything.
And really, when we met, right, you don't feel like strangers because we already speak on screen so many times. It's just like friends.
Yeah.
So that's the point I'm trying to make. But no, I forgot his nickname. I only remember his name. So okay. So Prata.
Yes. So we are arriving to the end of a year. Tomorrow will be Christmas, which is it should be something beautiful for most Christians, at least. Since we celebrate family, actually the reborn of Christ that enunciated something good for us to actually answer with love to our problems. Nowadays, Christmas means something else. It's commercial. You make a lot of money, you spend a lot of money, and you try to pretend you are nice to your neighbor by giving him a present. Yes. But nevertheless, I think our politicians are celebrating anything but anything else than near to what the Christmas means. They are getting crazy now that we see something collapsing in this stupid war that should never have started. We see how they're getting crazy and ready to really jump to the abyss. Yes, I'm not just talking about more stupid sanctions and more and even introduction of secondary sanctions will piss off a lot of countries in the world, especially because the moral high ground that they tried to present against Russia was somehow confirm that it is no upper ground, because what's happening and their support they are giving to Israel and the way they are treating the Palestinians different than the way they were presenting the Ukrainians to be martyrs. And then now we are seeing that the West is going for a big war against the Houthis. Well, they are without weapons. They are ready to even escalate the war in Ukraine, although there is very little to escalate. And now they're even trying to go to a new war. So, yes, I think we live in a crazy world. And hopefully, what I see as well is that the populations, at least in the West, are getting a bit fascinated against this stupidity, and they are reacting against their politicians in a very negative way. So we saw some governments in Europe changing. We see, for instance, popularities of many big of these warmonger politicians getting really low. And I really hope that next year there is some change. Someone spoke again about something very important, which is, will there be a peace deal? Shadavi did. Well, this is a long conversation we have been having, because once this war is over, because we can't continue in this insecurity all over the world, we need a kind of a peace deal. It's not like it is the peace deal, but we understand it like a peace deal in the sense that it's something that is going to create a new architecture of security, but also of management of international affairs, of global affairs. And we do need a new configuration. Many countries are asking for it. We see Brazil, India very vocal, even Russia and China less vocal, because of course they are in a very privileged situation nevertheless. But many countries in the world are asking for this reform, and I always said this is coming to with some kind of a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. But it's not between Ukraine and Russia. It's between Russia and all the other ones, and the West, which has to understand that it has to play a different role. It has to find a new narrative of their different new role in this new world. And they are welcome. Everybody is welcome. But what they are doing, it's really bad, because they are creating a system where it is really very dangerous to live in. And I sorry for going so long. Last open mic, Wade and many others on the open mic, we talked about how actually this multipolar world that is coming will be at the beginning will probably more violent than sometimes we would like it to be. It's true, but we have to find a new system, because this one nobody wants, and it failed.
You forget one thing. God bless Angola.
Bongo.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Wyatt for having this platform and the opportunity for us to get together all the time and shoot the shit and go over the war and whatever else is going on. And I want to wish everyone here a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And to like, subscribe, and share. And just remember, Boz is Santa. He'll bring you presents. The good old Blackbeard here is going to steal them. So y'all get some good stuff. I want to see some good stuff tonight.
Don't worry.
And as far as Ukraine goes, real quick, I would assume that they may slow down for the holiday season just to keep casualties low. But hopefully, if you're a Ukrainian service member, you surrender as soon as possible so that you can live to celebrate Christmas and New Year's with your family. If not this year, then maybe next year.
Von, just give me 1 minute, please. I know
Can I go next, Wyatt? Because I have.
Yeah, I know it's closing, Von, but I just want some information. Did you see the numbers the Russian Minister of Defense gave? It's like, do you think they trying not to be like killers? Because I don't think that's the real number, What do you think about that?
Go have a drink, Vaz. Go have a drink, my friend.
I don't drink.
I think the numbers are really bad. I think we're within probably a couple 100,000 plus or minus of what it actually is. But anyway, I want everyone to have Merry Christmas. And like I said, if you're a Ukrainian soldier, please surrender and live. There's no reason to die for Joe Biden.
Okay. So my closing will be the following. I hope for everyone happy holidays. I won't be for the next open mic because I'll be with family. So yeah, we'll be enjoying both Christmas and New Year's over at my grandparents' hometown. In any case, like I said, happy holidays to everyone, both Christmas and New Year. Additionally, this was a pretty good open mic, though I had to jump in and out because just reasons, having to purchase stuff for the festivities and so on. And by the way, the prices didn't go to hell. They were pretty reasonable, in fact. But yeah, let's hope that everyone in the world in the coming 8 years, because I expect the transition process to this new global order to take around 6 to 8 years, if not more. In 8 years, they can see the fruits of this transition and a more organized and peaceful world. In any case, I'll be dropping now. Have an excellent day, everyone, and goodbye.
Thank you, Semilon. Thank you, Prata. Thank you, Vaughn. Nunya, closing.
Well, where do I start? I agree with the sentiments that Vaughn mentioned. Thank you, Wyatt, for hosting it. Also, more especially, I agree with the sentiments that Voss said. It feels like one big family here, and I love coming on and engaging with you guys, engaging with the people in the chat. I love you guys, and I really mean that. I wouldn't debate you and I wouldn't argue with you if I didn't think highly of you. So I hope you have, for everybody, Merry Christmas to all the Christians out there who are celebrating Christmas. I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas. Everybody who's not Christian, just a big fuck you to each and every one of you.
Hey,
And no, I'm joking. Just over this holiday season, like I said, if you see the Black Santa coming down your chimney, do not shoot him. Okay. If you see him coming in your window, you might want to, at least take the safety off. Consider. That's all I'm saying. If you see Francisco anywhere on the streets in Argentina, give him $1. He will literally need that $1. It's not a euphemism for a handout. He'll need that physical $1. So give it to him if you see him. And like I said, guys, just enjoy the next few days with your family and reflect on things. It's funny. I was talking to my father-in-law earlier today as I was picking him up, and I was sitting down as we were talking geopolitics, and I said, you know what? I think 2023 is probably the most important year I can think of in my lifetime, anyway, in terms of geopolitical moves. The only thing that I could kind of rationalize in my head that was even close was the end of the Cold War. So I think that 2023 has been a really important year geopolitically, and I've just been really fortunate to be able to share it with you guys and chat about it, and look forward to keep doing it. So that's all I had to say. Cheers, guys.
Love Ukraine.
Thank you, Nunya. Before coping, I would just want to inform before everybody drop off. The next open mic will be the last one for the end of this year. It will be on the 30th. So it would be on the 31st because everybody want to count down anyway. So it'll be on the 30th.
Yeah.
And then I think the open mic will be doing mostly towards about review of the year. I think that would be a nice way to close the year. So anyway,
what about the voting for?
Oh yeah, the speaker of the year nomination is now on. There's a window, is around 3 days to 4 days, and then I will do a live count of the nominations. I think it's going to be very few people that will be nominating because based on the person of the year one, there was a shitty number of turnout in terms of nominations. But then they'll take the top 5 to do a vote. So it's going to be a fun thing. Don't take it very personally, then see who will win this title of speaker of the year for 2023 of the DPA Open Mic. I think it's going to be quite fun. And yeah, the result will be revealed. Of course, people can see the voting, but The result I will officially announce during the DPA Open Mic next week. Coping, closing.
Yeah, thank you, Wyatt, so much. The greatest fan. I am not typically a fanboy of anything, but the work you do, maybe not so much you as a person. I may not even like you. I don't even know if I like you, but I like what you do. I like what you set up for us. I like the way you are fairly easy to interact with. Like, and I kind of have the crew here. Like, everyone here that you see now on this closing towards the end of the year, 1 year after the open mic started or something like that, or at least 1 year since I entered the open mic. And now the only people here in the closing, they are the people who have also been on recording, part of the DPA community. We have delved into things and conversed with things and shared knowledge and rationalizations and so forth, and done it in public. And we have done it because we want you to get on here, right? We like doing it, and it's for me, it's like what White and others have alluded to here. I mean, really, for me, it's the same. Like, you're my buddies in a sense. You're my virtual buddies. All of you that are, yeah, and all of you in the super chat, and those of you who are in the chats, those of you who are in the comments who interact. Generally speaking, I get it. Many of you don't want to get on. You know, it's okay as long as you support DPA. Right? That's the only thing that matters. You're a part of the family. Just interact. Do the action. So. Yeah, what can I say? I'm really happy to be able to get on the open mic now, because I haven't been able to get close to anything having to do with the holidays and so forth for a long time. Nothing to do with DPA because of the holidays. And here I had the opportunity when the open mic was going on. And I'm so happy I can say hello to you guys. I can say hello to you folks that are out there and you're watching. You may not be watching now, but you may be watching later. We like you a whole lot more if you press that like button than if you didn't. We especially love those of you who super chatted, subscribed with the notification bell on, and shared. But most of all, I will disagree strongly with many of my fellow panelists who have now chucked out after they made their closing. No, I don't think you should be having a Merry Christmas just because you're Orthodox or Christian or whatever. I've had a celebration Christmas dinners here now with both Jews and Muslims. You know, just joining in. You know, they may be not religiously, whatever. I'm not religious, but Christmas is a thing. Christmas is a thing you can get together. Shut up, Bosh. Christmas is a thing you can get together. People can get together just to get together. Find an excuse to get together and just look past bullshit. Look past bullshit, right? We can talk geopolitics here. Pretty terrible fucking shit we generally touch on quite often, very nonchalantly, because we have no other choice. Otherwise, we will never get on with it. But keep in mind, if whether you are Christian, whether you're non-religious, whether you are whoever not celebrating, I wish you a very Merry Christmas, very Merry holiday, a very good day, evening, or morning, and generally a very happy and good life. I wish you also a lot of fortune for the next year in case I cannot reach the next open mic. And that will be all for me.
You forgot one thing.
Thank you.
NATO
what
is
did
a
I?
defensive alliance.
Sorry, what?
NATO is a defensive alliance.
And Norway has nothing to do with Nord Stream.
Yes.
So, where's Shadovi? Shadovi didn't make. Shadovi?
I can't.
You like ham.
Some of my neighbors can't come over and hang out.
Wait, did we forgot Shadovi?
No, he did.
No.
He did.
I'm very sad, Pata, that you already forget about my closure.
He said, "Vive la France."
Really? I missed?
Yeah. No,
Yes,
he said, "Vive la France."
Shadovi.
No, I just thanks a lot, Wyatt, for all this work.
Because the screen
And you already
right?
forget.
No, but
because
Shadovi is a very important person. We want to listen to his.
Vosh is trying to mindfuck you so that the open mic will go on longer.
Coping wanted to be
everyone
coping.
has closed now.
Coping wanted to be the last one, so he's jealous that Shadovi still has to
I'll see
talk.
y'all later. I gotta go. Merry Christmas,
Bye
y'all. Have a
now,
great
Sean.
time. Have a great holiday.
Bye, Sean.
Everyone, goodbye. Bye. And thank you so
No,
much for hosting
Shadovi has to
Christmas
make
Open
his
Mic.
closing.
I already did it.
You
You already did it, Rata.
Yes.
Hey, get back your wine. Hey.
You have to stop to
Salud.
drink.
Salud, Rata. Brother Rata, Merry Christmas.
Okay, guys. Merry Christmas, everyone. Yeah.
Get me confused.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
See you
Enjoy.
on
Enjoy.
the other
Bye-bye.
side.
Bye, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Everything.
So I just want to also inform
Bye.
for next week, there will be next week's DPA will still also be around the same time. Will be the European timing. It will be 12 noon in Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time, 1 a.m. Singapore time. It will be I think 5 p.m. GMT UK time. So you will be at the same timing because I think it's most friendly for the the Asians can just stay up and then come on. The Europeans will be in the evening, but then it will be a morning, daytime for the Americans. So it's the somewhat the best timing. So I think not as good if I do it on the American timing, because sometimes I do American timing because I need to sleep. But I think for next week, because it's a end of the year thing, we will do a review. We will individually we can talk about all the things that happen across the entire year. We will do some reviews and maybe some updates regarding some of the things that happened over the next week. And of course, we're going to do the results. I will share the results on who is the winner for the Speaker of the Year for DPA Open Mic 2023. So that will be fun. It's a fun thing, don't take it very, very seriously. It's a fun thing. So I'm going to drop the link again for those that haven't nominate who is your favorite speaker in the DPA Open Mic. Please go and nominate. I'll drop the link again. So do go and nominate your favorite speaker over the year, or and it's a fun thing. The top 5 will be put to the vote. All the voting and nomination will only be on the DPA Open Mic's YouTube channel's community tab. This is to make it simpler for me to calculate and everything, and to centralize everything. So the DPA Person of the Year, that one is a bit more bigger thing. It's a main thing. It's a main event kind of thing. So that's why it's across all the different platforms. But I think Open Mic community is a lot smaller. So which is why it's better to just concentrate on one place. It's easier. If not, it will just be ignored by literally all the platforms. So, and what else? So I think today's Open Mic is a fantastic Open Mic. We talk about really a lot of all the different issues, and I'm very happy that we brought the Christmas season, the Christmas vibe to everyone around the world that is watching right now or later when you are watching it after the live. So and I'm very happy to that we can actually share this festive season talking about sad stuff and depressing stuff that the world is going to crash and burn and people is going to die. But it's Merry Christmas, it's okay. Then and also I will. I also with falling behind in terms of posting clips and whatnot. I will do better next year. We shall see how I arrange my time, and I think that's about it. So next week's DPA Open Mic will be the same time, also on a Saturday, on the 30th of December, 1 a.m. Singapore time, 5 p.m. Eastern time, and also 5 p.m. GMT time, UK time, and 12 noon Eastern time. So you guys can prepare your time if you guys are interested. So I will make sure that I'll be around. So going forward, 2024, that's the plan. Also, I want to inform the time earlier, so then people can actually plan, and hopefully that will help the channel to grow. So that's the main thing. Anyway, thank you guys for watching, and thank you for participating in the chat on all the different platforms, from Rumble, YouTube main channel, YouTube Open Mic channel, on Twitch, and on X, which is Twitter, and also and also coming on screen, the panelists, the speakers, And Merry Christmas to everyone. And yeah, I'm not Christian. I don't celebrate this religiously. I just celebrate this as a secular. I just enjoy the beautiful decorations and everything. You know, Singapore have we love the Christmas in Singapore. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll go to remember do go to vote for Taylor Swift for the DPA Person of the Year. You know, don't let the Russian wins. You know, 4 candidates, 3 of them Russians. You know, terrible. You know, so vote for Taylor Swift, and also yeah, and also remember must nominate. You know, nominate the guys you want to win the Speaker of the Year. And I'll see you guys in the next update.